bit worried with what we shot yesterday.
The guys say it's amazing. The crowd, it's unbelievable, bro.
I want to play against Navi. I think I always have like this extra confidence against them.
Hello guys and welcome to another episode of The Lobby. Today is media day for the playoffs here in Rio and we've got some exciting teams to talk to. I'm going to be chatting with Navi first, a team that made it to the quarterfinals, not the semifinals. So let's see how they're doing this morning. Wonderful, I know it's early, very early in the day, but I'm just wondering how you guys did last night. Did you get a nice meal together or what did you guys get up to last night?
We just discussed what happened versus Furia, that's all.
Yeah. And how did that conversation go? Was it intense or do you feel like you made some progress?
I think the session was good and we understood our problems, what happened in this game versus Furia, and we will just try to be better.
What were some of the main things do you think that were going wrong? Do you think it was more of a team communication thing or a play style thing? What was the main problem?
Team communication.
Yeah, I mean, we got to hear some comms. It was obvious there's like a few frustrations here and there, but that's pretty natural, right? Like when you're a team that travels so many to so many events, you don't get a lot of home time. You're so used to seeing each other. It's like a family, right? You get sick of each other sometimes. Sometimes you can get a little snappy. Would you say that's the case?
No, yeah. Half of it was problem for sure. Is this what we playing third tournament in a row, just like without any off days?
Yeah.
Of course, you're a little bit tired of each other, but I don't know. Maybe others know, but when you're so much time together, you're feeling something fatigue or something like this.
Yeah.
So.
But there's something to be said about making the quarterfinals. But who should I go bother in your team next? Like you get the choice. I'll go find someone. Who do you think is feeling the best this morning?
Feeling the best? Biscala.
Okay. I'll go talk to Alexi. Let's see how he's doing. Let's go, Grandma. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but Wonderful has sent me your way. He said you're feeling the best this morning, so yeah, he's that evil little smile. But you were saying last night you guys had a good sort of team talk. Do you feel like that progressed well in terms of making some progress for you guys for the playoffs?
Yeah, I always do. You know, team discussions are important. You know, whenever you hit some stumbles along the way. Yeah. But I mean, we had a good discussion. And we're going to continue today. We have a full day, so.
Yeah, I seen there was times we got to listen to a few of the comms throughout the group stages, and obviously you're stepping up as the leader and just kind of sort of squishing any of the conversations that maybe shouldn't be happening in the scene. But do you feel like that issue can be fixed going into the playoffs, just like the little communication issues that have been going on?
Yeah, I mean, communication is one of the things that we've taken a lot of notice now, whether it's like micro stuff, people not answering to each other, or people not really that focused on the big picture, rather maybe a bit too focused on what they need to do. But you know, we know kind of what we are capable of. We go tournament to tournament. Sometimes the mood is a bit down, sometimes it's better. So we're trying to optimize everything for tomorrow. And we also know that once we are playing in front of a crowd, usually you get this extra something that's kind of like enabling us as individuals. But yeah, I do think that just the discuss we had yesterday, the discuss we're going to have today, I think we're going to play better tomorrow than we did yesterday. But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, Furia have been playing kind of insane throughout this event so far, and they always seem to have something extra in Rio. You can understand why. But it felt yesterday, you know, going to the quarterfinals instead of the semifinals, do you think there's maybe a positive to take from that? You get an extra stage game to warm up, or would you just rather obviously just skip into the semis?
I mean, to me, obviously going into the semis would be maybe a bit better. We would have another day off to practice, I mean. Just to see our mistakes or to review some of the games in more detail. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Like when you have a game like that where you're gonna be in the playoffs regardless, it's not the most important one. Like I still think that whatever happened yesterday happened and we still have a good shot in the tournament. You know, we're in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm taking I don't want to lose a game in a tournament, so obviously I would have wanted to win yesterday, but it is what it is.
Well, quick thoughts on your opponent, Virtus.pro, a team that have been struggling recently. Maybe played a bit better in the group stages here, but going into the playoffs against VP, they've got a lot of experienced players. They won in Rio 2 years ago at the major. But what are your thoughts on your opponent now?
Yeah, I think they made some progress. They struggled before this tournament. They struggled on the opening match, but since then they've been doing really solid, and they've been improving on some of the maps in their map pool as well. I don't know, for me it's like a team that when you play on stage against them, like we will treat them as any other team, and they actually are past teammates of Valera, for example. So it's just they are experienced. We also played against them on the stage as well. I think it's going to be an interesting game and a team to take serious.
Yeah. Well, if you would turn around and show us the name on the back of your jersey, there's a couple of fans asking, what does Biskella mean? So if you could tell us what that means, Alexi, that would be great to know.
I mean, it's just my name backwards. Some people haven't managed to piece that puzzle. Yeah. But I mean, just a nickname the Brazilians gave me. And I'm proudly wearing this shirt here, like Navi gave me this, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get the fans on side, hopefully, but not a lot of detectives in the scene, clearly, not being able to read it backwards. If you go past the mirror, maybe we'll see it, but cheers, Alexi. I'll let you go do your hero shots, so thank you very much. Perfect. First of all, I want to ask you, how have you felt in Rio so far, individually, just happy or in between?
Good question. I don't know, it's kind of in between. Like, I don't think we had any of us problems with jet lag and stuff like this. Like, we feel pretty good. The weather is pretty nice, and yeah.
Yeah. All right. So more of the Counter-Strike stuff now. Going through the group stages, obviously wasn't the best run for Navi, but you still made it to the playoffs. You still got enough wins under your belt. How would you rate your performance as a team out of 10? If you had to give us a number out of 10, 10 being the best Navi ever, obviously 1 being a Navi we haven't seen yet.
Overall, I will say 5. 5. Yes, but for example, if you have to compare like Imperial game, Liquid game, I will say like a 9, 8 maybe, and Furia game like a 1. Okay. So that's why I'm going to 5.
What was your biggest problem in the Furia game? I spoke to a few of your teammates. Everyone's kind of saying the same thing. It's mainly communication. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had a talk about this. It's mainly communication, but I think, in my opinion, we can also it was like kind of off day. Like nothing worked for us. We tried. We obviously were trying to speak, but like I said, nothing worked for us. And then I'll put as an off day, and then to forget it fast.
Yeah. So obviously you're going to be playing in front of the Brazilian crowd. You're going to be playing against VP, a team that has won here 2 years ago, but they haven't really been at that forum since, right? It's been a team that's maybe dropped off quite significantly, especially this year. So going into the crowd, are you excited to play in front of that audience? And what do you make of Virtus.pro?
I mean, I never played on this stage before, so it's going to be excited to play. I played with Brazilian crowd in Rio last time on the major, but not in this arena, on the other arena. It was crazy because I also played against a Brazilian team, so they were cheering for them. It was a bit not nice, I would say, but I think now they're gonna cheer a bit for us until we meet Furia again, maybe. Yeah. But like I said, I think every team can beat everyone right now. It just depends on focus, small details, and all of this stuff. Like we need to treat Virtus.pro like properly. Don't disrespect them at all, and then just play our game to have the best comps that we can get, and then win. Yeah.
Well, that's exciting. I think it would be great to see Navi out on the stage there in the quarterfinals. So let's see how they're going to do. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're down here ready for Media Day. Again, we've got Furia behind us. Now, Furia have just made the semi-finals, so let's talk to a few of the players and see how in good spirits they are. So we got, I want to talk to Skulls first. I think he'll be a really exciting person to talk to, but he's over with his players right now, so let's see if I can grab him. Hey, morning. Hello. Hey, Skulls. You mind if I grab you for a quick conversation? Yes. So, obviously you made it to the semi-finals, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A couple of months ago you were on Team Liquid, now you're on Furia. How sick does it feel to be playing in a Brazilian team and you're going to be playing in front of a Brazilian crowd. That must feel amazing.
Yeah, it means the world to me, honestly. Like, it's all I ever dreamed about, and it's happening, right? So now it's time to make history.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen you guys obviously take some time to warm up throughout the season, but you're playing so much better now than we've seen you before. Do you feel like there's an extra motivation now that you're in Brazil to play well?
Yeah, for sure. Like, most of the year we are like traveling around the world and we are not home. So like when we are here, we want to like make things right, you know?
And what part of Brazil are you from? You from Rio? Are you from somewhere close by or different?
I live in a city in São Paulo. It's called Jundiaí. So yeah, big shout out to Jundiaí as well.
Have you got any friends or family coming to watch you play?
Yeah, I have a few friends. My family is always like supporting me, so they're coming. So yeah, I can't wait.
Is this the first time you've had anybody from your family or friends watch you play Counter-Strike live?
Yeah, like in the big arena, yes. So it's gonna be insane. Yeah.
Awesome. And throughout the group stages, obviously you guys had one of the most difficult runs. You played against some of the best teams in the tournament and you got some big wins versus them. What do you think the difference was at this event compared to previous tournaments where we maybe haven't seen you play as well?
I feel like every tournament we are playing, we are like evolving as a team. And in veto.pro, I think we play like pretty good CS. And in Pro League, I think we evolved as like also a lot as a team, and even in our game like against Spirit, I feel like we should won that, you know. So in this last boot camp we worked a lot and we really grinded the game and grinded like how like everything that we needed to like look for, and I think we are like showing it in this tournament now.
And it's been some time since you played in Liquid, but what would you say the biggest difference is from your time in Liquid to now playing in Furia? What is the biggest difference for you?
Most of the vibes, I think like everyone is like very friendly and like taking care of each other a lot, and that is like the biggest difference in a lot of ways. But I think like the work we are putting as a team, like everyone is the same page, you know, so it's easier.
And who should I bother from your team? Who should I go talk to next? Who do you think's feeling it this morning?
You gotta like talk to Fallen for sure.
Okay, Fallen. I'm looking forward to that. All right, we'll let you go, Skulls. Thank you very much. Let's go talk to Fallen, shall we? You've seen Brazilian Counter-Strike grow from smaller roots to now going into a full arena with thousands of fans again. You know, just for you, what has that sort of journey been like in terms of watching it grow?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and for me personally, it's like a dream coming true. We have worked very hard for many years to experience things like that, and for me to be able to be here and still competing along the top, for me it's an honor as well. So yeah, I'm just glad we're going to be playing in front of the arena and I'm going to have a chance to lift another trophy. Still some finals, but now we can already start dreaming, and it doesn't cost you anything to drain, and we know it's going to be very tough to any opponents we have in those semi-finals, but we're going to do our best.
And I mean, you've had a lot of full Brazilian teams. You've also had some international teams. But like you said, at this later point in your career, you've got another squad that just looks like one of the best Brazilian teams we've seen. How does it compare, Furia now, compared to like some of the other teams you've had in the past that have been all Brazilian?
I think we're doing very early days. We only have 3 months of this team with schools, and see it as a coach, like it's very early days, and we're already showing a lot of good prospections, good results. And it's going step by step, you know. At first, we're just very happy on getting to the playoffs, as it should be, and then from that point on, some hard and tough defeats against very good teams, and then we learn something from there, get some experience, and now we're able to beat some of them pretty convincingly. And now it's going to be another challenge. Now it's able to do even more, hopefully get the first trophy for this interaction. And also, the next step is how we find the consistency to stay at where we are. So there's a lot of different challenges. Every day is going to be a different challenge, and we got to cope them all.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen you guys play better at this event than we have seen at any other tournament. So is there just a feeling of when you came into Rio, did you expect to be playing this well, or is it just something that clicked when you arrived here?
Yeah, being completely honest, before the first game, a lot of pressure on my shoulders, you know, like after winning the first game against FaZe, it was like a heavy truck went out of my shoulder. And it's just because I knew that the path towards the semifinals or quarterfinals was much harder losing the first game. But I think from that point on, confidence starts building in. We got a very good win against Mouz, kind of showing how we have been working well on the last practice for a couple last weeks. So yeah, I didn't expect to be completely going straight to the semifinals, but that was the dream scenario, and I think we achieved it. So yeah, I'll not say that I was expecting it, because that would be a lie, but I was dreaming of it, and it happened.
Well, it did pay off. Now, Cello, for you, I mean, you've been on a lot of Brazilian teams, but not quite been able to get into the Furia squad to play in the big arenas in Rio. Now you've got the best Brazilian team, and you're playing on it, and you're going into the arena in Rio. I mean, for you, that feeling must just be indescribable.
It's unbelievable for me. I don't know what I can say because I never played some playoff like that in Brazil. So for me, Saturday will be a big day.
This has got to be a moment you've just been dreaming of for years, right? I mean, have you got any family, friends coming to watch?
Yeah, my mom, my brother come to watch me. So yeah, you'll be good.
I mean, as a kid, I'm sure in Brazil especially, you always want to be able to perform in some sort of sport or be able to perform in front of your family and friends, and you got to get to do that in the arena. So what have you just been sort of envisioning that moment when you walk out into the arena? Have you been thinking about it?
No, I don't. I can't because como que é ansiedade?
Anxious.
Yeah, because so it's bad. It's bad to imagine this. So nah.
Well, your teammates have been there before, right? They've played in the arena. So have you had any discussions with them about what it feels like at all, or just going to go in fresh for yourself?
The guys say it's amazing. The crowd, it's unbelievable, bro. Yeah.
Well, we know Cello brings a lot of fire, so I'm excited to see that in the arena. And obviously, I want to talk to you real quick as well today, because for you, I mean, this is a big-time job. You just got into the Furia team. You had a lot of people wondering, you know, are you going to be able to coach this squad to the level they need to be? And you've been seeing some great results. So for you, it must just feel like a lot of pressure off your shoulders. You made it into the arena in Brazil.
Yeah, one of our goals of this semester was making it to the playoffs here in Rio, because we know that coming here and not making it to the playoffs would be like something bad and sad for us. So one of our goals was making it to the playoffs and being able to play in front of the arena. And we are the only Brazilian team left in the tournament, so we know we represent a lot of things and we represent a lot of people in the entire country. And yeah, it's really special for us making it to the playoffs and straight to the semifinals. It's the dream scenario, as Fabian said.
What has it been like for you coaching a top-tier Counter-Strike team? I mean, coming up to this level can be really difficult.
It's been really cool. I mean, I've been working as the assistant coach for 1.5 years before I took the job as the head coach. So I kind of know how CS worked at this level. But yeah, it's a whole different beast being the coach and being on the stage with the guys. And it's going to be my first time in a big arena like this. But it's been really cool. I'm enjoying the process, and the guys make it very easy for me. So yeah, let's hope for a good show here.
I mean, you have one of the most experienced in-game leaders ever in the game. So what is it like when you call a timeout? What is sort of the inputs that you give?
Yeah, we need to share some of the responsibilities in the timeouts, because of course Fallen brings a lot of ideas himself. And normally I don't even need to call attack, because he already understands what's happening in the game. But whenever I have to calm things down and calm the nerves down and bring the guys back to the game, I do that. And in timeouts, sometimes I have tactical inputs to help them and to help Fallen with it. So yeah, I think we've found a good balance of me helping Fallen with the tactical side and also bringing the guys back to the calmness we need them to be.
Well, thank you very much for your time, guys, and good luck in the semifinals. Furia into the semis here in Intel Extreme Masters Rio. Here with Heroic. Hey, Nurse, we'll grab a quick chat with you. It's not the earliest media day, but it's still pretty early in the day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. This is my first time in Brazil, and probably from what I heard, I will get a good experience from this crowd.
Yeah, I mean, you would know, because your teammates have played in the playoffs every single time. They made it to the final every time. So this is a team that I don't think many would have expected you guys to make it straight to the semi-finals coming into the event. Were you kind of expecting this form from you guys coming in?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, at least we expected it. We have like the chance to do it. We had few practice days it was long practice days, and it paid off. Let's say it like that. Yeah.
No, we've seen, obviously, for a few events, you couldn't get Dexter to actually come to the tournament, and it took a while to settle in, but do you feel like he's starting to click in the squad now?
Yeah. From I think this game, big part of it's mental, and it was affecting us when we were playing the first time. We were playing with Nico. We are playing with the coach. We are playing it's really hard. And when now you have like this stability, and we will see and we will show in the future how good we are as a team.
Yeah, and looking at your side of the bracket for the playoffs, how are you feeling about it? You've got Navi, Virtus.pro in there. on that side. So whoever goes on to win that game plays against you guys. How do you feel about those two squads?
So about VP, I don't like to play against them. I never was fan of their game style, but I want to play against Navi. I think I always have like this extra confidence against them. So I think it will be insane match to play against Navi and also they are playing insane in front of crowd. So I hope it will be like that, Navi against Heroic.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to it. So best of luck. I'll let you get on with the other things you have to do here, nerds. Well, I'll see you then. We have to go bother someone else from Heroic. Who we got? Okay, they moved upstairs, so we'll move over there. In the blink of an eye, we're going to be upstairs. Another playoffs in Rio. You just keep doing it, man.
Yeah.
Something about this tournament, huh?
Something is blessed and something is cursed.
It's true. It's always second place, but maybe this time we can change. But you were playing lights out in the group stage. You had a crazy last game. So what is it that's going well for you at the moment?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like focusing on the game and focusing on what's in front of me. And I think we were truly able to do it in this tournament. And the practice we had up till now, like before we came here, was like really good, and it was some of the best years we have played. So we had a lot of confidence from the practice, and not from the results necessarily, but in the way we were playing in practice. We just brought it here, and it's so good.
Now, your nurse was telling us it was a very intense practice. Can you maybe talk us through what the practice day would look like? How many hours are we talking?
I don't know, it was not like it was crazy intense, but we would meet up at like 10 a.m. and some days we would finish at 7 a.m. Sometimes at 8 a.m. p.m. I mean 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. So it would be 9-10 hours.
Does it feel good to have some consistent practice with Dexter finally? Like you guys couldn't get him to come to the events, but now you're actually getting a lot of practice and you get a lot of events under your belt.
Yeah, it's definitely needed, and you can still feel there's so many small things that you still need to talk about and adjust, and we haven't found the correct way in all maps yet, and who's calling the city sides and how we're gonna do it, and the system we have, we need to practice a lot more to figure those small things out.
So you've obviously played in front of the Brazilian crowd a lot. You had the huge crowd in 2022 at the major, and then now you've played last year obviously in the final. So what does it feel like from your experience playing against or with the Brazilian crowd or against?
Yeah, it's a different beast. Now we have been so lucky to play Furia 2 times, and you will never forget that feeling. It's the craziest feeling you will ever get, and I really hope to meet them in the final if we get there. It's something that I really hope to give the other guys as well to really enjoy that, and it's next level.
Yeah, the only way you can play them is that final, so that would be crazy to see. But thanks very much, Tessa. So I'll let you get on with the rest of the media day. Thank you. Hey Dexter, good morning. Good morning. How are you feeling this morning? Well rested?
I feel great.
Yeah. You have a day off now. You made it to the semi-finals. That must feel amazing. I mean, being away from the game for so long, you're back in CS2, finally able to play with Heroic, and now you're going to play in the semi-finals in Brazil. That must feel pretty awesome.
Yes, that's awesome. I heard how many people will be on the stage, and I'm super excited right now.
Yeah. Now your play style is pretty exciting. So in an arena where you have a crowd that's super excited, I mean, the energy you can bring with some of your op plays might be perfect for what people are wanting to see.
Well, to be honest, when I have been told that there will be like 10,000 people, I was already excited, and now I'm a bit sad that we're not playing today or tomorrow.
Yeah, you want even more games. Well, I mean, for you coming into CS2, you haven't quite got to the level you were at in CS:GO, but do you feel like it's just getting better and better?
Yes, for sure. I truly believe that in the future, with the time, it will be there.
And obviously, there was a period of time where you just couldn't come to the events. Now you're here. Are you feeling like what is the biggest thing that's improved so far since you've joined the squad and being finally able to get some good practice and come to the events with them?
I mean, everything gets to be improved. There is one thing which we just focus on. We first time ever had so much time playing together since I joined. And we are working on everything what we can, and we are looking at each game, and we are finding some stuff that can be improved, can be changed, and all of that are helping us to play better each game.
And as an opera, we heard in the past some of your in-game leaders would say you're very willing to make a call around yourself. You're willing to make a play with your own initiative. Would you say that's the same in this Heroic team? Do you feel like you've got a lot of freedom to play with?
Well, I don't really want to talk about some other people that are talking about that. But the thing is, in this team, I think it's working in a perfect way, where we can call and I can call together. So, in my eyes, that's how it should work, and it's working well in that team. Yeah.
And quick thoughts on obviously your opponents, either Navi or its VP. Who would you rather play in that match? We had Nerds earlier today saying he would rather play against Navi, feels more comfortable against them. Would you agree?
Well, I didn't play against Navi in CS2, to be honest, with this European roster, but to be honest, I don't have so much focus on the team that we're going to play against in semifinals. I think the most important is how we're going to play, how we're going to prep, and how we're going to do our things. And honestly, it might be interesting to play against Navi because they are doing a good job in this season and in the previous season, I think. So, but to be honest, I don't have huge percentage of who I want to play against.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dexter. I'll let you get on with the rest of your day, but thank you and good luck in the arena.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's 3 years back to back to back. The Intel Extreme Masters has returned to Rio de Janeiro. Back in 2023, it was actually Vitality to lift the trophy when they still had the Danish duo of dupreeh and Magisk on their roster. And they're still in with a shot this year as they're going to be taking on Mouz in this evening's quarterfinal. But back in 2022, however, it was actually Virtus.pro, then known as the Outsiders, who surprised us all by lifting the major trophy. They were certainly the dark horses of that event, and almost 700 days later, they return to the same arena once more. This time with Electronic joining the fray, and it's safe to say there's still some unanswered questions regarding the identity of this Virtus.pro squad. What we have no questions about, however, is Navi making it to the playoffs. Currently ranked world #1s after lifting the major trophy in Copenhagen, then EWC, and earning a place in every single grand final ever since. Question is Brazil where they score the hat-trick?
Safe to say it's been a couple of eventful days here at IEM Rio as we're heading into the playoff. And Janko, there's been a couple of surprises so far in the tournament, and I think, we should start with the bad. G2, what's up with that?
I don't know, it's just something when it comes to Brazil. I mean, this is the first time they actually made it to the event, not qualifying for the major, skipping IEM last year, and it's been their worst tournament yet. Nico's worst performance ever at the big event. They just didn't come ready to play at all.
And they won a tournament just a week ago. It's crazy. Another big disappointment, or dare I say big, is FaZe Clan. They're continuing to struggle. Can't make it to the playoff.
Yeah, they're still trying to regain their form. Sure, they had a bit of a tougher run in the lower bracket, played some good teams, but it's just not the FaZe Clan that we're used to seeing lately.
Well, enough with the bad surprises. The good surprises have been Furia, at home turf in Rio once more, heading into the playoffs, straight to the semifinal. How big of a surprise is that to you that they're playing so well?
Is it a surprise, considering Furia in Rio the last 2 times, right? But yes, of course, considering what their form has been looking like and struggling to, make deep runs with this new roster, this is just what the doctor ordered, beating number 6, number 5, and number 1 in the world to make it straight into the semifinals.
It's been hella impressive from Furia so far, and so has it been for Heroic. I think, to me, that's the biggest surprise. For them to be in the semifinal at such a big tournament, no one saw that coming.
Absolutely, right? It's the first playoffs they made at a big event, really, with the core of this lineup. Played some really good CS, though. And hey, Heroic as an organization, again, when it comes to Rio, 2 grand finals, but lost both of them. It will be Navi on their side of the bracket, so we'll have to see what they can do here.
Courtesy if the fans can still remember Heroic, safe to say, win for a treat.
Celebrating all the time here in Rio. You guys are queuing up and getting yourselves ready. I want to ask you, though, today, who are you cheering for?
Oh, today I'm cheering for Vitality. I want to see Furia and Vitality because I want to see a hard game. Okay. And we're gonna win with proud.
Nice. So you believe that much in how well Furia are playing that they could take down Vitality in the semi-finals?
Of course.
Yeah.
I believe 100% in Furia.
I think everyone here definitely believes in Furia right now. What about you, my friend? Who are you cheering for?
Oh, definitely Vitality.
Vitality?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be a nice game tomorrow.
Nice game tomorrow. Yeah. You wouldn't be scared of playing Vitality?
No way.
No?
No.
And Furia, though, are you surprised they made it this far?
Oh, kind of.
Yeah.
Our backtrack's not the best, but I 100% believe they could do it.
It's the magic of Rio?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And it's all you guys are going to be cheering and shouting for them, right? And the arena's going to give them all that energy.
Of course, 100%.
100%. All right, what about you, my friend? You've got a FaZe jersey on right now, but no FaZe here.
And I hope Vitality can smash Mouz because I'm sad for my man Kerrigan, my favorite gen, my King Kerrigan, and I really hope to see Vitality on the semis. I am a big fan of Zayu, Apex too, and I want to see Furia smash Vitality and take Heroic on the grand finals to the revenge of the last 2 years in Rio. We are hungry with Heroic. They did smashed Kaden, Stavi and Yabi. Now we need to defeat Tezis and Sush.
All against Heroic on that one. Very passionate, very fun. Let's see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the day. I'll keep checking in with you guys.
Jacob, I think everybody does remember Heroic. You were kind of questioning that in your little walk on the roof from what it looked like.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers Heroic. They definitely want to take him down.
First of all, Jacob, does that guy scare you at all?
A little bit,
That's a lot of your countrymen on a list.
I'm just saying, if I'm Tezis and shoes right now, I'd be a little bit careful entering this arena. There's some revenge out there for the taking.
But we've got some incredible games coming up, obviously, throughout the group stage. With so many top-tier teams, there's going to be some upsets. There's going to be some teams that don't make it through to the top 6, but we've had some surprises in terms of the teams making it through, particularly when we look at those semi-finals, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Furia, I think you're surprised a little bit considering the level of opposition that they faced. Beating Navi 2-0, very dominant fashion, beating Mouz in a best-of-3, which a team they struggled to beat. Even a FaZe in the opening best-of-1, right? The manner in which they made the semi-final is quite impressive, and similar for Heroic too.
Yeah, very surprised by Heroic. I think we labeled them as a team coming into this tournament that desperately needed a success, desperately needed to show that they have, what it takes to be a contender for the playoff. But for them to go straight into the semi-final, for them to beat Vitality in a best-of-3 series as well, no one saw that coming.
But also, what's going on with Vitality? I mean, they get a 10-2 CT side on Mirage, can't win more than 1 round on their T side. They couldn't close out the G2 game on Mirage as well. Some struggles on the T side there. It's not what you want to see coming into the playoffs of a big event.
No, definitely not. Jacob, this is your first time at an IEM Rio, right? Are you surprised to see, obviously Furia, that's going to be the top team for all the fans in attendance here. Vitality seem like the second favourites, though. That surprise you?
Not really. They're a fun team to watch, and I think when you're watching Saivu play Counter-Strike, and when you have been watching him play Counter-Strike for all these years, you earn your respect and you earn your fandom in that regard. Maybe they're not as passionate about cheering for Apex and Saivu, but I think they respect them a lot for what they've shown the past couple of years.
Let's dive in to a little telly game. We've got hot, we've got cold, we've got some sort of lukewarm temperature in the middle. I'd like you guys to rate the teams from what we've seen from that group stage in terms of
obviously on fire is great, cold is not so much. No one likes being cold.
Well, I think it's fairly easy. We can start with the apparent one, you know, with Furia being red hot in this tournament, even in prior years, prior showings in Brazil. They just seem, the players seem to be more locked in, right? Like more focused, they're shooting sharper, they're making better decisions. So Rio, once again, they make top 4.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Furia so far, especially, you know, since Fallen came in and now in-game leading that troop, you know, without the interference from Art, without having 2 different in-game leaders who wants to do 2 different things. It's looking very, very bright for Furia, also heading into the major, obviously, which is going to be a big goal for them. I think in terms of the, you know, matching out the hot, I would put Vitality over here to be dead on cold. I agree with you. I think the T side so far has been very worrying. I spoke to Apex yesterday as well, who said that he was worried heading into the playoff. He does not know what's going on the T side right now. No synergy, a little bit of lack of communication, lack of practice. He was giving a lot of different reasons as to why it's not looking too good for Vitality. So for them to be in the playoff consistently but still playing bad Counter-Strike, it's a sign of 2 things. They are a great team, but they're not hitting their stride right now.
It's also a tournament where Zybo has a 153 rating, so he's playing lights out, right? And to tell you how well Furia is playing, Serato is better than that with 1.54. But I think another easy one, right, considering the results, is going to be Heroic with the hot. Going straight into the semifinal. I call them, you know, a little bit of a budget Navi, right? Similar to Navi. There's no clear superstar on that team. Sure, Nerds is you kind of looking at him as the guy who's supposed to be it. Dexter on the op here and there, but more like a team that has good players across the board, can just play the system, has a great coach in Saw, and finally, because they had issues with Dexter being there, not being there, practice, not practice, maybe we're finally seeing some fruits of that labor.
Which would you say is more of a surprise? Furia making it to semifinals or Heroic making it straight to semifinals?
Well, I would say Heroic, but the problem is you see who Furia beat. I wouldn't be as surprised by Furia, but I wouldn't expect them to beat like the 3 teams they had to beat in a row to make the semifinals straight away. So both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
I hate that answer. But I hate it, but
you're right. It's definitely who Furia beat, you know, that makes it mad impressive.
Yeah.
I think another team that, you know, I wouldn't put them as hot, I wouldn't put them as cold right now is Navi. You know, the way they're playing and the way they're positioning themselves right now into this tournament, we know them to be the best team in the world. We know them to be the most consistent team in the world, and they have made it to 5 finals in a row, but we saw tendencies in Copenhagen that wasn't necessarily too great. Obviously losing the final to G2 in the fashion they did. Also having lost the game right here. I feel like maybe they're running out of energy a little bit, running out of steam. Maybe they've been figured out. Lack of practice, lack of ability to renew themselves almost. It feels like a Navi that is not hitting the stride at 100% right now, which doesn't make them a bad team. They're just not as good and as dominant as they were a couple of months ago.
They're just tired, Freya. They're tired. You know, you could hear Alexi as well. You know, we won a tournament, then you lose the final. You feel like you haven't won anything, right? Because I think the players also understand, you know, these windows when you're really good and you're the best and you're having a good run, they don't last for a long time, right? Like no matter how good you are as a team and how much you have things figured out, you have a target on your back, people are chasing, teams are making changes to catch up with you, right? So it's just about mental fortitude at this point. We heard it from them, we heard it in the comms, right? The frustration is apparent, and they're not playing as clean as we've seen them in some of the previous tournaments.
Not to throw you under the bus, Jacob, but I remember, you know, your closing statement at the PGL Major. Richard asked you, you know, are Navi going to continue on this consistent form? You said, no, I don't think so. Major is probably going to be the highlight. Sure. Do you see them having the longevity now? Like, we've got another Major waiting at the end of this bit.
Well, technically the Major is the highlight still. You know, they haven't done anything that outbeats that. So I'm not sure I'm wrong in that sense, but no, I didn't anticipate them to be a consistent top 5, top 4 team. I think they've shown me enough, you know, and I think we spoke to JL during Cologne as well, where he said that they are a much better team today than they were when they won the Major. I'll still argue that them winning the Major in Copenhagen was Navi playing at 70-80% of what they are today. So I have gained a lot of respect for them. I think they are a significantly better team. The foundation of Navi as well, that's what we're speaking about as well. They're tired right now, lost a tournament in Copenhagen. They're still in the playoff and they're still one of the favorites to win the entire thing. So even Navi on a B level is good enough to be contending for trophies, which in itself is a statement.
Let's put VP in the cold one, right? I mean, it's also surprising that they're in the playoffs, but then you look at who they beat, 9Z, Astrales, the Mongols, who they also lost to in the best of one, right? Nothing to write home about. Even VP still being in flux and trying to figure it all out. You're not shocked that they beat these teams. And with an uptick in the performance from Electronic, that's why they're in the quarterfinals.
You know something that is hot, though, Janko? That is skins. I know you love your skins. And you guys at home can also join in on the action by watching through Face It Watch. Now, it's not just skins that are up for grabs that are going to be beginning exciting. At 5 p.m. CST, if you're joining us from European, there's also Face It Watch Perspectives. You can choose which player you're going to be watching through. Now, we do have VP, we do have Navi in that first game. Who would you be watching from? What perspective, Janko?
I think it depends in which time zone you are, Freya, right? Like if you're in Australia, it's going to be pretty late. You can watch James, put yourself right to sleep, right? Not too much going on. But if you are looking for some sizzle, for some fire, watch JL. He's always a fun player to watch.
We love that. Okay, Mouz, to round out the conversation.
Yeah.
Where are they in this temperature chart?
I think right here.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they're in the middle of the pack right now. They came into this tournament, also a bit worried that they weren't hitting their strides. Also a bit worried that they haven't been up to par with what, high level of Counter-Strike they've been able to produce in the beginning of the year and when they came together. I think so far in this tournament, it's been all right. And the win against FaZe, to qualify for the playoff, that's a statement victory. FaZe is not a bad team. They're just not the FaZe of old. So
they've been owning them as well. I mean, 6, 7 times in a row, they weren't able to beat them in CS2. This was their first win.
So maybe that could be like a mental thing that we finally get over that hurdle. But I think in terms of their general level heading into the playoff and the opposition and how well Furia, Heroic, Navi for that matter is looking right now, it's still going to be a bit rough for Mouz to replicate a final performance.
Is that something that does give you an edge when you do manage to finally take down a team that have been, getting the better of you for so long? Like from your perspective, coaching, is that a good mental lift for players?
It definitely helps, right, to break that sort of glass ceiling that you have, whether it's just for that team or just in general for your team, to beat one of those contender teams, right, that are up in that echelon of play. That's sort of a proof of concept. Hey, we finally got this figured out, right? We are good enough to play these teams and to make deep runs.
Right, it's not just a whole chunk of change. It's not just a trophy. It's not just pride on the line, is it, Jacob? Oh no, the Intel Grand Slam, there is a notch up for grabs here. And this gets quite interesting when we look at a couple of the teams, particularly with Vitality winning Cologne, because their previous one from Rio had just expired. Then they managed to get Cologne. I think that's a really important one to be getting because you have to get one of those championship level ones, right? In terms of actually if you want to get the Intel Grand Slam.
Yeah, I think absolutely for Vitality and then also for Navi too, right? Considering, okay, they have Pro League, they win here, and then obviously Kato is the next one coming up. Like that would make you be at 3 already. So Vitality has the big one, Navi has the other one. These are the two main favorites in the tournament even, and sure, I guess we shouldn't forget about Mouz, who could potentially get it done here and at the next one.
I mean, Chad was saying that in the green room, right? If they win here, then they could win in Katowice. That would be nice. Unlikely, though, I imagine.
Unlikely, but still a possibility. But I think that's the whole theme for this Intel Grand Slam this time around. It's not only 1 or 2 teams duking it out for that title. There's a lot of teams in the race right now. We have a very open scene where top 5 is pretty much up for grabs at all times. Obviously, Navi have been dominating, so to speak, as the top 1 team. We have Spirit, who's not even here at this tournament as well, contending for it. So it's an open race right now.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of action going to be ensuing here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. But before we do dive any further, it's time to check in with our One Expert Power Ranking.
Hello and welcome to the One Expert Power Rankings. I got Janko, I got Chad, and we're here to talk about the 6 teams left in IEM Rio and try and put them in order of who is the most likely to convert and lift the trophy.
First question, 1 to 6 or 6 to 1 or a random order?
I like 1 to 6, that was where I was going to go with it, and yes, do you have any objections?
I have objections. I think we should start with Chad's favorite team, Virtus.pro.
6.
I agree. I concur. They beat Mongols, they beat 9Z, they beat Astralis to make it into the playoffs. No top 10 teams in there.
Okay.
And they're going up against Navi. I think they're going to get...
Okay.
Although, they did win in Rio 2 times.
Yeah, Heroic VP, both playing well in Rio. What are we saying? I mean, do we put
There's something in the water.
And Furia.
It's James the Redeemer. So look, they can have a run for sure.
Yeah.
I think going up against Navi, it's like loss, win, loss, so they're due a win.
Okay.
So, but still, because I love VP, I have to put them at 6.
I think also Navi, after losing, to Furia, they're not going to be happy about that. I think it's a little bit of a wake-up call, so I think we see them bounce back against VP and slap them around.
Okay. So VP 6, that leaves us to 5. Do you want to do it in that order? Do you have an obvious 5th? Like, are we expecting big things from Furia, or have they already overperformed?
I don't think I'd put Furia in at 5. I think I'd have to Heroic, which is kind of sad because they played well. But I think that it's not saying the seeding matches don't matter. They just mattered more to Furia and Heroic than they did their opponents. And I think Heroic are a bit of a sleeper team because we haven't seen them perform at their best due to travel issues for Degster. But I just think as far as the depth of what we'll see and maybe the level of inspiration in the environment they'll be on, Heroic will be on the lower end.
Okay.
I don't think they play bad Counter-Strike. I don't think they have bad players, but Tessus has had massive performances, and I don't know if they can keep the best Danish player, performing at that level yet.
Nice.
I think it's unfortunate. This is the first time Heroic performs like this because I want to put them higher. But I think because of that, you have to put them 5, and then Mouz comes in at 4, even though they haven't been really impressive, but it's been a little bit up and down for Mouz. Definitely not looking super dominant, but I guess you can't count them out at this point.
But they beat up their big brother.
Yeah, right.
So that's a big win for Mouz.
You could see on their faces it meant an awful lot.
For sure.
But leads us to our top 3. Is this where it gets easier, or does it get harder here?
I don't know, Janko. Are you going to be controversial right now?
I want to put Vitality at 3.
Oh dear. Okay.
Cologne champions Vitality, number 3.
Yeah, Cologne champions Vitality, but what have you done for me lately? Wow,
it was like a month ago.
Yeah, but you had Pro League since that, losing to Eternal Fire, Blast, finals where they lost to G2. They had 10-2 CT side against Heroic. They couldn't win more than 1 round on their T side. Like, that's worrying signs, the manner in which they lost some of these games. So we're talking about the power ranking. They're not looking too powerful right now, Alex, for me. So I'll put them at 3.
I would like to argue, but we don't have time. So that would mean that it has to be Furia at number 2 then, even though they beat Navi. No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You're not
Furia
putting
number 2. Yeah.
Okay. You looked at me like you wanted to put Furia number 1. I know that they beat Navi, right? To put
they beat number 1, number 5, number 6 in the world.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
And I don't know what
pretty
it is.
Powerful.
Look, Furia at number 2. They're playing great CS, which leaves Navi, the number 1 team in the world, at number 1.
Yeah. Up against VP, who you put at 6, so it all kind of lines up.
And then they have Heroic in the semi-final, right? So again, favorite in that matchup too.
Right, appreciate it, guys. Nice to pick your brains. I wish we had time to argue because that sounded like it would have been fun, but that's the 1xBet Power Rankings. Thanks for watching.
It is almost time for our first quarterfinal, and no better moment for Jame & Co to return to their old winning turf. The 2022 major champions, now with Electronic in tow, ready to take on the Rio stage once more.
Hello, Dennis. How are you, Fame?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. For you, there must be some great memories here. So just tell me what the feeling was when you guys made it through a stressful groups into the playoffs.
It was amazing, and we really happy that we can play here in this arena. And we're just looking forward to win best team in the world today.
First big event, though, you guys have reached playoffs at since EWC. You've been going through some changes as a team, coaching staff, style changes.
Yeah, I think this is, key moment for us. And we need to prove everyone that we are what we are capable of, and that we are one of the best teams in the world. And of course, we need to show everyone our game.
Yeah. And everyone talks about Furia having Rio magic, but you guys have some Rio magic as well. Do you feel it here?
Yes, of course. We have this magic, this energy, and I think the city is special for us.
And do you remember what that crowd feels like? Are you excited for that to happen again?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I want to go and feel this, energy from crowd.
Hell yeah, I want to see it. I want to enjoy it as well, man. Good luck. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Triple kill from JL. JL can't hit it. Apex, he wants it, and JL denies. JL, J-Legend, 4 kills.
JL to me is like the complete package of a player because he'll do what the team needs. He works hard. He understands the grind that comes with it, but also he can do all the content, all the interviews, all the media. This guy can do it all, and I'm yet to see anything he can't do, but maybe that's something I should test him with. JL, aka J-Legend. He's also making banger content.
At JL60 on YouTube.
There we go.
Now running him down. He doesn't have the bullets, Chad. He has 1, and that's great. But now Zerchin goes down to the Glock. Good God. If he knifes him, I'm going to lose my marbles. Gets him up, and it's the clutch from JL. 1 HP.
We don't have a lot of personalities in CS. Some people try to shy away from social media, maybe keep their comments to themselves. I try not to do that. I feel like whatever I have in my mind, I try to say, of course in a respectful manner. Sometimes people don't take it that way, but I try to be as respectful as I can. And also to add some extra pressure in the game. So if I make a I wouldn't call those comments offensive, but whenever I do make one, it's just so I could have more pressure in the game. It makes it a little bit more interesting for me, for the viewer, and maybe for the person that I said it against.
They will have Alexi here in time, and with JL, oh, that's a lovely set of openers. JL, one step further.
My first interaction with Blade, one of the Navi agents contacted my agent, and he told them, the Navi wants to have a talk with you. And I'm like, I don't speak Russian that well, which is the language they used back then, but I'll still give it a shot. So we go into the interview, we talk, he asked me about the game, how do I see the game, what I feel like I could bring to a team, and we did this interview in English, and I kind of understood that he wants to make an international lineup. I asked him about it, he said yes. Yeah, that's how it all began. I feel like at the start he didn't view me as a solid player, but now he looks to me as an individual that I play well in my roles, and sometimes I need some guidance and sometimes I don't, and he trusts in my ability to defend the site or make an aggressive lurk.
What can you do, JL? What can you do? Isolates, missed shot from Woxic. Zentaris to provide the covering fire, pushing in. 2 of the 3, and now it looks like JL's done it.
I think the people that didn't believe in JL didn't really fully understand his story or know his work ethic. But when you hear about his story, when you hear about the background he's come from and how much he wants this and how far he wants to go, he understands more than just playing the game. He understands what it takes to get to the level he wants to achieve, and he follows his path the way he sees it and also listens to the right people around him.
He needs to get out of the bomb site. He needs to get out right now. Oh, he crossed forward. JL!
Actually, I have no idea what makes JL so special. Maybe because I respect people around me. I try to give them not as much attention, but treat people with positivity. I always say hi to fellow players or fellow staff workers at ESL, Blast, whatever tournament we're playing in. I try to give respect, and maybe that's why people respect me back.
The bomb down, pushing through is Immer, Navi! Charging into the site! Navi refused to surrender!
We are in the player lounge at IEM Rio before the playoff begin. And in here I caught, Virtus.pro, a team that, I'm not going to lie, a little bit surprised that they're in the playoff. But let's go find out why that is. Norbert, you want to talk to me? Yes, just sit. It's all good. It's all good. You guys are in the playoff. And I just said that that's, from my point of view, without being disrespectful, maybe a bit of a surprise. You guys have been struggling a bit lately, but you're looking much, much better here in Rio. Why is that?
Because of the aura of Rio. But of course we're happy that we made it to playoffs, to play in front of Brazilian crowd. It feels good.
You have pretty good experience being in Rio, right? You had some high highs, let's put it that way. Obviously the major is the one that comes into mind. Do you feel comfortable being in Rio? Is that like a happy place for you to play?
Yeah, of course it feels like it's second home.
Second home. And I know, the bracket are looking somewhat rough for you. Only good teams left, but how bad do you want to meet Furia once more inside that arena?
Before the last game against Mongols, when Navi played against Furia, I thought Navi will win and we will play against Furia, but I hope we'll make it to finals, and Furia made it to finals, and we will play best of 5 against them.
It'll be a fun final, and are you excited to? I mean, you said it before. You've been in the arena, you experienced the crowd. Are you excited to experience that Brazilian roar once more?
Of course, I missed this feeling because last time the Brazilian crowd was cheering for us, and I hope they will do it again.
Oh yeah, you want them to cheer for you, yeah? Yeah. All right, and as I said, it's been a little bit of a strugglesome period for VP. You guys are seemingly playing better Counter-Strike right now. Do you think it's all the practice now finally coming to fruition?
Yeah, maybe because we had more time between tournaments to practice, and I hope it pays off.
All right, I got one last question for you. Who's the next one we should annoy?
You can come to Fame.
Fame. All right, let's speak to Fame then. Fame, you got called out by your teammate. Listen, you can sit. It's all good. You're in the playoff. IEM Rio. How does that feel?
Feeling amazing.
Yeah, amazing. You're excited for the Brazilian crowd?
Of course, I love Brazil and I love Brazilian crowd.
Yeah, it's always a great experience. You guys are in the playoff, as I said, and that must be a nice feeling after a couple of rough tournaments. Do you feel like it's the practice coming to fruition now, or is there anything else that is clicking for you guys?
Yeah, it's nice from the last few events that we went to the playoffs, and I think
it's the beginning, it's the start, and it's the best city to start playing good. And I think we're gonna have good confidence because of the fans. Maybe they will support us, and it's just feeling amazing to be here.
I mean, last time you guys were inside that arena, they were supporting you. Do you think they'll remember that from last time around?
I hope so. I don't know, but I hope so.
You hope so. I got one last question for you. Who should be the next one we speak to?
This guy.
This guy? Yes. The mastermind?
Yes.
All right, let's speak to the mastermind. James, you are the guy that never, ever will die on the server, and nor will you die in this interview, bro. How does it feel to be in the playoff at IEM Rio?
It feels amazing.
Yeah, feels good. Feels good. It's been, as I said, talked to some of your teammates already. It's been a strugglesome period for VP in results-wise. Do you feel like it's all coming together now? You guys are playing better?
Oh yeah, of course we're playing better. Last 6 months not good for us, but right now I think it's okay.
It's okay. And okay, is that enough to potentially go all the way to the final and win the trophy again?
Yes, of course, I hope so.
You hope so. And as I spoke to your teammates about as well, you've been here in Rio before. You have probably the highlight of your career winning the major inside that arena. Is that something that, is still sitting in the back of your mind? Is that something that motivates you to re-experience once more time?
Yeah, of course, it's a magic place for me also. 2 times I was here and 2 times I won. I hope it will be first time.
One could argue the best player in the world when it comes to playing in Rio.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Quarterfinals time at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and the world #1 certainly no strangers to the playoffs. Looking to claim their 3rd trophy of 2024, Navi's run begins now in Brazil.
How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing good. It's live?
It is not live. We're just pre-recording it.
All right. Yeah, but we're recording.
We are recording, yes.
Your game face on?
Game face on, serious mode on. I got to ask you, though, after that game against Furia, what's the mood and the energy like coming into today?
What game? Yeah, it's good. We're in the quarterfinals. We're still in the game. And the worst thing you can do is lose and then dwell on the past. So we lost. We take it as experience. We know what went wrong. And now we came back fixed, hopefully.
Hopefully. Not too confident sounding on it just yet, but I want to ask you, first time in Rio, you've obviously probably heard a lot about this crowd. You excited to play in front of him?
Fuck yeah. Sorry for the language, but yeah, really excited. I heard many good things, a lot of noise, a lot of passion. So I want to see that today.
And in terms of a lot of passion, you guys need to show it on the server. You're going up against VP, but how confident is the whole team feeling about going into this matchup? Because you've got a little bit of history with these guys.
Oh, always confident. Regardless who we're playing, is it Spirit, G2, Vitality, Virtus.pro, doesn't matter. Confidence is what makes us.
So you ready to show the real Navi today?
Fuck yeah.
Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Oh yes, currently the best team in the world, ready to rumble once again in Rio. And you know what? There's probably a good reason that JL's feeling pretty confident. Sure, okay, they stumbled versus Furia, but we were saying this in the pre-show. Just think about the amount of games that Navi has played recently. Think about the amount of teams that they've taken down. One slip up here and there. I don't think we're going to be reading too much into that, no?
Yeah, and I think also it's a good wake-up call, right? Not that they lost to Furia, but also the manner in which they lost. They win a lot of pistol. I think they won 3 pistols and 3 times they lose the second round, right? Like, that's not the Navi that we know. Players individually looking out of sorts a little bit. So yeah, I think it's an easy VOD review to go back and listen to and watch and be like, this wasn't us, guys. Like, we need to do better than this in the playoffs.
I mean, they've even had a day off, heading into the playoff. And I guess for Navi's sake, that day off off could be used to do that, what we do, regain a bit of energy, take some time off and enjoy themselves. And I think with such a hectic schedule, one day off, can do a lot of things in terms of your mood, your energy, etc. So I share your sentiment. I'm not too worried on behalf of Navi. They're still a great team, and especially considering the opposition today as well, but they have played better Counter-Strike than we've seen in Rio so far.
You mentioned like a hectic schedule. I don't think it gets more hectic than Navi's, right? Because ever since EWC, where they lifted the trophy, made it to every single grand final ever since, sometimes taking the faster way there, sometimes not. They played basically every single game you could play since we've come out the player break.
And what were they telling us at EWC, right? Some of the reasons for their success. Oh, we had a nice long boot camp before this, right? Like a team that really benefits from it, being able to just zone in, focus, on an international team as well. Yeah. When everyone's, English is second language, it helps to have everyone there to make sure they're paying attention and just applying themselves in the best possible way. So, yeah, they haven't had the chance to do that up until this tournament. It's going to happen after it, but still impressive the run that they've had in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I think if you were to ask Blade, he probably wouldn't be too satisfied with this kind of schedule. I think you're right, a team that we praise to be reliant on, preparation, constantly renewing the playbook, etc., etc. They probably look very much forward to get done with Rio. Obviously, can they finish with winning this tournament, then go on a bit of an extended break, then prepare for the Arma, the major? That would be perfect, but it has been very, very hectic for a prep-heavy team like Navi.
I don't even think I've ever seen Blade satisfied. Like, think back to the Stockholm major, when Navi won without dropping a single map in that major. Blade still wasn't satisfied. He still said, no, we've still got room for improvement.
That's why he's the best coach in the game. I feel like he understands that when the team is winning, don't let them get too high, right? Also, if they're losing, don't ruin their confidence, right? They're a better team than the results, right? You just need to trust the process and all of that stuff. But I think definitely when you look at them as a team that's constantly looking for the details to improve, and what separates them from these other teams is there's no waste in their game, right? Like not even wasted utility, like everything happens for a reason, everything happens, they play with a purpose, and that's what makes them the best team in the world.
Yeah, they're fantastic. The foundation they have is absolutely fantastic. We had this story sort of involving with Navi saying that there's no star players within the lineup, to now a point where arguably they have 4 star players. Emma came alive as well, big point of conversation for many, many months, even during the major when they won. People were looking towards Emma and still asking the question, should you replace Emma and put Symbol back into that lineup, and would Navi then be stronger? And I think Emma took that to heart, because ever since he's been gradually getting better and better and better. So Navi right now are still in a position where obviously they're the ranked number 1 in the world for a reason.
I think the reason why the players are doing better individually is now they're finally very well rehearsed in the system, in the moves or the rounds that they have, right? Obviously they've had some good results which will just boost your confidence innately as an individual, and that's why it's difficult for Navi to sort of make changes on the fly a lot and still maintain the same level, because you need to rehearse stuff a couple of times. You need to play through some of these new things that they're going to add, things that they're going to change, and that's why it's difficult for them maybe than for some other teams. But still, the performance has been there even without having too much time to practice and switch things up.
It's probably worth bringing up, Navi's statistics from the past 3 months, just to kind of put some numbers to the words that we're spewing. But when I was speaking to Alexi B yesterday during the media day, I asked him, what is the one thing that you must improve coming from the group stage to the playoffs? And he said, we are playing way too individualistically, right? We're looking just at ourselves, and that's not the Navi that I want to be showing. Did you see that happening in any of the group stage games, or do you think Alexi's maybe feeling something different?
I think from an in-game leader point of view, when you're on the server, it doesn't take a lot for certain players. Just a couple of rounds where a player decides to go for a move that the player normally wouldn't do, the in-game leader feels a loss of control. So perhaps it's a bit over-exaggerated in that regard, but I think it could be a complacency thing as well, and a lack of focus. Hectic schedule, lack of preparation. Players are maybe a little bit tired, and it requires an awful lot of focus to play in a system where you have to, as you said and described before, there's no waste. Every single time you make a decision, every time you throw a flash, a smoke, a Molotov for that matter, there's a thought behind it. I would argue that the mental load on some of these Navi players are much, much higher than the mental load on G2 players, who just get to run around and do whatever the hell they want to. And arguably that's why they're out of the tournament. So yeah, I do think that it can be a thing of mental load and mental stress applied on the Navi players, and Alexi B is maybe feeling that they're losing a bit of concentration in that regard.
You want to be playing chess, not checkers, right? Like you don't want to make the first obvious move in the round, the obvious reaction, or just do it on your own, right? You want to combine it with your team, or even wait for your team to be in a position where they can react to what you're doing, right? Like and I think that's what may have been happening for Navi in some of these rounds, just the lack of patience from the players to do it together rather than try and take matters into their own hands.
Well, let's get some thoughts from Navi's in-game leader. It's Alexi B catching up with James Banks.
Navi are once again in the playoffs as they step on this stage. But Alexi, I want to start by asking you, the game against Furia, was it you guys being caught off guard?
I think they've had a tremendous tournament. They beat FaZe and Mouz Sports before us. And, you know, I think when you saw us play and when we did the review, it felt like we weren't there to play, and they constantly kept moving around the map. They kept finding gaps. They just basically outplayed us. And that's what can happen sometimes in CS, but we know that we're better than that. And the team talk we had after and the review we had after just showed our weaknesses. And we tried to improve them during the off day, and yeah, now we're here.
What did that team talk look like, though? Was it very much like you could see you guys were not doing what you're supposed to be doing?
Definitely, and we listened into the communication as well. And there was a lot of gaps, you know, here and there. And if you lose a couple important rounds and you need to double save, MR12, you're already looking really bad, right? Yeah. So we've tried our best to improve.
Now, we have seen on some of the voice comms a bit of frustration coming in as well. Is the mental strength taking a bit of a hit at the moment as a team?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could say so, but also I think it's just been natural for us as well. Like in this team, we're not afraid to talk to each other. Sometimes it might feel a bit rough, but at the same time, we're usually really good at just going to the next round, you know? So when you take things out of context and you don't show the full picture, it might look like that, but we know ourselves, like, when we are in the zone and how our communication is supposed to feel and look like. And yeah, it definitely hasn't been perfect, but yeah, no overreactions or anything.
That's good, and you're smiling while saying it, so I believe you on this one. Now, you're going up against VP today. Haven't played them since London. How much do you think this VP has changed when you've looked at it compared to the one you faced back then?
They've changed a lot. Okay. And I do think that they struggled before. But this tournament, they've had a lot of maps under their belts since they needed to play 3 best-of-3s on the lower bracket. So I think it was good for them. But at the same time, now we're both in playoffs. We're both playing on a stage. And the game is going to feel different. But I do feel like if we made the improvements that we have been talking about in the past 2 days, you know, I'm fully confident we can take this win.
Very confident. Team talks have been had. Smiles on his face. Let's see what Navi can do against VP.
Okay, Janko, I want to pick your brain for a moment, because a lot of times we hear teams saying, okay, we had this talk on our off days, we spent a couple hours getting shit done, getting everything off of our chest. As somebody who's been in like a coaching position, what kind of things do you feel like teams are talking about in that? Like, why are they so important? And we often do see changes coming out of them.
Well, I think, first of all, people need to realize that you can get the recordings of your team speak from the game, right? Like, it's being recorded while you play, you just ask the TO for it, you get it, then you can sync it up with the VOD and sort of go through what you were saying in the rounds and not just look at, and then one guy can say, oh yeah, I said this is open, but he didn't, right? So you do that and then you focus on just sort of gaps in communication a lot of times. It's like, you moved here, you didn't say you moved, right? Like you gave up an angle or gave up your position, you didn't let it know for your teammate, created a gap, he got shot in the back, or, you know, he didn't realize it or whatever. So you're focusing on some of those things, like where you see lapses in communication. You're also focusing on the energy levels, right? Like when you hear how people communicate, like listen to these guys now when we're sitting, you know, in the room, like how chaotic is this? Like everyone's screaming all the time in front. How do you expect to be able to hear each other, right? And to hear the game and just play, right? Like we need to tone it down. It's things like that you end up focusing on.
It is till this day still the most underrated thing and probably the hardest one to grasp for people out there watching. Communication in Counter-Strike is alpha omega, as you said, for many different reasons. The level of communication, the mood within the communication, how much are you communicating, over-communicating, under-communicating, you name it. For players out there who normally just play matchmaking or face it, it's hard to relate to because it's such a vital thing in Counter-Strike. The smallest lack of information can lead you to getting shot in the back, can lead you to lose a round that you're not supposed to lose, and then you have an eco, and then it's all, going out of control in that regard. So those talks, where you keep each other accountable, basically due to the communication, is to my understanding at least still one of the most important aspects of being a great Counter-Strike player. Everyone can get a good aim, everyone can get familiar with shooting in Counter-Strike. Very few people master the art of communicating.
And another thing that the players sort of make a mistake of is they feel, sometimes in a round, you feel like the round hasn't gone too great for you. Like, someone missed a smoke or this, and you feel like this round is just going bad. And you're thinking, it's all over, they're going to be waiting for us. But your opponents don't necessarily know that, right? You don't know how they're playing, where they're at. Do they have that information that you didn't take this map control? So sometimes in WOD review, you also see like, wow, you have no faith in this round, but actually it was all going fine. Like if you just executed it with a little bit more belief, you would have been fine. And just putting yourself in that mindset, put yourself in your opponent's shoes. They also might not know everything, and you don't need to overthink it and overstress in the moment of the game, right? There's always time after the game to analyze and see what we've been doing wrong. Do we need to change our approach? But in the game, it's just about believing the call 100% and executing to the best of your ability.
Now, Jacob, you were pretty candid with the VP players during that lobby segment. You said, very surprised to see you here. Are you surprised?
They were also very
Why
candid.
are you surprised? Yeah, I mean,
they're
as
all feeling
always.
amazing.
Yeah, well, I guess they should,
You could never tell by looking at them.
That's true. That's true. That was a rough run. I'm not gonna lie. I am surprised, for VP to be in the playoff. I think they've played lackluster Counter-Strike for a long time. It's been a project where when Electronic joined, I thought to myself, this is going to be a cool lineup. This is going to be a step in the right direction. This is going to be the re-entering the conversation about perhaps being a top 4, top 5 team. I think they have all the ingredients. People forget how good Fame, Flit, and Electronic is supposed to be as a rifle corps. James, as well as an in-game leader, have shown us before inside this arena that he can win big stuff. So in terms of the material they have to work with, they should be just fine, but it's just never clicked. And I guess the only reason why they are in the playoff is, I wouldn't call it an easy route into the playoff. They played better, than what we have seen for quite some time. And Electronic have been very impactful in this tournament as well, which is a new thing for them to experience. But it's arguably, at least to my understanding, the weakest out of the 6 teams in the playoff.
Resident VP enjoyer here.
Yeah,
right? The guy who believed 2 years ago.
You called
I
it,
will say though, look at it this way. Okay, Electronic joined some months ago. What's the most important tournament in the season?
The major?
Okay, so the major is a couple of months from now. What if you have Electronic coming in? Obviously, he's a big voice, very experienced player, good player. You want to figure out how to use him. He's going to change the dynamics within the team in terms of communication, calling, everything. So these 2-3 months from VP have just been like figuring that out. Like, where do we put them? How much input are you allowed to give, in a sense? Like, how much space do you get? How much space does James have? Like, let's figure out this dynamic, and we have some time to do it. And if VP has, let's say, figured it out now, and they can actually just get to sort of adding things and, supplementing their game in a way. Remember, they changed like 3 coaches in the last 3 months as well, right? They are ramping up to the major. And if they peak at the major, no one will care what they did at, EWC, Blast, Pro League, none of this, right? So in that sense, like, that's the timeline you have as a team, right? And it may look bad at the moment, and it has been looking bad, especially considering the talent that they have. But if they have figured it out, then it's all going to be worth it, Jacob.
It's a cool story. It's a really, really cool story, and there's a big if.
You're not buying it?
I'm not buying it at all. If they figure it out, then yeah, maybe. But to be honest, the change of coaches, Electronic's lack of impact, just watching the players, in Cologne, even you could see the body language. It felt like there was no soul within the team. So I'm not buying it at all. I would love to, for you to be right, because I would like VP to be competitive, but so far it's been very, very disappointing.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just like a cultural thing, because sometimes it does seem a little bit, I don't want to say sour, but they don't seem like they have the camaraderie of some other teams. I don't know. Maybe they're just testing things out.
But they never had it. Like, you go back 2 years ago. They didn't have it. Flit and Fame have it, but those guys never separate, right? Breakfast together. They were on the server together. But since then, Fame has been bouncing around a little bit on the server. Like, hey, why don't you do this? Now, why don't you do that? Now do this. Now make room for this guy. Now make room for that guy. No wonder he fell off, right? So VP was never like that. It was just sort of, James, we believe, we believe, right? And he got them the major. They got it done here, played their best Counter-Strike. So we've seen them do it before. Can they get back to it again.
Tell me a bit about the changes that have happened since that Rio Major, because, you know, almost 700 days since they did the trophy here.
700 changes as well, it feels like.
And Norbert, apparently part of every single one of them, in, out, shake it all about.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, they removed Norbert a month after they won the Major, or like a month and a half, right? And I didn't mind it at the time because, you know, you applaud sort of the forward thinking where, okay, we did win, but we're not the best team in the world, right? Like, we still need to make this change for whatever reason. It just turned out that the guy they brought in to replacement was a terrible choice in Kyrong. I mean, you bring a player who's totally inexperienced on that level, then you need to start from the ground up to teach him all these things. I mean, what are we talking about? They benched a player mid-major. Like, that's never happened before. Or was it the RMR? One of the two. In any case, right? It's like, that's crazy to do that mid any tournament, especially the major. So, you know, obviously Norbert brings something to the table that other players can't, and then it's been the fifth piece, right? Like, who do we get? How do we do this? Dastan is gone after like 6 years with the team, so all these things are massive shifts. Even Kickert, I mean, Kickert has been with Jaime and Dastan for the whole time, so bringing new personalities, new guys, there's an adjustment period to it for sure.
Like, luck hasn't been on their side either. We remember what happened during the Copenhagen Major as well. Jaime and the boys, the server crash was obviously a rough run, but I think for my money, when I look at the VP lineup, as I said before, they have all the tools in the toolbox in order to be a competitive team and be a great team, and I think that's why I lack that fire. When you bring in a guy like Electronic, you pay an awful lot of money for him as well. He is, to this date, arguably still one of the best in his role, or at least could be, and you're finding no success at all, then I think we got to keep them up to that standard that they set for themselves. So in terms of how they conduct themselves in Counter-Strike 2 so far, hasn't been great, but I will buy into half your story in the sense that there is a turnaround. You know, there is potential winning VP. Question is whether or not they can do it here in Rio, but also for the major coming up.
Well, I think James Banks also has some questions. He's going to be posing to Norbert upon his return to Rio.
If there's one non-Brazilian team that I feel can get a home field advantage, it's definitely Virtus.pro, and Norbert's got a smile on his face. But looking at your group stage performance, what can you tell me about that? Were you happy with what you were able to achieve in the end? Obviously making it to playoffs, but just how it went, how you played the games.
Of course, we're happy that we qualified to the playoffs, but I would say that first game against Mongols didn't go well because we didn't wake up. We played very bad. Individually, we didn't communicate as we communicate the other matches. So I'm happy that we managed to step up and qualify to playoffs.
What's the feeling, though, coming into this point where you're on the playoffs, you're looking out here in an arena you know very well?
It feels amazing because last time we played in arena, it was London, Blast. And now, Rio, playoffs, crowd, amazing.
Now, last time you took down one of the elite teams, right, was EWC against Vitality. Do you feel like Virtus.pro has improved enough to be able to challenge this Navi?
I hope, because last time we faced them in London as well, so we didn't fight at all. We lost 2-0, but I hope today we'll take revenge, and I hope we'll play much better than last time.
What do you think is going to be the difference in it in order to get the win? What's going to be needed for Virtus.pro?
Play with balls. Yes.
I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm hearing from the VP squad. Let's see if they can get it done when they go up against Navi.
I love a Norbert interview. A man who always says it how it is.
What else can you expect from a James team, Freya, right, at this point? I think, though, the way for VP to win this game is through frustration, right? Like, they're one of the most frustrating teams to play against with their approach. We've seen some of that frustration seed in the Navi squad and their comms, right? And I'm sure there's no love lost between the two organizations either, right? So you're going to be wanting to win this one, and then if things start going south for Navi, is their mental fortitude that's been great, and we've seen them deliver time and time again, is it going to start to crack, considering how long this season has been for them already?
I'm going to be brutally honest here. I think the first and biggest win condition for VP to win this game is Navi not playing their A game. It's one of these few matchups where I look towards the two teams and I feel like if Navi is playing just somewhat decent, if they're playing up to par, then I haven't seen anything from VP the past 6 months that should be able to match that, especially in an arena environment or in a playoff environment. So for me, the biggest win condition is that Navi is not firing at 100%. And then, yes, then we get into the second grade of tiers in terms of frustrations, you know, play with balls, be a little bit more assertive on the server, maybe showcase some of that individual skill. There was an argument to be made that Fame, Flit, and Electronic could be the strongest rifle trio in the game. We haven't seen that at all in CS2. We haven't seen that the past 3 months. So I feel like first step is Navi not playing well, and that's out of their hands, to be completely honest. And second part is for VP to show up and do much, much better than what we've seen lately.
Okay, maps. Last time it was Anubis, Mirage. We didn't get to Dust 2 because Navi annihilated VP. Any differences you expect today?
Well, I was going to say, probably for VP it has to be Inferno, right? Anubis didn't go so great last time. They started on a 0-11, start against Navi, and it's the one map where Navi has struggled on Inferno, losing 4 out of their last 5, right? For Navi, Ancient, that's the clear punish. I'm just curious to see, okay, Navi in the end going for Mirage over Dust 2. We know that they're really, really good on Mirage, world's best team up there with Vitality, but their Dust 2 has also been great. I mean, first loss was to Mouz at EWC, and since then they only lost it one time to G2, 13-11. So yeah, a little bit surprising perhaps, considering the results at this tournament for VP on the map, but for the picks, I think fairly straightforward.
Yeah, makes sense, especially with the Inferno one, as you said. That's the one weakness Navi have shown in the map pool. I think in a best-of-3 scenario, they will always get to a third map, and as you said, Dust 2 Mirage, it would have been great regardless for Navi, but the Inferno one, having lost 5 out of the past 6 games on the map, and Alexi B even said, they're struggling on Inferno, so it'll be a good test to see if Navi have figured that out on the day off, and for VP, the only way into the series is by winning Inferno. Clear winner
in terms of the veto, or is it pretty even?
It will always be Navi when it comes to the third map. So if Navi is not losing 0-2, then yeah, I'd say Navi.
Yeah, you have to do it because Ancient has been a struggle for VP, and then Navi gets their best map as the decider. They have the advantage here for sure.
Yeah, any final thoughts before we do welcome the teams out on stage?
Just hope we get a competitive game. I hope we get to see the best of VP, and then hopefully also the best of Navi, and then we'll see who turns out to be the better one. I think it could be great. I think we could have at least 2 competitive maps.
Well, we do have our maps, but one key thing we are missing is indeed our teams. We're going to head to a quick break. When we're back, welcome them on stage here in Rio de Janeiro.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
To whom does glory belong? Is it owed solely to the victors, the chosen few left standing at the end? Or is it shared by those who remain standing all along. The devoted, who live for the arena, who understand that glory belongs to all who dare to become legends.
We're currently ranked number 1, but for us, it's more than that. We don't want to claim this before actually feeling it ourselves.
Я думаю, что у нас позитивная нота, но против нас лучшая команда в мире. Думаю, что это будет проверка для всей нашей команды.
I'm confident in taking any team down, no matter who we face. If we bring the Navi that we know as a team that we're capable of bringing, it doesn't matter who's on the server, we can beat them.
В ноябре для меня место, я тут выиграл чемпионат всей моей жизни, и я очень рад снова оказаться на арене и почувствовать эту толпу.
Regarding BP, I think they have a bunch of experienced players on stage.
Сейчас все изменилось, один из игроков Navi у нас. Посмотрим, что это получится.
They also are previous teammates of some of the people in Navi, so I think it's going to be a spicy game because of that.
Rio de Janeiro, home to long stretches of sand, people dressed like birds, and Big Jesus has for the last couple of years another way of drawing people into the city. They call it Counter-Strike.
Only a few can say they've raised it. An unassuming force, the first champions in Rio outsiders claimed the major title in Brazilian soil in 22.
Outsiders! They've proven indestructible!
Defending champions of Rio. The momentum of Team Vitality's success in Cologne could mean another IEM title for Apex and his band of troops.
It's a wonderful down after one. Alexi has got an all to do. What is that from Spinks? Hard enough to deliver the headshot. Oh! Apex wants this so much!
Who can stop them? And is it time? Furia always show up at home, getting to the stage but falling short of a big lift in front of their friends, family, and nation. Can this team go all the way? For some teams, there is little to no excuse not to be laying your hands on the silverware. Navi, FaZe Clan, G2, who can finally reach their potential in front of the Brazilian fandom? It's no easy task to gain glory in this arena. The stage is set, the teams are ready. Let the party in Rio begin.
Real estate denied. No! Torji, problematic now as heads. Oh!
Brasil! Terceiro sediado na cidade maravilhosa do Rio de Janeiro. E depois de 3, eu acho que eu já posso considerar proclamar o Brasil como casa mundial do Counter-Strike, não é mesmo? A gente teve uma semana árdua de competições. Infelizmente, alguns dos nossos heróis brasileiros ficaram pelo caminho, mas não fica triste não, porque vai ter Brasil nesse palco, sim! Hoje não, vocês não estão sabendo? Eu sei que a gente é povo brasileiro, sofredor, torcedor, acostumado com o perrengue, mas dessa vez os nossos guerreiros brasileirinhos foram direto para a semifinal. E hoje a gente vai falar de quartas de final aqui nesse palco. Então eu quero que vocês mostrem toda a hospitalidade do povo brasileiro para fazer muito barulho e receber aqui nesse palco as equipes da Virtus.pro e Navi!
JL and Norbert first up to bat for their respective sides. Janko, Major MVP JL versus a player who had a Cinderella run of his own back here in 2022.
Absolutely, Freya. You know, Navi might be the bigger name, but Brazil just loves James. Every time his face shows up on the screen, they start cheering for him. And listen, one thing that's overlooked is Electronic has spent a lot of time playing in Navi and under Blade. It was Blade who scouted him and brought him to Flipside Tactics 8 years ago. Will that be enough for VP to find the answer for Navi?
That is definitely the question. Wonderful and Flit next up onto the stage. Before that, Ime and Fame. Next up, though, we've got a little bit of a rivalry, as Janko was just talking about. Bits and Electronic now going head-to-head.
Yeah, it's a cool duel, you know. It's the old guard versus the new guard. Two of the best aimers the game have to offer. Bit is in impeccable form, and so has Electronic been so far at this tournament. Curious to see how that head-to-head duel is going to turn out.
And I think the arena's about to get hella loud because it's Alexi B taking on Jane, Janko.
Definitely, James, you know, they won the major, obviously. They even won a DreamHack Open in Rio before that with Avantgarde. So he's loving it here in Brazil, and the crowd loves him too.
How'd you prepare for this match?
Very good.
Okay. Are you excited?
Yes!
So much! Eu quero saber de vocês. Galera, please, gentlemen, shake your hands and take your places. Go ahead. Eu quero saber de vocês. Vocês estão preparados? Não tô sentindo ainda. Vocês estão preparados? It's time for the showdown.
Five grand finals in a row for Navi and hoping to lock in the 6th here in Rio. But VP, I mean, nobody expected them to be making a hit to the playoffs. Norbert kind of touched upon it. It's the aura of Rio that has cemented them here. But can they take down Navi? That's going to be a tall task.
It's going to be a tall task, Freya, but it's not impossible. We also need to remember this Navi team, very good, the best team in the world. Not very experienced, though, playing on the stage as well. So how will they behave? Things start going south against the team that everyone expects them to beat.
Curious to see what kind of energy level they're coming in with. I think that's, for me, the biggest question. Obviously, we know who is the better team. We know who's been in the 5 finals in a row. We know who has been struggling as of late. So I think the landscape of this matchup is pretty much set in stone. We have a heavy favorite. We're having a challenger in VP. As Janko said, it's not entirely impossible that VP can make something happen in this game. I do, however, consider Navi to be the heavy favorites, and I think they have the better players for it as well. Now, the man on the screen right here, he could be the one guy. He could be the one guy that I think could really put the spanner into the work for Navi. His entry fracking, his level of play so far in this tournament has been great, and that is very much needed tonight.
Gentlemen, predictions time. You say it's not impossible for VP to take down Navi, but what are you imagining happening tonight, Janko?
I think if the map pool was slightly different, I think that's just where the biggest deficiency is for Virtus.pro. Having to play Ancient and Mirage against Navi, I don't think they can make it with those maps and have Navi taking it 2-1.
I think VP is trending upwards as well. I think they've done well for themselves to get into the playoff, but they're simply not ready yet to take down the best team in the world. It's going to be Navi 2-0. They're going to read the demons on Inferno as well.
Well, we do have Navi taking on VP quarterfinals time, so let's get this game rolling.
Navi versus Virtus.pro about to go down live from Rio de Janeiro. The desk doubts whether VP can continue this upward trajectory, the magic, whatever it is. But James has a home crowd. We are heading into Inferno shortly. But we can get ourselves situated, Chatty B. Inferno, a map that we've been... I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with. VP, however, it is at the very tippy top of their list. And for Navi, 4 consecutive losses on this very map.
A few of them in blowouts, just let everybody know. Look, we need to just take a little bit of a pause for a moment. Just get yourself situated on the couch, get yourself a drink. Don't worry, we're not live just yet. Slight technical issue. Slightly delayed. There was a few Steam login dramas, but yeah, you're bang on. We are headed to Inferno. It has been a bit of a bane of Navi's existence in recent time. And yeah, the 4 losses in a row from the #1 team in the world, it's more about the score lines than it is just the L's, right? You can take L's. That's fine. I see, I slightly lied. It looks like we're almost getting ready to go. Almost?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing VP start on the T side. It was a choice of Navi. They opted to start defense.
Oh, before we get into the X's and the O's, the nitty and the gritty, the granular moments that are about to take place, how many venues in the world have we casted VP matches? I'm going to say quite a few.
I'm going to say quite a few.
How many venues have VP been a fan favorite?
A fan favorite, probably 1, Chad, and probably...
It's this one right here.
It's this one right here.
It's perplexing.
I loved it. The fact that every time his face, James that is, came up on screen, the entire arena erupted. He even kind of, showed some love back, giving them the walkout and the acknowledgement of the support that the Brazilian crowd has for VP. Now, of course, picking up the trophy as outsiders, right? Norbert referenced it as well, saying that something different over here. I imagine, though, there is something psychological about walking through the same hotel, the same arena hallway where you did have your career high. It's just going to kind of put you in the right mindset for, I don't know, say beating the world #1?
Yeah, you got 4 out of the 5 in the server right now. Electronic is the newest addition to that bunch. Sure, there's a new coach. Sure, that's chopped and changed a couple of times. But right now, tech issues sorted. And we are underway. Round #1. VP, on the attack. Bit with the jump spots. How much did he catch there? Hung around with the bomb making its way up middle. Flit in banana, James T stairs. We've got 3 players top banana. Alexi on the bait with Wonderful and JL tucked in tight, but it's Imma to take first contact. He's seen enough. He knows they're coming, and it hasn't forced a rotation just yet. Pivoting into a passive stance. Now Flit investigates.
Oh, he spotted out the setup, but it cost him his life. So sure, information, but you've lost Flit.
Imma, this is on you now.
Imma responsible for this fight towards the balcony area. Bit baits. Fame, however, does execute Imma. That's a big find and puts the A site wide open. Electronic secures access to the bomb site and should make this retake very uncomfortable. They've got what? A HE grenade. Alexi thinking about throwing that one in for the clear.
That's the thing, you clear that smoke, they could be Bit, they could be Graveyard, they could be Sight, not standing out within the open, so this retake is going to be very difficult now. Jail and Wonderful clearing out middle, going to try and come up that short side, but this is a tough retake to break. We've got 1 Graveyard, 1 Sight, 1 Apps, 1 Pit. This is very, very difficult.
With no kit, I mean, this is already petering out into nothingness for Navi. They poke, they prod, they probe, hoping to see if there's any kind of overextension from Virtus.pro, but they're not going to get anything, and instead will prioritize the Kevlar vests. That's VP's first round in Rio in the playoffs.
I've been dubbing this the Rumble in Rio just by the sheer nature of top teams in attendance. There was no easy games. Some of the big names not even able to make it to the top 6, but the likes of Furia, Heroic, and Virtus.pro, excuse me.
Yeah, what year is it?
Heroic and Furia are going to be in those semi-finals. Now, winner of this game will be taking on Heroic for this side of the bracket. Later on, Vitality versus Mouz. That's game of the day, without a doubt.
For sure. Very intrigued to see if Mouz can keep going.
and for Vitality if they can shake off their shortcomings.
And whoever wins that has to take on Furia in their home arena. And we know just how loud it can get for the home crowd. And this is going to be a force fight for Navi. Held on to a bunch of those Kevlars, so we've got a Famas for Bit.
That nade could not have done more damage. Right, lands right square on the crotch of Flip.
I think it's important to note here that Bit also has head armor behind the Famas. So that's been dropped across. He's got the head armor here. So sure, there's an AK in Electronic's hands, but if he takes a joust against these SMGs, he should be able to grab a couple. Norbert, the point man.
An opportunity for that Famas to fill the feed, but he's empty-handed after the first. Norbert does go down clean from the 5-7 of Imet.
Bish bosh.
Yeah, and actually I love this. I love this reaggress. There's no way Electronic's going to have this internal timer. The fact he's here so soon, it could be another headshot. It is! Puts Electronic on notice. One more could do it, and he finds it. Double headshot, double kill. Imet relocates back out Balk. Still has some control. A flash to regain some of that, but peeks into Jame. And it puts us into a 2v2. Where's that bomb going?
Well, it was spotted at least, and through the smoke, JL punishes Split. Jame now at a 1-on-2, has information on one of the members.
Bro, he's got everything. Every single nade, every single point of health. And two opponents to find. Can Jame get the roar out of Rio? Round 2 doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. Navi winning that second round conversion. JL and Imet with their powers combined. Those two letters with 2 frags each.
Yeah, beautiful work right there. And that's put a smile on the face of Alexi B immediately. So Pistol loss into Force by win. That's going to feel damn good, and no plant for Virtus.pro. So their Force by is going to be very light. But Imet, I love how active he was. Right, it was so premeditated. Everything he did, he was one step ahead. He didn't hesitate, he didn't question, he didn't wait. Did what he needed to do. Now VP will be opting for the force fight back. Flick gets a Galil. Couple of Tech 9s in the mix, a Deagle for Norbert, light on the util. So limited options, and now put yourself in VP's shoes. You have a utility and weapon disadvantage. So if you wanted to offer something fast, it would need to be like a banana rush and you need to catch them off guard. But otherwise, take your time. Bait out the early protocol block utility from the CTs.
What purpose does this short smoke they've thrown out serve? I'm trying to kind of get my head around it. You're so limited in smokes.
Just going to apply early pressure towards A, right? Because a team, if they're going to go for full banana control, maybe they started with 3, you want to draw that rotation back. It's to keep them moving. Also to help try and identify the setup. Tells of utility, right? Steps, forcing rotations. Right now, all 5 ready to pipe their way up the guts of middle. Brackets control being fired for. Imma flashed off and forced back.
Yeah, he's dipping all the way back to library, keep the long range up against these sidearms, but a good Deagle headshot could be the end of Imet. Flash is good, Flash is fantastic, and Imet, he goes down after the 1. Info on Bit from that Flash assist. Wonderful, takes that MP9 close quarters for sure. Flit investigates the CT options. Whether Alexi B crouch peeks through and clears him out, no longer a threat. Wonderful's turn in the sunshine. Can he get his first kill? Cooking! Make it 2 from Wonderful. Comfortable collection and a comfortable round for Navi.
And you see the bit of a fist pump there from JL on the cam. That is a big round. Now they can relax a little bit going up against what should be the full eco from Virtus.pro, get them a 3-round conversion, go into the first gun round. I think with Virtus.pro, this is a team that plays for the magic number of 13. Right, so we are about to see what type of approach they come with once the gun rounds get underway, how many saves that we'll have to see, but they're going to milk every moment they possibly can out of the game. And sure, things have slightly changed since the addition of Electronic. There's definitely been a bit of a power struggle that the org doesn't really want discussed. You see it in the interviews, the way that James talks about things. Nobody's safe within the team, especially me. Well, he's major MVP.
You have major MVP, James.
And I was just taking a look at their last match against 9Z on this map. On the CT side, it looked like there was a change regarding the positions that Norbert and Electronic were playing. It looked like Electronic was anchoring over towards A, and Norbert was being that B rotator, or A rotator, excuse me. So we'll have to see if that continues or if that was just a one-off for the 9Z game. But this will be one of those slow as you like rounds. Now we have Ancient coming up next, and following that, if needed, will be Mirage. But touching on these two teams' paths so far, I would say that VP... Well, you can only play who's in front of you, but they had to drop down straight towards the lower bracket with a loss to Mongols. Right?
Yes.
Then they took on quite a slew of teams to get here, but it was the rematch against Mongols that booked them the spot.
Yeah, beating Astralis is an achievement, I guess.
Well, it's new Astralis, right? So really, what are we chalking that up to? I think 9Z was in the mix there as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's the run. Coming into this one, I'm still trying to make sense of why Inferno is not a good Navi map, because I feel like I've cast good Navi Infernos. Is it just a recency thing?
Well, look, I think that it's a map that if you are having struggles getting things going with the full buys, I think it's harder to pull off rounds with less. I know they just won a force buy, so it kind of makes me feel
No, but I see what you're saying.
That sentiment. And also, if this is the type of map where, an opportunity for damage there. Still, a few kills. This is not a terrible eco whatsoever. 10 seconds left, they will have to go down. And there you have it, 3-1. This is the, well, there's quite a few maps actually. When you see the scoreline ever being like 9-3 and a team feels flat and those rounds were competitive, it's going to be so tough within that next half. See it with quite a few phase games. Like they lose the first half 9-3, they lose the pistol in the second half, they force by. It's GG.
It's just game over.
They'll pack it up, boys.
But then, you know, those games come along and the Deagle headshots get hit. Brokey wins a 1v3 with, you know, Kev and a Deagle. You know how it goes.
Well, let's see what the pace is. Now the guns come out. Wonderful's into the AWP on the CT side. It's going to be the likes of Flit and Fame for banana control. We're going to have Norbert and Electronic working together in unison for second mid halls and boiler control. And then Jame, it makes sense. The AWPer, without an AWP just yet, is the supportive element, holding the flashes, ready to set his teammates up.
I'm very intrigued by not only this battle for banana, which you can see raging on here, but the early pressure to mid from a smoke that they throw all the way from second mid to arch side. And that gets Norbert moving towards Abs. Bit as well, active on the angle. He throw out a smoke early towards middle to react to the pressure on arch.
I think it's just a question mark smoke in the sense of, is it going to be a fast maneuver
like,
towards A?
Do you waste an incendiary or something?
Yeah, or does it draw your third B player over quite quickly? Right, so you want to apply pressure on either side of the map, but looks like they will test middle first. Wonderful posted up on the short side. Boiler smoked off, limits the options, and might continue to slow VP. Right, if you're going through the motions, you don't want to be taking a fight on middle if Boiler is smoked off as well, because it limits an option to fight from.
Yeah.
And then it just means the CTs can hyper-focus, hyper-fixate on mid. Now, there is no banana control, but no banana info for Navi. Still holding on to a bit of utility over towards A. And this makes sense. This is prepping for a team like VP, but here they come.
Wonderful has to hit this first shot and get away safely. He actually opts to reposition ahead of the swing, so he has more fallback options. Incendiary at 30 seconds. Fame pushes through it, keeps some pressure on, applies it towards Wonderful, but Im and Bit, they combine. They catch one on either side. Short and long shut down. Norbert and Fame, no more. Double flash for the pit setup. I like this idea from Electronic, but you can see he's got too many bodies to worry about. How is he supposed to isolate independent duels? Wonderful will catch Flit, and just piece by piece, player by player, they run into this brick wall with the Navi logo on it.
And that's a huge round for multiple reasons. One being Navi keep everybody alive. The other, Virtus.pro don't keep anybody alive. So no saves for VP.
So it went eco, gun round 0 kills.
And now what should be a partial investment. Now they have taken a tactical timeout to have a conversation about the approach coming up next. This is the first of the series. And how many will they use within the first half of play?
Distinct lack of real action on B. I don't feel like I've really seen the B bomb site just yet. 5 rounds in, I'm checking the utility damage, and it is light on. No, 0 across the board for VP, in contrast to some of the other Infernos we've seen where T-sides are starting to actually kind of counteract and match the utility damage output of some of the CT sides.
Yeah, and look, I think that if you're a team like VP, you're more than happy not to find yourself in the thick of that utility usage. I think that you have a lot of players who can, but that's been the age-old conversation with this team.
Yeah.
Fame and Flit, punchy, in-your-face, very strong riflers. You throw Electronic in the mix, they like to get involved in those moments, but sometimes they're a bit more restrained. They'll kind of ice you out with the clock. They'll force you into these mistakes, not out of boredom, but out of patience or lack thereof. Now, it is going to be a partial investment. We saw the coach there, Passionage, I hope I'm saying that right, replaced Zoma recently, and before that, it was everybody's favorite Dastan, who got, well, repurposed, I think we'll call it.
Oh, that's a really nice one from Imer. Alexi the bait. Imer, he's the one that switches it up, pulls the trigger, and Wonderful does the same. Electronic just went searching out Boiler. This like Tech 9, half buy, it's not bore any fruit. Sure, you can have top mid, Navi say. It's all yours. We've got 4 players to respond if you take the bomb that way. It does put some pressure onto Alexi.
Definitely so. Now, just taking a look, he has a smoke to block with, but that's not a wall, as we know. So they will be able to push through it if they feel.
He's calling for JL. He's thrown out his smoke, and little do they know, now is the perfect time. Perfect time for the flash, though. Gets himself across. Alexi's under so much scrutiny. He just needs to live, and he's not going to be able to do it. Oh, he gets both of them on the spray. Will finally fall to Jame. But it's a 1 versus 4, an impossible situation for Jame. He's done so much work at the back of the side there, Alexi. They came running for him. They came looking for a plant. They don't get anything but a couple of kills, or just the one rather, onto Alexi.
You'll take the kill, sure. You would have loved to plant for a little bit of extra cash. Maybe, just maybe, we would have seen a James AWP manifest there, but he's operating with AK and utility. That was the Emma opener. That was the wonderful closer, I would have said. But yeah, the fact that Navi left B a little bit understaffed meant that Alexi had to come up big with 2 kills. But yeah, building a bit of a reservoir now, Navi. That's 2 rounds with only 1 casualty, so Finance is building.
It's a good feeling for any CT side.
This might be aggressive, Alex. Wonderful's dropped all his util or didn't buy any. He's gone aggressive apps immediately. And if they investigate forward, they won't find Electronic or Norba on the default. It's such heavy banana, as being highlighted by our ops team here. JL's forward, looking for a fight.
He's ready to biff, turns the flash in anticipation, and only gets the 1. Fame will trade. Incendiary forces them back. They have to respect it.
Staying stubborn with this.
No one active from, you can see Bit, he's positioned himself in a forward position to catch, and he returns to middle.
But they are waltzing back, and Alexi rotating away as well. Oh no, that's just to pick up some nades. Don't you worry, he'll be returning.
The treats that Wonderful left in spawn for him.
Now this is very interesting. Take a look over towards T-Stairs from VP. They've completely, like, they're worried about pushes.
Yeah.
You can see that concern, but they've also come back and hidden. So if anybody played like top mid for info jiggles, you're not going to find anything. Now they return to Banana. Imma called over. Bunch of util for Imma as well. They can lock them out with nades. This is clearly part of the game plan for Navi. Here they come.
Incendiary is perfectly timed, obscured by the smoke though, and Imma's going to get pushed on. Oh, how has he found that one? Just enough vision! And he fades to black for Fame, takes the head off, double kill from Imma. Electronic stands and bangs, important kill. Oh, he's exposed. The spam can find him, doesn't find it. Imma unable to disrupt the plant, a 3v2 for Jamin Electronic.
You need this one, VP.
Yeah, this is a must win. Just to get your boots on the ground, dig your heels in a little bit. Show you're going to put up a fight here. Electronic, he actually gets hit by the Incendiary, forces him to first oranges. Jamin and Electronic are on top of each other. Okay, maybe this reposition is pretty strong. On the pull, in the smoke, trying to whittle away as much time as they can. Wonderful, clears out Jamin. Electronic does not have the health to win up this clutch, but a nice headshot. Oh, a chance. Bit gets the necessary frag, and it's still just 1 for VP.
Damn, and that's the pistol round. Forced by and everything else going Navi's way, the closest round since. But still, it felt like Navi were in the right place. Imma is looking like a man possessed with the type of fights that he's taking at the moment as well.
I don't know what he could see. I suspect his teammates are just screaming at him, he's in front of you, he's in front of you. Like, full flashed. Someone maybe just says, shoot, you're on the radar, you know. Incredible work from him, and the fact that he goes hunting, he nearly had 3 there. I mean, he was looking for Electronic.
And that's what I mean, though, the fact that he's been quite aggressive for these fights, and a lot of it just feels like, not that he's forcing them, but when he sees the opportunity, he's taking it.
Oh, look at this.
Same setup. This is the same setup they just did.
So where does Bit, what's like the dream setup? Bit holds this, or he's just sets Wonderful up and then holds the bedroom. Okay, look at that. And then Imma's in Boiler. Good luck getting in apartments. As they fight on Banana, Fame flashed off, will go down. Nice trade, necessary 1 from Flit.
And there you go. That's exactly what this is designed for. If they're going to go for halls and boiler control dry, right, which tends to be the approach most of the time. You get a guy out, they're going to B. Don't worry about that. Pressure on Alexi.
Yeah, he's just fallen away. He has the God Flash. As the God Flash has very little help. Imma's going to be picking up flashes and spawn. Alexi's being held. Flit contacting in. Alexi B's head is going to be visible. Oh, he's a dead man. Flit, high impact for Virtus.pro, has gotten them into the site, giving them their best chance to find a gun round.
3v3 post plant.
They've got so much cash, Chad. They surely give it a look in.
They should do. Smoke for Imma. You don't really want to use that to Banana because Bit's going to come up late. Wonderful. Incendiary could place itself towards the triple box. A flash and go. Bomb almost halfway gone.
Yeah, they're being diligent about this. They're working out how they use every piece of this utility to try and make the pressure too much to handle. Norbert, limited options, stands in the middle of nowhere. James does go down on coffins, but still Norbert and Flit stubborn. Up to the 1v1. Bit and Flit. Oh, just 18 points of health. A quad kill from Flit. Injects some life into VP.
All right, VP. Without knowing it, they've exploited essentially the setup that Navi are running because there's so much banana pressure. As soon as you're able to get an opening incision, at that point it becomes easier to execute. Alexi getting caught off guard by that contact play. The smoke came in, but he just wasn't expecting this fast of a timing. And that will be the first tactical timeout called from Blade. Might want to mix things up. Saw the setup they ran in back-to-back rounds. Now it's about making sure the VP don't crack through the finances. So expending a lot of cash into the rebuy Navi. Blade with a lot to say within the 30 seconds. Virtus.pro now get the AWP into the hands of Jane. Fame operating with the MAC-10. Electronic the same.
The desk reminded us as well that rifling trio...
Scary.
It should be. It certainly should be and has been in the past. But for a little bit of a dip in form from Flit, it's very perceivable when you take a look at his stats.
Well, Yanko was talking about this fairy tale for VP that they bring Electronic in. The most important event in their path is the major at the end of the year. This has all just been
powering up.
Yeah, a gradual rise, working out how they want to divide labor, how they're going to deal with the new loud voice of the accomplished Electronic in their team. Well, they're all major winners. Actually, everybody in the server is a major winner.
That's pretty gangster for a quarterfinal, isn't it?
They get their space this time, Norbert and Electronic. This is nice. Apartment's not closed, and the double swing, huge. The MAC-10 at range with the Goosh. The trade is there. Bit stems the bleed.
He peeks in, though, Norbert. He's just given Bit a freebie. An overextension. He thought he had gained that control, but Bit was so quick on the trigger to make sure Wonderful's death was not in vain.
But re-peeking is on the agenda for Navi right now. Now we've seen it a bit from IEM. Now we're catching it from Bit. You know, we've also seen them trying to ice out, hold on to utility for longer, but also they're not afraid to take fights.
They don't give VP the space.
Oh,
100 damage or thereabouts from the HE onto Fame and Jame. Flit, however, again onto Alexi. What have you got? A headshot. JL does well. Fame does not have the weapon. And JL, glorious defensive B. One more bullet, puts it into Jame. JL this time triple. In the absence of Alexi, don't worry, JL's on the case.
Yeah, and you ain't saving anything yet again, VP. No ability for Jame to backpedal and retain the AWP. It might just have to be another partial buy. Loss bonus is in play for VP, but I can see the purchases starting to take shape. And this isn't an unfamiliar place for them to find themselves with a couple of Tech 9s and some AKs, right? This is normally how they find themselves if they save these type of weapons. So let's see what they can get done. 3 players this time round starting over towards second middle. Jame will join Norbert and Electronic. Flit just selling a standard looking banana. Half-wall smoke lands, molly top car, apply pressure with spam. This is going to be more direct towards A. Could be on for a wrap here.
Alexi B can play ahead of that, does opt to play into Moto and has a free, make it 2 frags. A third on the menu. Jame does manage to get the belated trade, but Flit a free frag, and now it's up to just the 2 of them.
They can get into A.
They should be able to get a bomb planted. You can see the timing there favors Jame as he gets around the corner in time. Clears out sight, considers the plant. Electronic, not the perfect weapon for this kind of long-range hold. And that CT smoke sows seeds of doubt. Jame throws the rifle to Electronic. Maybe this could lead to the 1v3. The selfless leader throws the Kalashnikov up to Electronic, and he can't convert. A nice attempt, a nice idea. You can see it's a thinking man's game is Counter-Strike. It's at least when Jame's involved, but an 8th round for Navi. This CT side is looking rather indomitable.
Great response time there as well. Look at how many bodies Navi had, and that's even before that arch smoke landed. The fact that Alexi's able, as one of the B defenders, to be out library into Moto, dealing with these opening 2 kills. I think that Navi are looking hyper prepared for this matchup against VP. I like the little details. I like the fact they're happy to take fights, but also they're reading the game. And Alexi getting fired up about that, and understandably so. That's 8 rounds to your name at this point. You could walk away with a 10-round haul at the half.
And you lost the pistol.
Exactly.
It's 8-2. Navi lost the pistol.
And they're going A heavy again straight away. This time they're going to waltz up middle and second mid simultaneously. And this one's quicker.
Yeah, this is direct. I mean, the smokes are in the air, but Norbert's ahead of them. So he can just take this space. And this time, no one's there. IEM's disconnected. Alexi's still on the site. It just falls to Wonderful and Bit already passes his first test. Wonderful getting overwhelmed from either angle. Focuses on Flit and a chance, but a very quick headshot from Flit. A nice pace change has led them to a plant. Dangerous game to push that arch smoke, and now more smokes landing towards Moto. This is where I start asking Chad, is it time to whip out the abacus and give him 3?
Yeah, it might have to be. JL has enough for a residual buy. Wonderful as well, and now JL falls. I think that'll sign the notice that this round is definitely Virtus.pro's. And I love the pace of that. They've gone for essentially the same call, better weapons, but straight out the gate. and not thinking or calling the bluff. This is something that I think that, look, from our perspective, we have to call it a gamble. You'll see it on the CT side as well from VP. They always tend to have the stacks going on, but it could just be James inside the matrix plugged in.
I mean, the fact that he's had the audacity to just say, let's do the same thing again, straight out of spawn. Alexi won't be there this time. And he wasn't. They started 3B. I mean, he's definitely called himself into a third round.
And that's just as I was praising Navi for reading the game quite well. So the mind games, how quick it can chop and change. You can see Wonderful, it was tough for him. I think he wanted to be the player having to deal with the outside with the AWP from side. That meant the Bit would have needed to be back pit to deal with Torch.
Right.
So the positioning not there. Wonderful under a lot of pressure. His scope would have been heard in sight as well. And a shake of the head there from JL. Final round, first half, M4s across the board. No Wonderful AWP. And this time starting 3A Navi.
Let's see if James still plugged into the matrix, as you put it. Alexi has the flash con for JL to call for it. And extinguish and go. Yep, trying to catch him by surprise. JL cut down. The smoke spread too much. Gray screen for him. Flash telegraphing the aggression.
Now an over-rotate from Navi. Now, whether or not it's an over-rotate will be determined by the ending.
Yeah, it's either brilliant or the opposite.
Now, I don't think you want to block anymore if you're Navi. You kind of want them to come in. So Bit still with the smoke and this molly. If there is a threat, I feel you probably want to use it to extinguish instead. And VP have more than enough utility to go for a full set piece. CT, coffins, mollies galore, but essentially dry swing.
Completely ahead of it. Flit trying to get early info, loses his head now. It's a 4v4. They've lost their advantage. They're still committing. The util, the swing, Alexi B1. Overlooked perhaps. Yes, Bit baited in. Oh, the beautiful team play. Alexi sets up Bit for success. 9-round haul on VP's map pick.
flash. They will go now A.
I'm running on Aegis.
Valera, swing with me.
I'm running it.
Wait, no, they come. Let me play, Valera. Play. First box. One more. Banana. Nice! Nice, boy! Wait, they didn't see you guys or what?
No. Oh, what the fuck? No, they saw two. They saw two only.
VP winning a pistol and coming through with only 3 rounds to boast after their attacking side on Inferno. This is their map, this is a quarterfinal, and they're up against world number 1 Navi. VP Rio, it's supposed to be good for them, and it has got them this far.
That's fast.
Charging straight towards the VP defense on B. This is Poppy, the whole team, the entire Navi roster behind that smoke, and it seems they've been forced to respect it. Wonderful got brought low, and they cut noise and turn tail.
Oof, all right, calling the cancel there, and they put everything they had into that. Now they have to reset and do it with just the Glocks. They won't beat Yuto as part of the finish. They did force a bit of a rotation from VP, who have been struggling with opening kills. They would love one on the pistol round in the CT half. Only 3 to their name so far, but back and forth we go. I told you Jane loves these gambles. Going to roll that dice. But this Navi, they're not sleepy, they're not tired. The group stage games for them are formality. The playoffs where they do their absolute best work, and they are looking for a 6th grand final in a row. And if you look at the pattern, this one should be a win. And if second or first, well, right now, gold is what they're looking for. Bit! Chance to the side of the head. Norbert gets him, and yeah, that is a bit of a face palm for poor Bit. But it was Norbert. That's information in itself.
Electronic has actually nailed it. He's alone here, and he's managed to repel the first.
You need a plan.
He's hitting every shot. Electronic, the one-man army. Can't disrupt the plant. Navi will at least get that, but a pistol, surely too much to ask of these two. It's just JL. It's just JL. On that graveyard position, a clean click for the first, converted back by Norbert. And VP, both pistols here on Inferno. I would argue this one necessary.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying just before we got into the match. When you see certain Infernos ending up with 9-3 halves and you lose the pistol, your choice is Force Buy or Eco. Well, most of the time you're going to go for the Force Buy to make sure the game doesn't get away from you, and then you lose that.
And then the game gets away from you.
Away from you. But the bomb goes down. Does that manifest in a Navi force? Well, I don't know if I like this decision from VP to take a tactical timeout off the back of winning the round, because you've now given Blade a free opportunity to have a conversation he might not have otherwise wanted. Now we'll see, because the buys are starting to manifest, the piece of paper is out and the mouth is moving. But Passionage, is there a reason that you've called this? Do you feel the force buys are destined to happen anyway?
I mean, yeah, from the outside looking in, Blade used that much more than the VP's coach for sure. But I mean, when you take a look at the guns, once we get back into the server, which we are about to do, I don't know. I'd definitely be leaning towards the VP boys. They've got 3 M4s in the mix.
Yeah, and sets of head armor on, well, at least 2 of those M4s and 1 for Fame on the FAMAS. So that's one of the keys right there. And if you keep so many players alive on the pistol round without damage to the armor, you get those nice little cheaper upgrades. But we see, well, more like starter guns, don't we, for Navi? Some Deagles, some Tech 9s, and some Mac 10s in the mix. A smattering of utility and a forward stance on middle for the likes of Electronic and Norbert. Jane rotating back in time, U2 at the ready. But this is going to be a classic Alexi B Apartments waterfall by the looks of things. Norbert back of pit, has a smoke to work with. Electronic on porch, Jame Arch, and guess what? Glitch joined as well. Blocking with the mid smoke. Here we go.
Edges closer. Norbert, now would be perfect time for the smoke. It might force the SMG to start commit. No, Norbert gets nothing done from the pit position. Electronic next victim swung upon, and now awkward. Jane boosted up, finds himself a little bit of damage, unable to convert. What a nade! Oh dear, VP sent back to spawn. Navi. Oh, they're taking it with 4 alive. Flit running to the hills to save an M4. And Navi, after losing both pistols, win both second round force buys.
And they might take it all. Flit gives up his position. JL screaming exactly where he is, low on HP. They're going to try and run this one down. But that HE, when we catch it in the replay, it looked like it was in slow-mo.
Jane watched it and just, you could see, or he could see, his imminent demise. Flit going to hide out on the sandbags. For Navi, I mean, you know, you've already won. You've already won the round. 3 kills from Immer, 17 total from Immer. He's having a great day in the office. You can keep the M4, Flit. We're aware. 1 rifle coming into the next round.
And this is great CS from Navi, and especially Immer. 17 kills to his name. This is the world #1 in the server right now, and they might get an opportunity to take on Vitality in that grand final. Now, sure, both of those teams starting in the quarterfinals, but both of those teams playing the best CS that we have across the board at the moment. No Spirit in attendance, FaZe going in the right direction, but still unable to get past Mouz. Mouz will be a conversation for later in the day, but winning here in Rio would be a great way to change the dialogue around Mouz. They've been on a bit of a downward slide recently, but it's all about Navi.
It's a nasty death for Norbert. Furia smoke, just a headshot angle and a very good MAC-10 frag.
He was the only player within the team that did not have head armor.
Oh, you're right. And it was the double MAC-10 ding.
Yeah, you see the goosh come through. You're paralyzed at that point.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, Navi can put things in now. You get past this force buy around the saved M4. You put yourself just a few rounds away with VP's money in the bin. And right now, it may as well be there. Flit investigating top banana. Timing not on his side. Dinged up, not run down. Oh, Jail, he's got different opinions. Let's call this one done and dusted, shall we?
That was hideous. Navi got full control of B. Bomb will be scooped up now. And delivered over towards that wide open bomb site. Electronic, this force by his armored CZ. I mean, Bit may very well go down, concede the FAMAS, but the round is Navi's.
Yeah, well, Imma's thrown the bomb across so he can stay and contain with Bit. So Bit in Boiler and Halls, making sure the CTs can't push by that magic line drawn in the sand, and Imma's not too far behind to open with middle. So information, and you want to take everything away. And I feel it's a clear directive from the coaching staff. Oh, Bit! Today to come in and fight. We were having this conversation in the break. It just felt like every opportunity when Navi spotted VP players, they thrust forward and looked for fights. Do not let VP play within the fog of war. Don't let them have the map control advantage, because VP's the type of team who will just sit top banana for 45 seconds because you're respecting that they have the map control and members elsewhere to deal with it. James now noted and dealt with. Imma grabs that, and no money for VP. You know what we might see from VP? And this is because Flit didn't buy anything behind the saved M4. He might just go silence M4 armor again. So at least they have something to work with and force buy, because this is more than desperate right now.
Yeah. I mean, second round conversions from Navi have really broken VP.
You come into a quarterfinal as a massive underdog and you win both pistols, and you're going to walk away with potentially only 4 rounds.
My skin gets hot and clammy just
Feels
thinking about it. Yeah. He didn't invest in the rifle, so we're going to see what I affectionately refer to as the Fnatic stack, or at least a variation of it. Oh, well, not like that. Try again.
Stay on the box, all right? If you can't be on the head, you get a little bit spinny.
Yeah, just like that. Perfect. And jump! There's some info for JL. He'll go down. It worked out lovely. Dink onto wonderful.
Run.
Get the hell out of there. Guys, using the extinguisher to try and chase wonderful. So they might leave with 2 rifles here. Bomb's going A. Wonderful. Oh, empty-handed. Good movement. They convert what James had started.
Give it a go. Like, you've got 2 choices right now. These rifles in the next round would be great, but you haven't had many opportunities to win rounds. This is a 5v3. You've got a chance.
You need one more, right? Like, you need one more clean, like, double dink from them 4. A P250 swing in a corner. You need one more to make this round feel like it's within reach. But you've got to get past Imma, and he's about to peek into 2 of them. Fane can't do it. Down to 21. And Imma, okay, he should be dead now. Another player does damage and doesn't convert. Well, VP, they'll just try and get away with what they can. I think the M4 and AK have been recovered. Yeah, James gets his fingers on that and gets out of the dodge. Norbert trying to maybe stop these save. He will probably...
Imma's dead, but the other
down.
two live.
Boing.
Well. Wouldn't a 13-4 victory wash away the bad memories of Inferno for Navi?
Most definitely. And isn't for VP, their Inferno's been looking like one of the strengths they have in their arsenal. Not particularly commonly played, just 3 maps in 3 months.
Yeah, they've tried to pick into a weakness of Navi today. Up next, we have Ancient. Now, VP did win Ancient yesterday against the Mongols.
Alexi, this is the perfect example of what the half-wall smoke can facilitate, and Flit's boosted up! A chance! A trade! And a 4-on-4 to start. Fame isolated, but Bit will catch the aggression. Towards apartments, Electronic goes down. Now they start to just turn up the heat on Fame. This one man, oh, and he gets away with murder there. Fully flash, he delivers, and he gets himself a second as well.
1v3.
IEM in the clutch. Accelerates into the B-bomb site, will get chance to plant with that smoke up. Norbert and James to keep Inferno going. IEM with 21 frags total to clutch to close out a 13-4 on VP's pick. He's determined to make this the last round on Inferno is IEM. Norbert taking his sweet time. James, procedural bomb, ticking away. Time-sensitive mission, he has a Molotov, he pushes off for James! Through the smoke, and now Norbert, smoke on the bomb will get him nervous. IEM can overplay his hand here, takes the hit! IEM gets the job done! He's got a hot date tonight and takes it as quickly as possible. 13-4, map 1.
City. Flashing Hobbit. They are true. I can flash. Wait, 1 second. Flashing. I flash. Bam. Triple last. Flashing. No bullets, M4.
Where?
Triple. I triple.
I can molly him. Yes, I molly him.
Nice, Alexi, you fucking beast! Remember, it's equal you stick. Yes. Can you pressure?
Go to shot.
You need to pressure, please.
Go to shot, they got smoke.
Can you pressure something, please? I will molly bike. Where? Jordan. Ups, down, he's down. Behind default, in front of you. Nice!
Sorry, Игорь, pardon.
3-20. Я через ковры, 5-2, я в ковры. Я 20 иду. Дай бомбу. Прямая, парни, и за центральным, слышите? По идее, или Дося.
У нас время есть, парни, я в коврах. Найс 5 в 1.
Джейлор. Досю не вижу. Пробежал 20. Тюрьма.
Убил, найс.
Хорош.
Navi, large and in charge on Virtus.pro's map pick. 13-4 is how this map ends after IEM pulls off an incredible clutch to close this one out, Jacob.
Yeah, that was a great performance coming in from Navi. You could definitely see that they were determined to make a point. They came in with good energy, came in playing very proactive, very active Counter-Strike, and made the playing field for VP atrociously bad for them. IEM, obviously, individually speaking, had a great game, but so did Navi as a team.
Yeah, we were saying that the loss to Furia is probably going to be a wake-up call for Navi, and they've shown it today, right? Despite losing the pistols, winning the second round both times around, you could tell the energy, right, from the player cams as well. JL pumping everybody up. They came with a purpose today, and they just dominated.
And for VP, this has got to be such a bitter pill to swallow because, as you mentioned, they win both pistols. Navi stopped them converting both times and, like, just capitalize upon that, stringing round after round together.
Yeah, it felt like Navi were in control pretty much from the get-go, and I think we could dive into it straight away if you want to. Round 2 is a great example of, as you said, VP winning the pistol, then not being able to convert. You said it, Navi struggled with that exact point, you know, against Furia. This time around, it was the other way around. We have a telestrator for round 2, and it's a great example as to what Navi are doing so well. We can start the round right here by seeing it's still in a somewhat controllable scenario. Norbert walking up towards middle, Navi doing a mid setup right here. They're trading 1-for-1, Bit getting a kill, Norbert getting a kill. It's all fine. At this point, you then have Immer re-aggressing in to get some information. He spots no one, sees the VP is falling back. Now, Immer could fall back, which is what he's doing, getting a nice kill right here, and just played the 3v3, but he's re-aggressing straight away, going into Palace, going into apartments, once again trying to gather information and find information. And you can see how scared they are right here. They're currently very much gathered up towards middle. They have no control over the map at all. They just want to stick together. Immer somehow, some way, finds the timing. He's fighting electronic, struggles a little bit getting the kill. Again, showing a bit of confidence, re-entering, going in for the kill. And at this point, VP are just losing it. James goes towards Half-Wolf. Another point right here. James gets a kill. Again, a 2v2 scenario. He thinks to himself, this should be fine. And then
what is this?
Why is he walking through the smoke in a 2v2 when James just got a kill on the other side of the map?
And the last 2 players are B players as well. So the worst thing, even if it's some sort of a stack, he has to be here from James' side to the left. Like, he'll be either side. There's no way he's pit. So you just need to team up with your guy, have a 2v2 post plant, right? It's just basic stuff from VP in this round. It seems completely disjointed, and just seeing that round, you're like, this game is probably over. You know, with the way they're playing, like, this is just atrocious. And against a team like Navi, you're not going to be able to get away with it.
By round 2, you were already calling that it was over, Yanko.
I mean, the only
That's not the VP fan.
I know, but the only reason is like I gave it a couple of more rounds because, okay, just the first couple of rounds on the stage, they'll get through the nerves. Maybe it's been a while for these guys. Nope, just we're gonna see even more of that. Freya, actually exactly the same in the second half.
Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing from the side of VP showing up in that fashion. Imo, though, I just love to see it coming out of him, because I think it's been fair to say that he's been, you know, a little bit critiqued somewhat since coming into Navi. People were saying, you know, is this the same guy that we saw back on the Gamer Legion roster? But fair play to him, he is our US Air Force aim high.
To be completely honest, I think that conversation has died out. I think Immer have shown enough now by now that we don't have that conversation anymore. Yes, in the beginning in Navi, from an individual standpoint, he was not living up to what we saw at the Paris Major, where arguably he played above his level. He struggled, you know, to have that individual output, but as of late, the past 6 months, I think Immer has been fantastic in Navi. He has not won, you know, the big MVP so far and just yet, but I think he could be up there for the taking at this tournament if he continues at this level. I think he's playing with more confidence. He's getting slightly more responsibility by Alexi B as well, it feels like, and I think overall Immer right now, as you can see in this sequence right here, he's just playing with a lot of fire, a lot of possess, and it's great to see him finally, I guess, finally turning up to the best version of himself.
And you could also see him be all over the map, really, whether it's on the A side in different positions or on that rotation towards the B bomb side, just finding impact, being at the right place at the right time. And yeah, for Inferno, absolutely the MVP.
Now, you touched upon it already, Yanko. Round 2 wasn't an anomaly, because this happened yet again coming into the second half. VP win the pistol, then round 14 happens.
Yeah, it's just basics, right? Because they open up 3B, right? They want to get that banana control early, not allow for any funny business to happen there, and they will get it more or less for free. Why? Because Navi doesn't want to go B in this round. They want to do apps pop, right? And Norbert even has a smoke. You can see that there's 4 VP players on the bomb side. Norbert's looking for that. Okay, they're coming. I'm going to throw the smoke, but then he loses his focus. His crosshair goes into the wall. Ima runs out, gets the entry kill, Electronic gets traded, he's on an island, and the 2 long players don't push through the smoke, they decide to go up and boost, don't find the kill, eat an 8, round over, game over.
I'm curious to see what happened there for Norbert, because as you said, it felt like he lost focus, you know, it felt like he fell asleep at the wheel, didn't do anything, got instant goose by the Mac-10, and as you said, from that point onwards, once you lose your presence in pit, you lose control of that bomb site. So for Navi to lose both pistols and win both follow-up rounds and win in such a commanding fashion, it's a statement to how well they're playing here in Inferno. A map they have lost 5 out of the past 6 times.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, and this is where it gets really tricky for VP, because you're coming onto Ancient. What do you think the thought process was? Because Mirage obviously could be the 3rd and final map if we get there, but we know Navi, they could have picked into that. Why do you think they went with Ancient instead?
I think just the punish pick for VP, right? Like, they've been struggling on the map, but everyone has been picking against them with varied success. You know, Mongols lost, 9Z won, so it just depends which way you want to go. But with the way, I mean, VP has been playing, doesn't matter what the next map is, to be perfectly honest with you. Navi has just been playing on a much, much higher level, and I am struggling to see a way in which VP can turn this around.
Yeah, even Electronic had a couple of moments on Inferno where he was the difference maker for VP, tried to create some space, had a couple of nice double entries in that game, and 2 of the rounds they won was on the base of him as well, one being the second pistol. So I said, you know, I feel like Electronic is the only player right now that has the individual level and I guess the demanding power on the server to dictate the game somewhat as a rifler, but we gotta see way more from him and way more from the support cast of VP to just make the game competitive, let alone win a map.
Then again, the worst thing that can happen to you in MR12 is win pistol, lose second round, right? Like that's the absolute worst thing, and for it to happen in both halves, I think, you know, we even saw Furia beat Navi, 13-4 when that happened to Navi. So it's just incredibly hard to come back against. And for a team like VP, with the state in which they're in, going up against Navi, you can't allow it to happen. You have to almost play from ahead all the time, make Navi be the ones who are struggling with the economy, who have to take more risks. Because when they have, you know, 5,000-6,000 left in the bank, they're going to own you.
I feel like this is like the double punch opportunity for Navi, because not only Ancient, really good map for them, as you kind of pointed out, Janko, not a great map for VP. What do you feel like their weaknesses have been on this map?
I think sometimes it's just the pace, right? And funnily enough, it's not that they're always too slow. Sometimes they find good openings, but it's in the mid-round, right? Like moving around the map in the mid-round when the trades happen, when it's a 4v4 situation, right? Like teams are a lot more active nowadays, and they seem to be a step behind some of those movements, right? Where either the teams manage to get good info on what VP is doing, then they're waiting at the right spot for them, or there's just someone on the flank, like with 20-25 seconds left, a key player dies, so not really good at those mid-rounds.
No, I think it's a map that exemplifies what we spoke about in terms of the different understanding of how you want to play Counter-Strike. Jame, very slow, methodical, you know, would like to run out the time. Electronic, a bit of a different approach to the game as well. So for my money, it's a bit of a disconnect in how you approach a map like Ancient, which a lot of teams are doing with fast-paced Counter-Strike on the T side, whereas for VP, as you said, they're just falling behind at the moment.
Well, Navi, one map to the good as they absolutely steamroll Virtus.pro on their map pick. Ancient awaits after the break.
It's time to play Guess the Skin with my favorite celebrity, Navi JL. All right, should we get our skins? Yeah. Let's take our skins.
Good luck.
Good luck, my friend. Let's do it. I told you that was gonna happen. Is it a sniper?
No. Is my skin an SMG?
No. Is my skin an AK?
No. Is my skin a pistol?
No. Is my skin a pistol?
Yeah.
Is my skin a deagle?
No. Is my gun one of the machine guns?
No.
I asked pistols, rifles, SMGs, sniper rifles. Wait, I have no more options.
Is my skin a P250?
Yes.
Oh! Is my P250 skin red?
No. Rifle, no. SMG, no. Heavies, no.
I'm trying to help you.
Wait! Yeah, is my skin a knife?
Yes! Hey!
Okay, is my skin a karambit?
Yes.
Woo! My skin is karambit vanilla. Mwah!
Is mine a rifle?
Yeah.
Is mine an AK?
Yeah.
Ooh!
Wait, have I lost?
AKK Sardines?
Yes. I didn't have a chance to speak.
Is mine a sniper?
Yeah.
Is mine no?
Yeah.
Orp gun gear?
Aha, no. Damn it! Is mine a knife?
No. Orp Asimov?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah! Alright, should we show it?
Yeah.
I don't want this Orp, I still really want a Dragon Lore, but Asimov's pretty cool.
With cool stickers, it's fine. Thank you all for watching. It's been me and Banks, and we have a tie here.
Tie?
It'd be like that.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Let's get this party started. Quarterfinal continues between VP and Navi. The desk highlighting just how one-sided our first map was. Coming into map 2, expectations seem to be more of the same. Chatty B.
Well, look, they're going to have to prove to us that there's something to deliver within the server, VP, because their map choice was extremely flat. It can't get better than winning both pistols. It can't get worse than losing both second rounds. So a very rough start to the playoffs for Virtus.pro, but the countdown back on our screens. Teams just out of their seats, but we are about to get map number 2, Navi's choice, Ancient, underway.
Punish pick chosen by Navi, and coming into this one, it's a map that VP have been kind of thrust onto, as the desk highlighted multiple times. Teams think it's a weakness, but I can't help but think enough repetitions, enough practice here in Rio. At some point, perhaps these lessons could lead to some success. VP, Rio is a special place. James said it in the interview. This is where he had his major MVP. This is where he had his major trophy, and 4 members of VP. Let's get into it. Navi on one side of the server, Alexi B on the reins, and on the other side it's James.
The Brazilian crowd has already shown some love to James, the Redeemer. See if they can redeem themselves on map number 2. Otherwise, this might be an awfully quick quarter final. Coming up later today, Vitality versus Mouz. That's one I'd stick around for. But we noted Navi. They came in ready to fight, ready to tussle, not to give over any space, not to step back but forward. See if that continues here on the T side. CT smoke lined up there from the likes of Wonderful. Double donut set up for the A defense. Cave contact possible. JL on one side, Electronic the other, and Flit close by. Feeling them out early, Navi. Not a default spread, but still have information points all across the map. No push so far from VP.
Smoke's in the air, CT smoke, that will be the first cue as to what's up. James, how do you react to this? JL pauses, happily just lingers, waiting for that exact fight. Electronic draws first blood in the pistol.
Well, opening kills few and far between for VP on map number 1. That changing right here, right now.
James extends their advantage. It's going to be 3 for 3 in the pistol department. Looks that way. It's taken shape. It's only Alexi. He'd love a plant. Trying to get some use out of his Molotov. Perhaps he could try and punch in the code. Oh, there's no way. There's no way. From behind, he goes down. Or was it actually Fame from the donut position? But either way, VP, 100% success rate, Chad. But you know what we really need to watch?
Second rounds.
But I think they might have a good shot in this one.
Especially because that bomb didn't go down. So regarding the force buy, I think it might just be a Navi eco. This was the opener. You can see the pressure towards A. JL's hoping for an aggress, but instead he has to make the move first. No movement came his way. Seemed awfully quiet. And the energy is something that would have been the main conversation for VP. Hey guys, come on, like what was that? We put ourselves best foot forward starting, but unable to convert anything. We need to come in right here, right now and show what we're capable of. Now, it has been a rough time for this team since coming together. Been more missed than hit. But a big hitter like Electronic, you thought it would have brought even more firepower to this team, but having a tough time meshing.
Can I ask a stupid question?
Go for it.
Why isn't deep elbow and B doors like thrown every round by CT sides on Ancient? Because people can be ahead of it as well?
Well, look, going for full press on this map is, I think, one of the best ways to open if you don't want to allow a team to establish their default early. The downside of that is if you're playing against a tactical team, one that doesn't necessarily rely on the individuals as much, Navi are going to have more than enough options to get back into the round because those smokes, we're going to get a farm on A. Hope you all enjoyed that. Those smokes, right, you think about it, you throw it from spawn, okay, then you replenish elbow and you replenish B doors. You have one smoke left. Let's say you replenish B doors or elbow again.
And there's probably still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, okay. I'll just retake things late. Like,
yeah.
It's fine. Like, I think as an option, if you know a team is going to play heads-up CS and fight for map control early, I think it's great because you're turning what is essentially an advantage for them with the space being taken into more of a 50-50, right? Timing and flashes and dodging around the mollies and smokes, it can always be difficult. I think it's one of the preferred methods of taking map control, but I don't think it's essential every single round. It also depends on your setup, right? You don't always have to play the full press.
Here is the full press. We get the double smoke, elbow, and B doors thrown out to start. Navi's leaning heavy A to get out of the gates. James actually gets himself across for early info, and he says no one's through. Oh, well, not anymore. JL down, Fame catches him. First gun round for Navi, and they're going to have to play a post plant on A. That's if Electronic allows them. He is in donut. Will have to be pushing the smoke if he wants to disrupt. Throws out an incendiary and does push through. Hyper-aggressive from Electronic, and he gets his kill. Now, the bomb did go down. Alexi at least did that with his last dying breath. But it puts Wonderful and Bit into dire strait. A 2v4, grouped up now towards Temple position. James should hit this shot every day of the week. Somehow he's jumping as he connects, but Wonderful. He's got something here. Something could be said about this one, but denied. Good work from Norbert. Defuse comes through, and VP weather the first gun round.
One of the best rounds we've seen from them all series long. I know it's early stages with their map number 2, but that's solid signs. That's what you're hoping to see. And the opening kill for James is great. The response not available for Navi. And then the open bomb site does permit the plant, but not a follow-up buy. There's a room for AKs and Galils, but I wonder, does Blade require his team to have all the util? Here's the opener. Catching JL, pivoting out of that smoke, and Emma caught as well.
Like, it's very fundamentally sound the way they started that round. JL gets caught. Pieces fall into place. 6-0 right now for James.
Yeah, if you can win the next... Here it is.
Oh.
Full press again. Flit aggressive.
With door smoke there, I mean, that was a fight he could most definitely have taken. He chooses
that's the bomb.
not
That's the
to
bomb.
Imec. Doesn't realize how close to death he was.
Well, it's because his teammates are in A. Like, look how entrenched already Alexi is.
They threw 4 smokes from
yes,
the
they
start
did.
of the
It was
round.
donut red and donut other side and CT. So, Alexi, look at this space. Hello. Stick your barrel out.
Oh,
see it.
Oh, but it's held. It's held.
Dear.
Oh, that's frustrating for Alexi. Info.
Some variety, sure. 2 players donut, but you don't have anybody to capitalize off top of that.
You've got Norbert solo, like playing retake B.
You might get another plant.
Yeah, that's if people can stop dying for a second. Bit going down, and Norbert should catch someone on the search. It's actually JL's rifle,
something.
yeah. They get across, but at what price? Look how much damage has been inflicted. All 3 of them walking with a limp. And JL lost to fall. This is clean from VP, 4 in a row.
And good team-based Counter-Strike late there. That flash coming in for the pivot. Great work. That's what you want to see, them playing off one another. Yet to frag are JL and Alexi. But a slow start. Let's see if Navi can get back into things. The bomb goes down. It was already going to be a full buy. I think the fact that all 5 stay alive is fantastic news for VP. So already starting to forget about what happened on Inferno.
Yeah,
if they can win this map and take it to Mirage, then their Mirage is decent. Right?
Anyone's game?
Look, Navi's is great, but I think VP can definitely challenge.
Oh yeah, just a distinct lack of frags right now. 5 frags total for Navi, 4 rounds in.
All right, red smoke again.
Mid flash for Imet. And Flit's not blind. Oh yes, Flit gets away with murder. Takes down Imet, untraded. And now Bit readies himself to try and provide some pressure towards the donut position. Thinks twice about it. They're actually both relocating through towards Red Room.
Well, understandably so. Look at the setup. Fame and Jame were hunkered down on A. So they were expecting Navi to try and just exploit the A gap like they were able to do in the previous. But they haven't. This top mid smoke from the T's is bad. It's actually got gaps.
Wonderful that's the bomb. He's going to have to be really careful because if he dies with this, the round is over. Oh, my catch and boosting. Oh, wonderful! Wonderful with 2. Lovely timing on his peak, but the bomb is lost. And James holding for this legit position. If you come peek in heaven, Bit, you're a dead man walking. Alexi goes down. Trade is there. Bit gets away from the Jame angle. Peeking back into it with a missed shot. Red Room, though, should find it. Norbert with his second, JL yet to frag and a chance to do so. Oh, that's the JL signature one-tap. James is next victim, and he clutches up to get Navi on the board.
Oh, you get a snapshot of that radar. Every single body dead in middle within that round. That was a biff, that was a brawl, and it didn't start well for Navi whatsoever. Missed smokes, but a JL clutch bails them out. JL and Wonderful in combination with multi-kills get this one done. And look, I love the proactive nature from VP, but they've overcooked here. Stepped. That one's tasty from JL. And look, it appears that VP had the same conversation that Navi had before map number 1. Let's fight.
Yeah.
Let's take these jewels. Let's get stuck in.
Well, stuck in is Imet, and stuck in is Electronic. Look at this mid-fight. Yeah, 2 out mid. Electronic pokes his nose and Flit punished. Whoa, 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 what is going on? Jame pushes down the ramp. Flit catches the cave push. JL lining up to try and catch Jame returning to cave angle. Molly forces him back into sight. And there's push on Donut as well. This is crazy.
This is massive.
Oh, Immer's cooking. He's in the kitchen. And the gaps are, starting to show, starting to hurt. Electronic goes down.
Knows Fame's the A player, so nameplating right now, aware of the A main push as a possibility and ready for Fame to pivot back in, but he's tucked, he's hunkered down, he's waiting with this MP9. Bit and JL will have to clear him out.
They are acting like they know exactly where he is. This is going to be really tough for Fame to do anything with an MP9 and a dream.
Lobby? Yes, one is pushing a lobby, he dominates. Inside the lobby, come Donut, please, Nick.
And there you have it. He was bang on the money. Imez call locks it in, and the round will be Navi's.
Well, info and a massive play from Immer. Taking liberties.
How does he know he's got no nades? Just infers it from the finances of VP?
Did he say he was dropping nades?
Oh, maybe. I thought he said, like, he's no nades, he's A main. Either way.
Yeah, he's got all the info necessary, doesn't he? But knew it had to be Fame, right? Look,
Yes.
I know we've seen some funky setups from VP so far, but Fame being that A anchor gets rumbled, and now it is just Jane with the AWP. So the conversation, if you're Navi right now, is we should at least send 1 or 2 bodies to look for this. If we can take the AWP out of James' hands, that's a massive boon for us. And got together, paired up. Wonderful and Bit sacrifices his life to take the space, and Wonderful running him down with the Tech 9. Knows he needs this kill, but doesn't want to give his AWP over. Buying time. Clock ticking. Bomb going to go off. James got another, but the Molly's there. JL and Emma as well. They want this AWP. They want James. They want everything that he's got, and they're going to get it.
Oh, I mean, he was, quite literally backed into a corner. What's he supposed to do? Just staring at the wall, jumping. Had nothing else he could possibly do.
Well, that's the difference between what would be a massive trap going into round number 7 and what is just going to be a couple of pistol upgrades for VP. So Navi, off the JL clutch, make good in a follow-up round and clean the board. That's something that if you can do against VP, you always should.
How are they finding? So Alexi's found it, and Emma has found this gap, this mysterious gap in the VP defensive.
Now, look, this could be the prep, but I think that there's just a sheer confidence that Navi are showing with the individuals, which is allowing a few of them to play off-leash.
Right.
And they also found an opening kill before that over towards B lane. I think Flip got caught pushing out Cave, so you're expecting them to rejig. We've got a P250, a smoke, and a 5-7. That's the investments for VP.
Has he got an extra util? Is he faking this? No, just the one smoke.
Hold them in place while the rest of his team clears out A main, and Emma already has so much forward pressure over towards red. This is a key position. It can be a little bit threatening because at a moment they could come out Cave behind, they could swing Donut through, but if they rotate, then Emma will be able to get all the information with the sound cues. And at a certain point, you can see he is worried about more than just the red push. JL's here to help him out.
This is textbook from Navi. Oh, JL, another tap. He's looking zoned in right now.
It's very small, like micro details right there, but the way those overlaps worked, right? So JL gets there, then he can cover ledge. Emma understands, he moves in, now he's tucked to red, doesn't have to worry about Donut anymore. Just those little details.
But like anyone returning from B to A to attempt to be present is going to be held.
But it's something that you see some of these teams doing now. I think that Liquid is one of them. They like to get the AWP into Red Room on some of these T-side gun rounds, because if you can get the AWP in that position, it's like B doors dust too.
I was thinking
right?
the same.
You're really making it difficult for those rotations, and lots of teams love to do full mid sweeps. So if you lose mid control because of a Donut smoke and a red smoke, they're going to retake 2 players through Donut, 2 players through red. And if you have a rifler and an AWP in that position, you know, with maybe a player ledge or elbow in middle, something like that, then you could really deal with the way that the CTs want to clear out that territory and win on fights. But right now, VP will be fighting back in with a buy round. So they took the eco, the purchases now come through, and the crowd not loving this because they are Jame fans after all.
Yeah, well, Jame and his team are doing better on this map. Well, actually, they've done the same as Inferno right now.
They should be doing better.
They will be.
I don't imagine at this point it will be a shutout.
No.
Oh, they missed the ledge molly. That's a big deal.
Yeah, facilitates Electronic to be tucked in this corner. Bitman's going to overlook it completely. Yep, had no idea that was possible. So Electronic profits. Jame, yeah, he's being hunted. In hot pursuit is Alexi, yet to frag. The 2 leaders clash towards A main, and Jame will go away unscathed. Still 99 points of health, he's good. And an uncomfortable situation for Navi to find themselves in, a man down with very little map control. You've got laid. I suppose that's all you can boast.
Yeah, but right now for JO and Emma, they're probably on high alert that there could still be players tucked up close middle, you know, ready to jump up. Or, oh, the spam back. JL, try your luck again.
Lockdown's Law puts the AWP into JL's grasp. Wonderful will work with the rifle given the health.
Electronic should be good for a kill. There's a molly on Wonderful, but he's not there to throw it. So Electronic can activate late or not get cleared.
Missed shot. Actually, Emma gets away with one, but Electronic had his chance for the double. He dinks up Alexi, and JL and Alexi working with just 30 points of health combined. It's not ideal. It's not looking winnable for Navi's final 30-second foray. Heading over towards B. Angle held on long side. Too many angles to clear. JL, what can you do? Both of them low HP. You'd love a bomb plant, but you can't get past this line. Drawn in the sand by VP.
No, the loss bonus is there, but maybe a save from Navi in that situation, playing for future rounds. It's not the end of the world. They can't buy again, sure.
It did feel like there was
It felt very hopeless.
Yeah.
Like the way in, it didn't even feel possible. And will be a tactical timeout call from Navi. Blade's opportunity to get activated, same as Mr. Passionage. So let's see what they have to say. Well, actually, we can't. But you can see the mouths moving. So if you can lip read at home, let us know. But yeah, so the missed ledge molly, Bit needed to be aware at that moment that it was a possibility. Right? You would prefer to have a set lineup for that where possible so that it spreads properly, but we saw it just miss, and that allows Electronic to get up.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be frustrating. Slumps down in his chair.
Well, yeah, because you taking map control is predicated on your teammates landing the utility correctly.
To set you up so that your flight path is like ironed out. You know what is possible.
Exactly. You want to limit the amount of possible issues that you can run into.
Well, or just to inform your pre-aim as well. He had no idea. Mid seems to be the focus. Look at this. IEM running straight into Electronic, and it's going to be a double opening.
They really wanted to win that, and I know that sounds like a redundant sentiment, but it's the fact that they had 2 players in T-spawn flashing. JL, can you find anything? They're set up for this. You're going to walk into your demise. It's a 3-man trap, and you're dead. Snap shut, Alexi and Bit. They go down as well. Well, Bit in a moment's time.
What do we have here, Chatty B?
This is a competitive half.
It is a competitive one from VP.
And the money now in the bin for Navi. The loss bonus for them going 2,400 into the next. They are going to have to take a bit of a partial unless Bit can win a 1v5.
I would love in the replay to see Electronic's POV to understand how when 2 people flashing, he had vision and it looked like he was in the opening. It wasn't your typical like anti-flash donut swing. So I'd love to know whether it was bad flashes or a nice anti-swing from Electronic. But all 4 staying alive for VP. Fame the only casualty in this one.
Alexi's still yet to frag, so let's see if he can get activated, get on the board. But yeah, they had a player left and right, and you like to do that. You like to especially have the player on the right flashing, because what a lot of CTs will do,
he's just
playing anti like on the timing.
What a game!
So deep out in towards middle. And it's likely his teammates are flashing as well behind the box. That's a very standard approach too.
Isn't it called the Jame flash in most teams?
Yeah, right. But with that situation, you get the right side flashes from spawn for the Ts so that it flashes the CTs that dip into donut.
Run boost or straight in and escorts JL out. See you later, mate.
No issues with opening kills on this map, unlike Inferno. That was such a problem for VP.
Firing out some very lethal bullets is Fame's M4. And yeah, good luck, Alexi. He's going to have a go. Punching in the code. Denied by Electronic. And so just through sheer repetitions, this Ancient, they've been forced onto it a lot. Now, by no means has it been fantastic, but in Rio, they've actually started to turn their luck around.
Yeah, indeed. So sure, they lost to 9Z, but Astralis and Mongols probably victories there, and close victories, filling them with some confidence. But before that, there's a whole lot more red within the column, and that's why when you just take a look, if you're on HLTV and you're looking at the win percentages in the last 3 months, you think this is a weakness. Look, statistically it is, and VP tried to do the same with Inferno against Navi, so neither team landing just yet, but 5 still possible.
Oof, terrifying.
For Navi.
Terrifying for JL. It's just aggression from the CT side all over the shop. IEM this time has some room to maneuver out middle. Clear from James, actually mishandles that, yeah. Does he really want to push through this? I like his idea. James throwing out his own smoke so he can focus on the pressure that's coming from a main, but IEM sees that as an invitation. He'll take that smoke push. James goes down. Alexi B contributes onto Fame. Lovely double to get them into the site. Now there's nothing really in the form of a retake. VP might just want to take the AK-47s through. 3 AK-47s for the next round of play, the final round of play.
Yeah, and taking a look at the finances, there will be enough for the buys. So having these weapons in your hand is a nice little advantage, or I guess leveling of the playing field. Should probably be the better way of the framing, but just yeah, James knew what was coming.
Yeah.
Right, and he didn't even die to the lurk from IEM through Donut. So just a couple of nice shots for Navi to breach in towards the A site. But this has been quite a tussle for that mid control, and I do like some of these moves that we've seen from VP on the CT side, grouped up, something a little bit, not with the mid plays necessarily, but like three players pushing top B ramp that early to isolate JL. Like there's some different flavors to their CT aggression at the moment. But as just mentioned, 5 is more than workable for Navi on this T side. I think 4 is doable as well. Yeah, there's Alexi's second kill, and a tidy one onto Fame. This time it will be the timeout called from Virtus.pro. And understandably so. I like the timing of this one, right? It's the final round of the half. You win this, you put yourself in an 8-4 advantage going into the break. Get into the second half, win the pistol, which you've had no issues with so far within the 3 played. Conversions, and you're in touching distance to taking us to Mirage. So I'm glad that we've seen things turned around with a competitive matchup on map number 2. But this is the thing with Navi, right? This is what they play for, the arena games. Group stages, as mentioned, a bit of a formality for this team. They're only used to being in grand finals, but stage matches, the high-intensity matches, this is where they do their best work.
5 consecutive?
Yeah, looking for 6. I think it was spring finals a loss to Spirit. EWC, they won over G2. Cologne, they lost to Vitality. Pro League, they won over EF. Fall finals, they lost to G2.
Oh, and IEM has opened up the account in middle. Wonderful catches the A main push. Flick completely overlooked. A lazy clear from Bit.
But B's clear. They don't know it yet, but as soon as JL starts to investigate up the ramp, the timing, the window, it's closed.
Just got there in time. Okay.
Now they know it's B.
Yeah, so they've definitely solved the mystery. Norbert trying to block, but I think he's going to be tested. Gets away with 1, can't do 2. IEM with an AWP, no less, picks it up off of Wonderful. Uses it to great success.
James T-spawn flank 1v3 clutch with the AWP. All right.
You know, when he does
I'll be
actually,
impressed,
when he
Alex.
goes for them, Chad.
Well, he has to.
Exactly. When he goes for them, he's pretty good at it. James known to be able to clutch, but no smoke grenade. Incendiary HE flash, not ideal for the defuse. Oh, hello. JL catches a whiff. Still no, they don't. They don't hear the scope. So JL's a sitting duck. No smoke grenade. He's hoping he could find one. And down before the incendiary can bloom. A chance there, but 7-5 is workable. As Chad Birchall said, we're going to swap sides. We'll be right back. We'll find out if we need map 3. South America, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, quarterfinal day. We've got the arena open to the public, and fans are here to watch as Navi and VP duke it out. Rather disappointing, I'm sure, for the fans and for the VP fans, which seems to be plenty here in Rio, as a 13-4 scoreline on VP's map pick. They were unable to get the engine started. A different story, map 2, Navi picking into Ancient, seeing it as a weakness, but with a 7-5 half, perhaps not for VP.
Yeah, got their bell rung and have woken up. Let's see if they can win a 4th pistol.
Don't say that. I mean, you're right. It's just a stat. But to have won every single pistol would be crazy if they were to lose out 2-0.
Bit and wonderful on the A site. Norbert to sell something over towards B, being highlighted now by our obs team. Alexi, he'll be the closest point of rotation to either site. Wonderful doesn't move Bit either. They're not biting down on this fake.
No, they've got the positions necessary. Wonderful does confirm it. Oh, Bit, he overswings that, but still has the aim to back it up.
Good shots from Jame.
Jame, a double kill back. Fame plants the bomb. Jame exposed by the HE clear. The fact they've got a HE is crazy. Emma through the flames. It's up to Norbert now. Where's the bomb? They get on it. Norbert, a main. He's got a 10-second defuse. Alexi's calling for help. The defuse is on. He's confirmed it. He has to peek deny with the smoke to cover. And it will be a Navi pistol. Their first in this quarterfinal. And it comes in the 4th half of play.
Well, they definitely identified that late rotation in Norbert due to the fake had to still be a country mile away. And I love that defensive smoke. Once spotted, get on the defuse, Mr. President. The smoke lands. There's no way that Norbert stops that 1v3. Great shots from James.
It's a different round. If that bomb goes down uncontested, instead that HE, it gives them so much. A kill onto James and like the green light to push. And it just falls apart for VP. So yeah, an interesting, quite a technical pistol, trying to fake out B, contact A. Heaven smoke, so that's an interesting deviation. We didn't see that from Navi.
Yeah, I think with the Heaven smoke, I like to throw that if it means that you're just going to go for a B execute.
Right.
Because if a team plays full press mid, 2 players are negated from the round or have to push through the grey screen. And then, well, hold up a second, we might have a bit of a fight.
Oh, fight we will. Alexi B and Imer, though, are perfectly positioned to deal with this. That's scary. That's very scary for Electronic. He gets run down by the MP9, and he had the best gun in the round. And James just behind a smoke, helpless.
I feel that they misplayed that. Like, from exactly what I was saying, if you're going to throw the Heaven smoke, you want to fortify the B lane early because you remove that ability for them to jump up.
So their mistake was respecting the B door smoke.
Yeah, and look, it is risky, but you're on a force buy.
Right.
You're already taking a bit of a risk, and you have Tech 9s, those closer range duels. Emma did oblige and push through the smoke. So I think I would have liked to have seen VP play ahead and get that control if they were opting for that option. Now the bomb is down. Bit has made sure there's no rotation point back. James is looking for damage. Sure, he's doing well in the stat department, 16 kills, but not sure how impactful these will be. The next round will have to be an eco.
He's never one to give away his life without a fight. Wonderful does oblige.
Yeah, okay, well, Navi should be taking the lead in this second map of play now that it'll be the Virtus.pro eco as part of the follow-through. If they really wanted to be crazy, which I have to keep these options always open when VP's on the screen, is Flip could drop an AK, and they could run a AK-47. But not to be the case. Some light upgrades, P250s, a smoke, a flash, and they've gone for the Heaven smoke again. This time they're getting the B lane control early. So you want to break this, and they will do. Oh, it's deep again. Into B they go. Let's see Alexi and JL into the death funnel. Just going to farm them up. The MP9 and the A1S doing all the work it needs to. It's a little bit sketchy. It's a little bit worrisome.
I'd agree. I was a little nervous just seeing JL in the open, flashed with 2 Tech 9s running at him, but
the proof's in the pudding. All 5 staying alive.
No problem.
All right, well, a bit of pace to this T-side so far. See how the gun rounds simmer forward. Virtus.pro, full investment. AK-47s across the board. No AWP in play for either team. Standard opener. Cave smoke, red smoke. Not playing through it is Imma. Just going to harass. pops open for the clear. Nobody home.
Oh, they're really, really putting the thumb screws onto middle. Alexi makes a bit of a meal of that, but goes down all the same. Norbert traded out by JL. Flit through cave. Wonderful, overlooks that potential. So nice catch from Flit. JL's going to be completely isolated to defend this B bomb site. Has to fall back off of the incendiary. And ooh, wow. Hang on. That's a big duel to win.
And the bomb's in Narnia.
Wins out mid. Pressure from cave, but no bomb. Oh, Flit's out. Spotted out.
Look at him push. Look at him go.
That's ridiculous from IEM.
And Fame, nowhere to be found. On his own solo mission on the other side of the map. Might get a kill. Onto Bit, spots him out, knife in hand, trying to get that extra bit of pace. And now he can grab the bomb.
And where does he go? I mean, they know that the bomb's not on B. They're checking all the bodies. They can't seem to find it. Now scooped up by Fame, and he's going back to B.
I like the call from Fame. I understand, because they would beat you on rotation. Oh.
Oh, he gets JL completely lackadaisical. He had no idea. Now Fame has to work out where IEM is coming from. He's got 25 seconds to solve this mystery. This could be a huge clutch quarterfinal on the line, but it's just IEM. He's always on the move. He never gives you time to think, time to plant, time to play. IEM brings the fight. Fame's looking the wrong way.
I love seeing the confidence from IEM within this series so far. It's been really nice to see, just backing himself and again, never giving VP any room to move. 2-round differential now, and this is beautiful, isn't it? IEM, I thought he was just going to push on through, but knows his lineups. Sure, Fame making this somewhat interesting. JL giving himself over, but it's information for IEM to work with. Partial buy. 4 towards B, Fame middle, bomb outside the doors.
Well, this might be more what you were talking about, Chad.
Exactly.
You take cave. Next challenge would be onto Alexi, and there's no one to support him. JL's running as fast as he can, but Alexi's got a lot to do, a lot on his plate. Flit. Oh, doesn't clear him. A free frag, and now JL provides the support, so no trade from Electronic either. Oh, nice find. Electronic stubborn about that. He pays a heavy price. I think Alexi hit the dink. And now delivers an M4 to a healthy Jane. JL and Bit responsible to maintain control of this. IEM arrives as well. Could sweep through and peek behind those flames, but Fame finds Bit. And Jane, oh, he gets away with murder there, IEM. Down he goes, up to JL to defend ramp, forces Norbert back. And JL just racking him up. Frag by frag, a second found onto Electronic, low HP. Wonderful, gonna run as fast as he can to account for the potential slip. Looks like he's gonna arrive just in time, running donut with a bomb in his hands. And spotted. Should pull the trigger on his head, but taking his sweet time about this. Wonderful, goes down. One hell of a headshot from Norbert. This could be the clutch. This could be the clutch to get VP back in the driving seat. He's up against JL, though. Has to be perfect, and JL saves him. The 1v2 denied, 10 rounds found. Navi in pursuit of a 2-0 to secure the semi-final.
Right, that's a little bit lazy into B there. They know that JL's the B long defender, and I suppose they're expecting him to play a little bit more of a retake setup.
Yeah.
But there were so many bodies getting thrown into cave. I don't know. Either way, this is it. So JL swings out. He's aggressive towards cave, and then, before that, he was tucked into sight, right? So that was just a partial investment for VP. So they actually get a lot of value for money. And a decent attempt from Norbert. They'll be happy with the plant. It's actually going to be the second tactical timeout called from Navi. So Blade, knowing they're just 3 rounds away from getting this done, booking themselves a semi-final against Heroic tomorrow. Be only the second time they've played Heroic this year. First time this season. Heroic, one of the surprises. I guess alongside of VP and Furia. But for the likes of Furia, VP, and Heroic, they all enjoy it in Rio. You look at their past history here, 2022, 2023. Heroic have been in back-to-back finals.
Something about Rio and Heroic. And Virtus.pro.
And Furia.
And Furia, all of which have once again found footing. IEM could lose his head, and does to Norbert. Trying to return fire was bit, just a couple of bullets through that red smoke, but they've conceded mid, they've lost control of it. And Electronics trying to profit from it. Gets himself deep into red room, early doors, 1 minute 30, and JL's holding this passive of an angle.
They have to push A main because the map seems very small right now, Navi, so Bit is emboldened to take this space.
He's quick, isn't he? Seeing it from the POV of Fame, how quick that headshot's found. Puts us into a 4-on-4, and they regain A main. James hoping for an overextension from Bit. If they cut noise long enough, maybe he goes searching into the AWP or into the Norbert AK. Okay, that's a nice way to find a response just by hurrying up and wait.
So they're transitioning back over towards B. So Electronic hasn't moved a muscle just yet. Wonderful is starting to head go, but
Electronic's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Wonderful will be there to help out Alexi on the site just in time.
Oh, this gets awkward for VP now. You had the 4v3. You have to convert this, but you have to get past Alexi B. The smoke obscures Wonderful's assistance. Alexi tucks deep into Cubby. Oh, the util. Wonderful, 20 seconds left. He can just molly the plant. Norbert fakes it out. They don't clear their corners. It's just messy from Virtus.pro. 15 seconds. You have to plant. There's no one to cover you. Good clear from Flit. 10 seconds. Someone needs to be punching in that code. James is that guy. Gets it down. And Flit quick on the flank. They're not looking at this pot potential just yet. James distracts. Flash through. Only JL. Have they really recovered this? Playing a dangerous game. A couple of seconds to spare, but hang on a second! JL! It was always JL! Comes through with a 1v2. Virtus.pro gonna be bubbling with rage.
Back-to-back rounds, JL coming in clutch, and that one's going to leave a mark. VP, it felt like a classic James round.
It did.
The clock ticking down against all odds. They had pulled it off somehow. JL says, no, not today. 11-7, Navi in the driver's seat, yet to drop a round. 3 consecutive now with just one player staying alive for this defense, but still spotless.
Rio didn't like that one very much. They want to see that VP fairy tale once more in Rio de Janeiro, but Navi are making a strong case that it ends here in the quarterfinal. Electronic to test once more. 3 opening kills, 1 opening death for Electronic. Flit the opposite. 3 times he's conceded that opening death, but he is a space taker.
Very measured pace within this round.
Oh, timing on that, just as Electronic started to move, just as his fingertip touched W. Bit activates. The bomb's A main.
Look how far forward Flit is. They know that he could be in because of the smoke, so this is all a fake, and it's worked wonderfully.
Oh, and it's even more sold by the fact there's bodies behind the smokes. This is nice. VP, despite the man disadvantage, if he could just get 1, make it a potential for 2. JL 3 HP, now the penny drops. Boys, it's A.
If IEM starts moving, though, he might get caught in transition by James, who's parked in cave for some reason.
For some reason. I guess the reason is they don't have to worry about Donut, but yeah, now they don't. Fame gets it. James can control
I think
it.
There has to be a save. I think they have to, because you have 3 consecutive rounds with just 1 player staying alive for Navi. Your finances are on the ropes. You don't want bottom of the barrel loss bonus. If you hold on to these guns, both JL and Alexi can drop into the next round and you can have a full buy.
What made that so convincing on B? The double smoke, the Molotov previously, like on the pistol, it's just been one set.
It was a retake setup on the B site from Navi.
That helped.
They were playing behind the short and the long smoke, so they didn't have information. And then the kill secures it. So the fact that they pull a fake off in a pressure environment like this, it's not the first time we've seen VP try something tricky along those lines. But this time, they're able to get away with it. They do allow Navi to save, so those drops, as mentioned, will be passed out.
Interesting, yeah. Immediately you see James win the round, reach for his notes, and call attack timeout.
Yeah, because I wonder, do you want to run a fake again? Like, you don't have to be so tricky. I did enjoy them taking the pace out of it because, as we discussed within the first half, if a team is going to do double mollies mid or elbow smoke and door smoke, they're also doing B lane molly. They're also throwing the HEs in. So they go through so much utility early within the round. Look, I'm not sure. Again, like when you put Navi in this teetering position, if you want to take a timeout and give Blade the opportunity to adjust as well, that's the first round his team's lost on the CT side. So Alexi gets to confer with the boss man. But this is VP's way back into this game. They win this round and they clean the board. Navi will have to take a force and then an eco, and we're all tied up. They might opt for the save because the first round loss bonus just came into the bank bounce. So I take that back, Alex. Look at this.
Alexi B takes it forward.
Not the first time they've tried that.
Trade, nice from JL, even catching some damage through the smoke on doors. Imet flashed through. Completely destroyed by Electronic. Nice self-flash from Electronic to get himself situated into red.
Chasing their tower right now, Navi. They've got no idea what's happening within this round.
And the next target here for Electronic is Bit. Oh, what? Bit misses his chance. Now the jig is up and the headshot's found. Electronic's having a big one here. He doesn't want to let this one slip away. A must-win round for VP, and as you said, chasing their tail. The bomb's heading B. Wonderful perhaps gets a freebie. Yeah, back of the head. James did not catch the scope. And the reaction's interesting. So Electronic's burrowed into A. He's saying, boys, there's no one here. But
I don't like this for VP.
No, the path back to A is terrifying.
And
you don't know
they're
anything.
worried about everything. They're giving over sound cues with defensive utility to elbow.
It's so telegraphed. They know exactly what's up. Maybe Electronic can save him. He's going to get cleared out. Wonderful. That's a hit the shot. Oh, man, a missed one from the orb. On plant going to be interesting. JL takes down Norbert. This is falling through their fingers here. Wonderful still has an AWP on Donut. Electronic's a dead man. They give him the bomb and say try. Try and plant, but they're both here. And he's just going to give it a go. Wonderful will peek through. A comfortable collection. This is messy. 9 seconds. James just has to bring the fight. And Wonderful does not miss. Doesn't buckle under the pressure. It's a 12 for Navi, 4 opportunities to knock out VP to secure the semi-final. Navi versus Heroic.
But damn, it's close. Out of the last 5 rounds of play, the rounds Navi have won have all just been one individual surviving. So they are being pushed, they are being tested. But as you mentioned, they are almost there. A great round from Wonderful. Have to talk about JL's impact on this map as well with those back-to-back clutches, 20 kills for him. Inferno was Imma's map, Ancient is JL's. And is this it?
I think there might be a twist or two. Imma doesn't seem to think so. Gets away with 19 points of health and aggression towards Flip, pushing out Cave.
They've done that several times, not just with Imma, but Alexi as well. They're really trying to isolate that of Flip.
Bit didn't catch the push through. His back is turned. Norbert's got a real opportunity. Directly underneath him.
Has to make a sound.
What's going on here? Oh, no way, Bit. Completely pants by him. Oh, and now Norbert's gotten away with it. He's actually gotten away from the AWP.
But Imma's low.
Oh, and Imma goes down. If VP has taken the A site, Norbert and Electronic have gotten them away into the round and now denied. In pursuit of denying the plant, JL goes down empty-handed. And there's nothing here for Alexi and Wonderful.
Just not the weapons for the job. JL trying to swing out at that range with the MP9. Wonderful removed by James AWP, and let's make it 9 for VP. Well, now that conversation I was having earlier about the force buy into the eco, as they are going to try and remove it all. The Finn being chased. Norbert removes that and grabs himself an AK-47 for his troubles. This one's still got a couple of rounds left.
Oh, I wouldn't complain over a cheeky OT, but is it too early to be saying those letters?
Well, let's talk through it again, right? So this likely to be either a force or one of those rounds where, you know, you chip in. I think Navi, they might play it more conservatively than some of these more star-studded rosters would expect, because you want to save a little bit of cash so that your gun round in 2 rounds' time is everything. If you shove now and then eco next, go into the final, you're going to be very... Yeah, so they've kept a little bit of extra cash here. So I like this. They're playing knowing they need just 1 round. As you'd hope.
I think they can count.
It doesn't matter what the score reads at the end of the day as long as 13's next to your name and not the opponent's. But imagine if they get it done on a eco.
I don't think VP or Rio would like to imagine that.
I'm going to say it's not impossible.
No, I'm already getting a weird feeling. The fact that Electronic, he does get himself a double though out mid, might relieve some of that pressure. Bit did find Flit with the bullet.
Well, you know that JL's a B defender, you know that Emma is a mid defender, you know that Wonderful is the rotator.
Yeah.
There's your information to work with if you're VP, but you also know they only have pistols. So how does that change things?
I mean, just a nice direct approach with some trades. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, simple execute. Remove a couple of these angles.
Don't, like, contact up ramp and get double killed by Immer's 5-7. That's the one thing you shouldn't do.
They missed a piece of utility.
That's not ideal. Immer doesn't get the headshot that he's so desperately sought after. JL just the one on the body shots. Wonderful's 5-7 looking deadly for a moment. Put Norbert on notice, just 1 HP for him, but just that pistol buy, economical. Up next.
Now it'll be the full save. So we will go the distance. Scoreline should read 12-11. In about 1 minute and 55 seconds time if we want to milk it for all it's worth. A flash in the hands of JL. That's all they have to operate with on the Navi side of the server.
You've never seen $200 used this effectively.
Wow, that's the clickbait title on the TikTok right there.
There it is. What boomer titles on TikTok. Oh. Nasty nade onto Immer's face. And they've got no resistance mid. There it goes. And doesn't do anything. Norbert has full vision. Unloads his magazine. It's going to feel great. 4 kills. Sprays them all down. Give him the ace. Norbert, an ace in Rio de Janeiro. And the Brazilians absolutely adore it.
Oh, will that be his last good memory here, because it can all end in 5 kills time. 2 years ago, lifting the major trophy. Now you fast forward, you're an underdog up against the world #1. Your map pick, you got blown out. Ancient up next as a punish. And a Blade tactical timeout to secure the final round for Navi.
How do you not get into your head when your opponent has got his on match point and the most highly regarded coach in Counter-Strike takes a timeout? How do you not get into your head of your VP? You've on the mic as well. You're on the T side though.
Maybe you turn to Electronic and you say, hey, you've dealt with this guy before. You've won a major with him before. What can you glean us? Well, I can tell you, final round, poor Alexi B has to operate with an MP9. Let's see. Do Navi keep the stubbornness? They've had a lot of duels where they just want to push through the cave or Heaven Smoke and try and isolate Bit over towards B lane. Bit and Emma, sorry, Flit, not Bit.
A lot of early util. Look how many smokes, flashes thrown out to try and get Electronic out mid, and he will. Red, not cleared. Electronic finds him out. Oh, through the smoke, Bit finds it.
Huge trade.
Massive trade. Despite a missed smoke from VP, it's a 4-on-4. Bit has kept Navi in it to win it in just the 24th round of Ancient. A missed Red, VP. They're off kilter, they're wobbly. They're missing some fundamentals, and it should have led to the death of Jame. Bit lets it go. Wonderful will catch Fame on Donut. Now Jame posted for the JL surge, and JL has managed to best the AWPer. It falls now onto the shoulders of Flit and Norbert. Holding the smoke is Alexi, and he's going to catch him walking through. Only Flit remains, and VP's hopes of replicating in Rio hang on one man's shoulders. One man to keep the dream alive. Up against 3. JL goes looking, JL searching, JL finds it, and VP knocked out of Rio. They cannot replicate the dream run. 2 years on, and it's Navi that hit him with the left, right, good night.
Just locked himself in for a semi-final matchup against Heroic in pursuit of their 6th consecutive grand final. Navi are the world #1 for a reason, and they put that on display here today. A masterclass on Inferno. Some beautiful Counter-Strike. That was Immer's map, but as mentioned, JL on Ancient. The clutches, the impact, 23 kills. And he's got to be happy with that one. One of the biggest personalities we have in the scene right now, putting on a show, a major MVP in his own right.
It's got to be a great feeling.
For Navi.
2-0, just like that. I mean, a 13-4, it gets a bit scary on Ancient. Navi, they weather the storm. JL, a big reason for that. And it's interesting to see how Immer and JL both just having a map pop off.
Oh, conversation being had there from Navi at the end of the game. Doesn't look like smiles on the face, maybe already addressing some of those mistakes.
Yeah, it looks like a post-mortem. Like within 5 seconds of the victory being locked in, they're already having the conversation, the dialogue you can see specifically between Blade and Alexi. But they are the winners. They are in the semi-final. They will meet Heroic. For Virtus.pro, upon reflection, a nice little upswing. I love the framing from Janko coming into this, just saying that they, their main goal, their main objective was for the major, and this is a step in the right direction. Let's hear what James Banks and the winners have to say.
What a fantastic way to kick things off here for the playoffs. Immer, how good did that one feel? It looked like you were just dominating and were unstoppable on Inferno.
I mean, on Inferno, yes, but on Ancient it was a bit rough because our plans didn't work out that well. But I'm happy that we managed to go on top.
Why were your plans not working out? Had Virtus.pro changed some things?
I mean, at least on our T side, we had a plan to deny their mid-take, and then every time we did this, they were not there. And every time we didn't do it, they were there. Like, maybe it's a bit unlucky, maybe it's a bit like, I don't know. That's how CS works sometimes.
They were winning the mind games of that one. Now, I also want to ask you, what's it like, this crowd for you? Because they were very much in Virtus.pro's side.
They were in Virtus.pro side? Oh, that's crazy. But, I mean, to see this crowd that they are very, very loud, and then it's not even full pack. I don't want to imagine how it's going to sound whenever it's full pack.
Now, you had a bit of a slip up against Furia, right? Couldn't grab that semi-final spot. When you play like this today, does it feel like you're back to the Navi we want to see?
I mean, I said in interviews before, I think it was, against Furia it was not us. You can say that it was a bit of day off, the comms were not there, nothing worked for us, but for sure, even this game we had some small issues, but for sure, after every game we try to fix them and to be better after every game.
And lastly, you got Heroic tomorrow. How important is it for you to keep that streak going and make another grand final?
We like to not think about this. So it's very good to just play game by game, and then if we reach the final, it's very good actually.
Definitely very good. Well, facing Heroic in the semi-finals tomorrow, it's Navi!
Oh yes, Navi secure their semi-final spot. Oh, so familiar with the big stage, and once again looking to make a deep playoffs run. Sure, Virtus.pro did wake up on that second map, Jacob, but not enough to make Navi crumble under that pressure.
No, they did give us a competitive game of Counter-Strike, and at certain points in the game it felt like VP were the ones in control, especially in the first half. I think the CT side and the performances coming out from Jame and in particular Electronic, those two kept them in it and gave us a good show here in Ancient. So I guess you can argue that was a step in the right direction, but I think when you look at this series as a whole, Navi by far the better team, and VP still far away from being I can't call them far away from being a playoff contender because they were in the playoff, but I think at any given tournament where Spirit would have been here, where FaZe wouldn't really struggle as well, I think VP would have been out of it.
Yeah, I think you could tell clearly in some of these rounds that they've been losing. You can see how disconnected it is at times, right? Navi just taking advantage of that. We even had the players step up. We had JL with a nice little 1v2 clutch sneaking up from short, right? Winning an important round early on, and Navi just the better
Congratulations, already just jamming out, loving the vibes of this arena, first time in Brazil. I think we're having a few issues with your mic, but you said so loud, that's kind of crazy, right? Jacob, you might have to be the translator for this, if that's all right.
Take this instead.
Yeah, go on. We don't want to hear that guy up. There we go. Okay, let's start this again.
Would be hilarious if it didn't work out, like.
Congratulations, Sheo.
Thank you.
Yeah, tell me what you were saying about the playing in front of the Brazil crowd.
Even though it's not a full packed arena, it was crazy. There was so much energy, so much hype, so much passion. Of course, I felt like they cheered for the other team, but it doesn't matter. It was hype. It was really enjoyable.
I wouldn't take it personally if I were you. I think they just love James. Like, James, their guy. Wherever he shows up on screen, they're cheering for him. But yeah, great game from you guys. We were talking about how that loss to Furia was pretty tough, and that it was probably a wake-up call for your team. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, 100%. Our communication was down. The mood was not there. But it takes a good beating to wake you up. So I'm glad Furia did it. Maybe not for their own sake.
Tell me a bit about that Inferno. We got some words from IEM just saying, feel like you guys were in flow state. You were very well prepared, obviously, with that team talk. It's been a map where you had 4 losses coming into this particular matchup. Anything you felt like went differently for you guys this time?
Yeah, I mean, we dictated a lot of the pace. So we were controlling it. We knew what they were going to do. And also, we didn't think their Inferno was good. So they just picked into a trap. I mean, our Inferno is not the best by far, but theirs is even worse.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I love how you just say it how it is. Ancient did get a little bit close at times. I mean, you were pulling off some crazy clutches to kind of keep you guys in it. Tell me about that.
I don't know. Every time I'm in a clutch, it just feels so calm. You don't even think about the loss or the win. You just have to kill the opponents, and they just kept coming, and you kept killing them. But yeah, and Ancient, I think we started a little slow. But once we got the communication going, we reminded ourselves how we won, how winning is done. It was pretty much readable from there.
Unfortunately, we have a microphone back for Jacob. I thought I got off this one very well indeed. You want to ask Manjay any questions?
No, I mean, he already spoke about it. The Inferno one coming into this game. I think that's the one big question mark in terms of your map pool. Do you feel comfortable in your map pool now, also knowing that it's a best-of-5 grand final? That was pretty new to us and you coming into the tournament as well. Is that something you're working on, or what's up with that?
Yeah, of course we're working on it little by little, but I don't know, best-of-5 grand finals is a different beast. And I don't think it's even about map preparation. It's more about knowing what to do to win. I think most of it is outside the server, to be honest. You just have to show up and win.
And it takes a lot to prepare for a best-of-5 grand final. Before you get into that, though, you have to beat Heroic in a semi-final. Yeah. So that matchup, how are you looking forward to that one?
Really looking forward, because when we were in a slump at Dallas, they took advantage of that. They beat us 2-0, I think.
Yeah, they eliminated you, right?
Yeah, very rough, very rough. But I get to face my old teammate, Kixon. And when it's a personal game, it's a little bit different. I love it.
I think sometimes when we watch you guys play, obviously playing really good in general, but Furia game here and there, do you think just the long season so far for you guys is taking a toll, where it's just pushing through this one last tournament before you have some time to rest and do another boot camp?
Yeah, I mean, the amount of grand finals we've been to in a row, I could count on my one hand how many days we had. We're going tournament from tournament. We went from Malta to Blast, which was really hard, really hard. I think people don't really underestimate how much energy and stress you have to kind of... It's hard to explain. It's really hard to understand for a person who's never been here.
What's the toughest part for you, personally, about it?
Not seeing my fiancé. It's really hard. That's the only person I really hold dear to my heart. I mean, closest. But
Is she watching every game?
Yeah, every game. Doesn't matter. It's 6 a.m., 5 a.m., 12. Doesn't matter.
We love that. I think something that's always so refreshing about, speaking to the Navi guys, no matter how packed your schedule is, you're never complaining about doing the media obligations. You always come and do an interview with us and be very candid with us, right?
It's our job, and it's also your job.
It's true.
Yeah, let's make it easy for both of us.
Exactly. IEM had a nice little phrase where he said it felt like you guys were like part of a rock band doing a world tour. Like, I guess it's good to look at it on the lighter side, right?
It is. Sometimes you can get a little bit short-sighted where you don't see the end goal. You're traveling tournament from tournament. Or what's this tournament more important than the other one? But then you try to look at your legacy. If you want to look back at your career in like 15 years, you don't want to be like, I didn't play this tournament because I was tired. That's not good.
Yeah, so seizing every opportunity. Absolutely love that. Gerald, we won't keep you any longer. I would like to give you the floor to say anything to the fans and your fiancé, who's obviously watching.
Hey, Milita Žujke. And to every fan that's been sharing in the arena, it was crazy. I hope we get more of you tomorrow. And yeah, see you all in the next one.
Wonderful.
Peace.
Thank you so much, Dale. Go and get some well-deserved rest. Hey, you got a hell of a lot of fans up there. Let's go. We absolutely love to see that. Thank you so much, JL. Oh, you just got powered off, Yanko.
No, we did it 2 times.
You did it
That's
2
why
times?
I was like, is he going for a trifecta?
We could just keep doing this forever, but we do need to check in with our DHL MVP. You guys know exactly what time it is, and you know why you've been collecting all those Twitch channel points. It's to vote in the DHL MVP. We've got a fair few players up for grabs, so let's check on in to see exactly which players they will be. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a JL in there, particularly with the Ancient performance. If we did see an IME as well, who do you think is going to be standing at the forefront, Yanko?
I mean, at this one, yeah, probably the rifling core of Navi. They're the ones who've been doing the most work. IME on Inferno, JL more so on Ancient, Bit. A little bit on both.
Yeah, I was very impressed with IME, in particular on Inferno, and I think given the context that Navi have been struggling on Inferno for quite some time, having lost 5 of the last 6 games on the map coming into this matchup, it's nice for IME to show up and really carry them through a very well-deserved victory.
Let's see what the next option will be. Let's see if it is... Oh, it's Flip. Well, out of the tournament now, but I guess slight silver lining. Could be your DHL MVP.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, you know, considering how good the Flit can be when he's like playing well, when he's playing his A game, and I think you can just see for this VP lineup, the communication just isn't there. The team play isn't there. They're missing that one last step in some rounds, you know, missed utility as well in some other situations, so still some work to be done.
I think it's something that they've been like reasonably open about, though. I mean, James did a really good interview with HLTV where he said, nobody feels stable in this roster, especially me. When you're an AWPing in-game leader, that's the first person that everybody's going to be looking at and going, okay, if we need a change to the system, maybe your head is on the chopping block.
Yeah, I think it is rough for VP, and it wasn't much better by the fact that JL, you know, did them dirty today in the game. So I feel for VP, you know, as much as I want to buy into a story about them getting ready for the major, it's ever since Electronic came into the lineup, all the players are performing worse. So why is it that everyone gets worse when one guy's coming in?
But also, Jacob, right, it was 13-11. You saw 2 1v2s from JL in there. You saw a 4v3 fumble. You saw a winnable clutch from Norbert. Right, like only one of those rounds, if it goes the other way.
If they just won the rounds that they lost, they would have won. Ah, yes, I see what you're saying.
What the hell happened to you, bro? You used to be cut through, and now you're celebrating almost victories, almost going into overtime. Congratulations, man.
No, but in all seriousness, is this a small step in the right direction for VP? Do you believe that you know they could be playoff contenders come major?
No, listen, it's a small step in the right direction because the bar was set so low for them coming into this tournament, but there's still not a team I have any hopes for a playoff at the major, not with the way they're playing right now. And honestly speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking into roster changes, and I have been looking into those already by now. Now, is it going to happen before the major? Most likely not. That would be a big risk, but after, if they don't perform, then sure thing, this lineup is not going to stick together because it doesn't stick together.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, James also said, you know, they're using this time to get ready for the major, kind of echoing your sentiment. Yeah, where do you see them going after this?
You mean in terms of the major?
Yeah, I mean, just the rest of the season, because they're not going to be at World Final. Obviously, they've got a decent chunk of time to kind of get in practice.
Just go to the lab, you know, like do a 2-week boot camp or something. Just get grinding, right? Come up with stuff, because you have to remember, RMRs in the major, there's a ton of best of ones in there. So your map pool doesn't get exposed to the same extent. If you can really nail down on like 3 or 4 maps, you can actually do pretty well. Matchup dependent to some extent, and also once you start winning a couple of games, all of a sudden the confidence goes up and maybe you can be a dark horse. That's like the ceiling of where I can put VP coming into the RMRs and the major, some sort of a dark horse who can maybe ruin another team's run, but doesn't have enough in the tank to go all the way.
And that's the frustrating part about VP, because when you look at the lineup, you look at the player material in Electronic, Flit, Fame, you name it, those are players that are supposed to be guaranteed playing at the major. And they also have, you know, playoff major capabilities. God's sake, they won a major a couple of years ago, right? So it's really, really good players, but I'm even willing to risk it and say right here, them heading into the RMR, I'm not sure VP is going to be part of the major with the way they're playing right now.
Come on, man. There's like 5 Czech teams in the RMR. Like, you're going to put them above VP? Like, get yourself together.
Wait and see.
Stop being such a hater, man. Stop being a hater.
Well, either way,
major champions, Freya, 2 years ago here.
2 years ago.
They're going to lose to Eklot.
Hey, maybe they should get Kicker back. Maybe that's the missing piece.
And Dastan is the key.
Either way, we are going to get a few exit words courtesy of Norbert.
But thank you very much for coming to talk to me, especially after this loss. I want to just start by asking, where was VP on that Inferno game, especially winning both pistols, then only getting 4 rounds? What were you guys struggling with?
The first problem was our communication, and that was the main reason, I would say, because we didn't listen to each other. Everyone doing solo moves, tried to win round somehow, but it doesn't work like this. So we didn't woke up on third, especially me. I played very bad, did a lot of mistakes, so that's why we lost.
Was there like starting to get as rounds were going by, like some extra pressure being added? Like was there starting to make more mistakes because of that?
I don't think, but I wouldn't say that it was a pressure on us. We just had a good game plan, but we didn't follow it properly. And we gave a lot of entries, and we got snowballed.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be like that in Counter-Strike. But then on Ancient, there was some positives, right? You started off very strong on this map, and it was looking good for you guys. Are you disappointed that some of those clutch situations couldn't go your way? Because it was like the very smallest details, and we could be looking at a third map.
Yeah, on Ancient it was pretty good. We woke up, we talked to each other after Inferno, and we said that, guys, it's fine. Just forget it. Let's focus on Ancient. And we lost some 1v2 against Jail. Not important, but I would say it cost us a lot. But on T side, we lost 2 or 3 clutches, especially mine 1v2. But yeah, it's part of the game and unlucky.
Anything you want to say to all the fans out there? Obviously, that crowd in Rio, they did love you and they were cheering for you the whole way, even if you weren't able to get the win.
Thanks to everyone for our support. I hope it will be one more IEM Rio next time, and we will come back stronger.
And that's what VP are always looking to do, come back stronger. We'll see him in the future.
Unfortunately, end of the line for Virtus.pro this time around in Rio. What are you making of those Norbert words, Jake?
No, I appreciate the honesty coming out from Norbert, you know, kind of throwing the entire team and himself under the bus, saying that no one really, you know, played up to par, didn't follow the game plan, you know, didn't communicate, didn't show up, didn't work together. If there's not a sound of a disjointed team, I don't know what is, but at least he's being honest about it.
Yes. I hate to see, you know, because it's saying we didn't follow the game plan, just lack of focus. You know, that basically means, okay, when they do this, we're going to do this reaction. And then someone doesn't go for it at the right time. 2 seconds too late, it's already too late. You're out of position and the whole round can fall apart. So, yeah, not looking too great right now in the VP camp. We'll see if this extended period, this extended break that they have coming into the RMR will be enough for them to get their stuff together.
On the flip side, Navi gets to take on Heroic, as we were talking about with JL, get a rematch of Dallas, where Heroic actually 2-0 Navi and knocked him out.
The semi-final we should have gotten 2 years ago, right?
That's so true.
Navi versus Heroic.
My.
Obviously, completely different rosters.
Yes.
Navi International, Heroic International. But yeah, definitely a great opportunity for Navi to continue their streak of grand finals here.
It's going to be a massive opportunity for Heroic as well to cement whether or not they are, you know, on track to be a good team as we want them to be. One thing is getting into the playoff by having a couple of good days at a group stage. Another thing is performing inside the playoff at this stage right here, especially with the crowd and everything that's going on. As Tessa said, you know, he's been here a couple of times, lost a couple of finals. I'm sure they're motivated, you know, to come in and win the love of the Brazilian crowd, but it's going to be a massive test going against the best team in the world.
And, you know, Heroic, a Danish org, just like Pimp, and he can also testify in Counter-Strike, just like in cycling, it's about who's hungrier, and Heroic is hungrier for the grand final appearance, right, Jacob?
So what are you trying to say here?
They're
hungry? Yeah, I don't know. You're right, you know, as a bike...
Bro, you know snacks ain't it.
Listen, as a bike
always
rider...
hungry because you burn a lot of calories,
yeah.
right?
You see me in the green room, I eat constantly.
What's the best calorie-dense food that you can eat?
There's many. There's many.
There's many?
There's many.
Should we start listing them off, or should we maybe go to a break and actually get into the game that we're all here for? It's Vitality versus Mouz, our second quarterfinal going down in just a few. Join us after the break as we break it down.
Pizza.
It's a good one.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I think he's a really talented and smart guy. He thinks in multiple layers and depths of being an in-game leader. Joining Astralis, some people might see it as a bit of a redemption arc, but I kind of think that that's how majority of my career has been for the past few years, is kind of bouncing back from some difficulties, but also hitting a new ceiling and a new level. And my goal with Astralis is to win.
You can't win Pro League like this! Corner no! You're an animal!
The dynamics that he brings is a lot of energy, of course. He brings a different perception of the game from maybe what I have, but I think that me and him work really closely together and have a lot of talks about how we think about CS, what we want to do in the server on the different maps and all of that. So I think that he is a very reflective guy, as I am myself, and we try to develop both team and as individuals all the time. Joining Astralis, of course, there was a history with Stavn and Navi, but prior to coming to the team, we already had many talks about how things were in the past, and I think maybe there was a 5% where we had some disagreements regarding to things, but there was also 95 things where we saw things the same way, and we know that we can elevate each other in game, and we're also having a lot of fun.
When it comes to Astralis, adding Cadian, and as to whether that's going to be, you know, something that builds them up or knocks them down, I think is something that is open to interpretation, speculation. We know there's a real chance for some drama, it's already happened, but I can't help but feel the fact that you've kind of buried the hatchet, you're side by side once again. I could see a way where that actually brings them closer than ever, and they can develop into kind of reiterating on the heroic Counter-Strike that was so powerful. I definitely think they could benefit from some of the more emotional style of calling that Cadian has had. I think it's very feeling-based, and I think it led to some incredibly potent highs.
I think it's more about feeling the game and intuition, whereas I think the original old Astralis, we were mostly about playing the percentages and trying to manipulate the map. With how many years Device has been playing, like, of course his work ethic is up there. Everyone who's been around him knew that already. For me, also focusing on the orbing is going to be fine. I'm not too worried about that. I've done that for half my life, so it's going to be all good. I think turning into a rifler is definitely a new chapter of my career. Becoming a top 20 player last year, you know, that's not just with the AWP, so I am not concerned, and my teammates is not either, so.
I got guns, I don't care. I'm from the hood, fucking the bear. Should have been in prison, it's nice. When I've been living like half my life, that shit's like a summer home. Pretty soon I'm gonna go, leave you in the gutter though. Got nothing to lose, hand me the blues. Y'all can see me on the news.
In terms of reigniting and returning to glory, which I'm sure Astralis are looking for as an organization to be the winningest of all. And this Cadian move is a step towards that, and how this goes down, it's up to them. There's no doubt there's firepower, there's no doubt there's good leadership, there's no doubt there's good AWPing. If he's in a system where his voice is heard and it's acknowledged, it could take shape into something quite beautiful.
I want to speak to my favorite entry fragger in the game right now. If you wanted to speak to me, Flamesy, can I borrow you for a second? Perfect. You're not going to run anywhere, right?
No, she wants me to run away from you.
Oh, are we going to be in trouble?
Yeah, quick one at work.
Quick one. It's okay, it's okay. We can talk to you a little bit. You're in the playoff in Rio. How did that feel?
It feels amazing to be. Obviously, it could have felt better if we beat Heroic yesterday, but it does feel good to be on stage in Rio. The fans are crazy. So.
And why did you lose yesterday to Heroic out of all the teams?
I think we lack a lot of stuff on this side due to lack of practice. Like I think I cannot remember and recall the last time we even had a map we practiced on. So it's a bit tougher on this sides. The C sides are still like a bit
we still have a little bit in it, you know, the flow stuff, but it's a bit tough. So yesterday on Mirage, we just lacked the things we needed to win, and obviously they did play good, and that's just sometimes going to happen. You know, CS2 is so competitive, you could lose to any team right now, so you just have to accept that you can learn from those games and move on.
But moving into the playoff, I know you lost to Hero yesterday, and I spoke to Dan as well. He said that the lack of practice and the way you play right now doesn't feel as coordinated as you would like to. Do you still feel you have a good chance at winning it all, you know, heading into the playoff and having that experience on stage?
I think against Mouz Sports per se, like I'm really curious about that game because they had a little more time to prepare, and I think they're playing good right now, and they just beat FaZe, which is like they broke through the barrier they've been stuck in for a long time. But like, let's say winning it all, like it just, you know, Furia is a wild card for me because in Rio de Janeiro they're so good. They just play one of the best Counter-Strike that I've seen. So it's just like, I would like to play against Furia, feel the crowd against you, like all the crowd is going to be against you, and plus just play against Furia in this kind of regard on the semi-final, it's going to be very heated, and which I would like to play, but first of all we need to beat Mouz Sports. But eventually, like it's so fast, like, you know, tomorrow you start quarterfinals, in 2 days you might already win the trophy, so it could go so fast. So yeah, obviously we can win, but we need to step up.
That's fair enough. I think the atmosphere with Furia inside that arena, that's going to be crazy, you know. Enough for the Counter-Strike talk now. You're in Rio, you've been here for a couple of days. How do you find Rio so far?
Well, we went to a Brazilian steakhouse yesterday, so I'm enjoying Rio. To be honest, also the weather is not, it's a bit grayish outside, but it's really warm, and I like it. I like it more than just having your Danish weather per se. Not that it's too bad, but compared to, like, let's say England is fucked.
To be fair, everyone hates Denmark and the Danish weather, you know, in that regard, no?
But you have Joe and Juice, so we slip.
Yeah. That's fair enough, that's fair enough. I have a question for you as well, now that you travel so much. I spoke to Dan about it as well. Is there anything you do to make you feel more at home whenever you're traveling? Are you bringing, like, your PlayStation, your favorite magazine, or anything like that?
That's why they asked us to bring the Lucky Charm. To be honest, I don't have anything like a Lucky Charm. I always had like a prayer that my mom used to give me, so it's like a religious stuff. Okay. And it's always in my wallet. I have it right now with me, sort of, but it's just weird. But it's like it's just a safe travel sort of thing. Like you just pray before you go on a plane, sort of like that. But it's not like my Lucky Charm. I just have it with me. And then on game, no, I actually don't have anything. Like just my mouse and stuff, I guess.
Just your mouse and stuff. You're a real gamer, man. Yeah. Best of luck in the playoff, and I'll see you around.
Have a good one.
Well, interesting to hear from Flamesy. Doesn't bring anything, you know, and I spoke to Dan now, spoke to Flamesy right here. If it was me, I would bring, you know, I don't know, a PlayStation or my favorite magazine, whatever kind of magazine that may be, you know. It could be Sports Illustrated, it could be anything, you know. You reckon Spinks is bringing his favorite magazine? Let's ask him. Spinks, can I borrow you for a second? I have a couple of very simple questions for you. I don't want to talk Counter-Strike because you're in the quarterfinal already. It's going to be fantastic. You're going to beat Mouz. You're going to face Furia. You're going to shut down the Brazilian crowd. We know how it's going to go, you know. Who cares? Who cares? Okay. Whenever you travel, are you bringing anything to make you feel more like home? You know, are you bringing a PlayStation to the room? Are you bringing a magazine? Are you bringing anything from home to make it feel more like home when you travel?
I wouldn't say it's something like to make me feel like home. I have like a Lucky Charm that I bring.
And what's that?
It's a Naruto thing that I have it in my backpack, and a friend of mine gave me this before the Paris Major, and then I was like,
that worked.
I will take it, and then we won the Major, and since then I said it goes with me everywhere. So I have this charm just everywhere.
Okay, I actually lied before. I do want to talk Counter-Strike with you. You're heading into the playoff, and you're facing Mouz, I believe, in the quarterfinal. And if you were to win, potentially Furia as well in that semi-final, is that a matchup you would like to experience, being inside that arena with all the crazy Brazilian crowd?
Yes, I think like if we beat Mouz Sports, the crowd will be against us, right? For sure, 100%. Nothing, not even to think about it. But it's also nice sometimes to mix up. Like sometimes they're against you, sometimes they're with you. I enjoy, and I think my IGL will enjoy as well. He will use it.
He's soaking that energy, doesn't he? He like being hated, no?
Not like being hated, but he's good at being hated, I would say.
And he's pretty, you know, how do you say it? He can be provocative as well. Do you think he's going to provoke the crowd?
100%. This guy 100%.
He looks like he's a bit surprised.
He's not listening to us. He's focusing on the Mouz Sports game first, and then we'll see.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And how do you reckon your chances in that game? Do you feel comfortable coming into it?
Yes, I think we didn't show our A game yet. I think throughout this tournament, yes, we are in the playoffs, but I think we still have more to show. And we are doing everything we can to make sure when we go to these quarters, we will have this A game.
Perfect. Listen, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
There you go. You're not escaping, bro. You're not escaping. Part of the playoff once more in Rio. How does that feel?
I don't know. With the loss of yesterday, it doesn't feel that good because we already knew we were in playoff. But it's good. It's still good because we're not eliminated. But I'm a bit worried with what we showed yesterday.
And what happened yesterday? You said you're worried. You said that you're not happy you didn't win. To be honest, it's not the most important game. But was it the fashion you lost in that worries you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's one of the first time in my world career we win 2 rounds on T-side.
Okay.
And I'm part of the T-side, and it's always been our strength. And right now it's pretty difficult. So it's pretty tough for myself at least. And on the side as well, like of course some teams like Navi, G2 or us had like 3 events in a row. And Navi went really deep, not us at all, but it's a pretty exhausting without many practice as well. So we can see right now that we lack of practice as well.
Okay, and I think that's the sentiment. You know, you have Navi obviously entering pretty every single final right now. You guys as well are consistently getting into the semifinals, getting into the playoff, but you're not winning at the moment. Do you think is it lack of practice? Is it saturated schedule? What is it?
No. I mean, for this tournament, it's a lack of practice. For the others, it wasn't. We should have won against Eternal Fire in the quarter in EPL. Same against G2. We 12-9 lead on 3rd map and we lose. We're not there right now. And the craziest is, for example, against G2, we didn't play that good. Against Eternal Fire, we didn't play that good, but we still were really close to win. And that's what is really rough in some sense, because we know that if we played a bit better, we will have get those ones. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on right now, but it's not enough.
You sound a little worried, you know. I've been standing on the disc and I was saying, you know, I'm not too worried because, again, the major is coming up and you did have an extended break during Pro League or coming into Pro League as well. You sound a little more worried to me than I initially would have thought.
No, right now, yes, for this event, because I know when we will come back to home, we'll have a bit of days off because we need it, but also we will be able to practice, and that's what we need right now. I can feel that a lot of our T-side are so uncoordinated. We lack a bit of confidence as well, etc. So, for example, Heroic are coming, they're more fresh, they are played more practice than us, and we could see it yesterday. They were the better team, and that's also part of that.
All right, fair enough. Listen, enough for the Counter-Strike talk now. We're in Brazil, you're in Rio, you've been there before as well. Yeah. How are you enjoying it so far?
Well, pretty good.
Weather could be better, no?
Yeah, the weather could be better, but at least the good part is when we come back to Europe, and you know what I mean because you live in Denmark, it's going to be really bad.
Yes.
So it's just a good feeling to be there. In 3 weeks, we go in Singapore as well. It's going to be good as well, good weather. A bit more humid than here for sure, but it's going to be good to have some sun again. But yeah, it's good to be here. Third year in a row, sorry, to come in Brazil. It's pretty enjoyable. So hopefully, last year was really nice because it was the beginning of everything for us. It was the first tournament we won. It was just before the Paris Major, etc. So it got us a bit of confidence. So we have, even though 2022 wasn't like the best, we have good memories here.
All right. And as you said, you know, you're constantly on the move, you're constantly traveling. You and I are pretty much following the same schedule. You know, I know how tough it can be to be away from home. Is there anything specifically you do to make it feel more like home whenever you're traveling? Like, are you bringing any sort of stuff to your hotel room? Do you have like a humidifier that some people have? Like, anything you do to make it feel like home?
No, I don't. Maybe I should find something because on this moment, for when you're not home for almost 4 weeks, it's a bit tough.
You don't bring a PlayStation or anything for the room or nothing, no?
I'm not a gamer. That's what I always say to everyone. I just play CS and that's it.
You and me both.
I'm just doing sports on the side and that's all I can do.
Yeah, I saw you run away from me before. What was that all about?
Just to not getting caught on camera.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are in the player lounge at IEM Rio before the playoff begin. And in here I caught, you know, Virtus.pro, a team that, I'm not going to lie, a little bit surprised that they're in the playoff. But let's go find out why that is. Norbert, you want to talk to me? Yes, just sit. It's all good. It's all good. You guys are in the playoff. And I just said that that's, from my point of view, without being disrespectful, maybe a bit of a surprise. You guys have been struggling a bit lately, but you're looking much, much better here in Rio. Why is that?
Because of the aura of Rio. But of course, we're happy that we made it to playoffs, to play in front of Brazilian crowd. It feels good.
You have pretty good experience being in Rio, right? You had some high highs, let's put it that way. Obviously, the major is the one that comes into mind. Do you feel comfortable being in Rio? Is that like a happy place for you to play?
Yeah, of course, it feels like it's second home.
Second home. And I know, the bracket are looking somewhat rough for you. Only good teams left. But how bad do you want to meet Furia once more inside that arena?
Before the last game against Mongols, when Navi played against Furia, I thought Navi will win and we will play against Furia. But I hope we'll make it to finals. And Furia made it to finals and we will play best of 5 against them.
It'll be a fun final, and are you excited to? I mean, you said it before. You've been in the arena, you experienced the crowd. Are you excited to experience that Brazilian roar once more?
Of course, I missed this feeling because last time the Brazilian crowd was cheering for us, and I hope they will do it again.
Oh yeah, you want them to cheer for you, yeah? Yeah. All right, and as I said, it's been a little bit of a strugglesome period for VP. You guys are seemingly playing better Counter-Strike right now. Do you think it's all the practice now finally coming to fruition?
Yeah, maybe because we had more time between tournaments to practice, and I hope it pays off.
All right. I got one last question for you. Who's the next one we should annoy?
You can come to Fame.
Fame. All right. Let's speak to Fame then. Fame, you got called out by your teammate. Listen, you can sit. It's all good. You're in the playoff. IEM Rio. How does that feel?
It's feeling amazing.
Yeah, amazing. You're excited for the Brazilian crowd?
Of course, I love Brazil and I love Brazilian crowd.
Yeah, it's always a great experience. You guys are in the playoff, as I said, and that must be a nice feeling after a couple of rough tournaments. Do you feel like it's the practice coming to fruition now, or is there anything else that is clicking for you guys?
Yeah, it's nice from the last few events that we went to the playoffs, and I think it's the beginning, it's the start, and it's the best city to start playing good. And I think we're gonna have good confidence because of the fans. Maybe they will support us, and yeah, it's just feeling amazing to be here.
I mean, last time you guys were inside that arena, they were supporting you. Do you think they'll remember that from last time around?
I hope so. I don't know, but I hope so.
You hope so. I got one last question for you. Who should be the next one we speak to?
This guy.
This guy? Yes. The mastermind?
Yes.
All right, let's speak to the mastermind. James, you are the guy that never, ever will die on the server, and nor will you die in this interview, bro. How does it feel to be in the playoff at IEM Rio?
It's feels amazing.
Yeah, feels good. It's been, as I said, talked to some of your teammates already. It's been a strugglesome period for VP in results-wise. Do you feel like it's all coming together now? You guys are playing better?
Oh yeah, of course we're playing better. Last 6 months not good for us, but right now I think it's okay.
It's okay. And okay, is that enough to potentially go all the way to the final and win the trophy again?
Yes, of course, I hope so.
You hope so. And as I spoke to your teammates about as well, you've been here in Rio before. You have probably the highlight of your career winning the major inside that arena. Is that something that, is still sitting in the back of your mind? Is that something that motivates you to re-experience once more time?
Yeah, of course, it's a magic place for me also. 2 times I was here and 2 times I won. I hope it will be first time.
One could argue the best player in the world when it comes to playing in Rio.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Speaking of countries, you're in Rio, you're in Brazil, coming from Denmark, you from Sweden. It's a different vibe here. It's a different weather. How do you find it so far?
It's good. I mean, it's a different environment. I mean, obviously we had maybe a different hotel like the last few times we were here. So I mean, also maybe it was a little bit better then, but I think it's still fine, and I really enjoy to be here, and it's going to be fun tomorrow.
Yeah, I heard rumors about a beach hotel, and you could go down to the beach, walk down to the beach. We can't quite do that. There's a nice mall next to there. Have you been over there?
No? No, I haven't been there yet, no.
It's not that nice either, so I'll probably stay away from it. Anyhow, heading into the playoff right here, Jimmy said that he's feeling comfortable. The rest of the team feels like it's in a good mood. Do you reckon that sentiment that you guys are feeling in a good state right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're feeling pretty confident. I think our last 2 wins is really like that boost ourselves, I think. And I mean, we're playing with Tyler tomorrow, and I think they were pretty struggling yesterday, and same with Navi. So I think we have a good chance to win the tournament.
Should be fun, and as Jimmy said, I guess one of the dreams would be for you guys to go into that semi-final and perhaps get to play against Furia. How important would that be for you guys to get that experience?
Obviously, it's gonna be fun. I mean, last time twice they played in Rio in the arena, it was very it was very much noise, you know. I just remember when they played Navi in the major, and it was just a huge thing, you know. So it's gonna be really fun to actually, if we come there, I just need to take one step by step. But yeah, hopefully, if we've played it, it's gonna be the hell experience, I think.
One step at a time. One last question, completely unrelated to Counter-Strike whatsoever. We're in the same hotel, and there's two different ways you can take a shower. One is the shower head, the other one is the handheld one. Which one are you using?
Shower head.
Why?
Always done it. I just like it.
And how long is your showers usually? Are you standing there for like 10, 15 minutes, or are you half an hour type?
It depends. Yeah, usually 10 minutes, but it depends how much time I need. Yeah.
Okay, and when you're at home, do you have a shower head as well?
Not yet, but I have one, but it's really bad power on it, so I need to fix it. But I usually have a bathtub as well that I usually take my shower in. I don't know why, because the power in the one is really poor. But
so let me get that right. You're actually going into a bathtub to take a shower normally.
Yeah, it's really weird, but at the moment I do it. I don't know why.
Well, confirmed. Sweets are weird. Anyway, best of luck in the playoff.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good, and now here you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting, and I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously it's not my fault giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2, and yeah, it's like 2 versus 3, and I was pretty tilted here on Surgeon because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know, and I was like, I will just kill him and try to clutch this 1-on-3, because why is he trash talking to me, you know, like I wanted to show him that I am the dog in the house, you know, but basically Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play, like this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lover, and actually if you put a graffiti here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Surgeon. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Furia obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
You gotta speed up. He's way over the limit. This dude is spinning.
Calm down, little man. We got bigger fish to fry.
What, we're just gonna let him go?
We've got movement.
You are late.
Sorry, I had to get away from the team during prac. You've got the stuff, right?
I have a few snap taps if you're interested.
Say, you got any more of those jump throw A-listers lying around?
You must be joking. Do you have any idea how difficult those are to find these days?
Fuck it, I'll take some null bites. Give me a couple null bites.
Back in 3-1-0! Get down on the
Sir, please, just get on the ground. He's got a bind! Look out, he's got a bind! Why didn't he get on the ground?
These people, they have no honor, no code. They do whatever to get ahead in life. They're not ready to face the consequences.
There's that guy again, spinning. Let's go get him.
Done enough for one day. Let's just let the kid have some fun.
Officer down, I repeat, officer down.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
Something like that.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
And just like you can imagine, we are ready to get into our next quarterfinal. I say ready, just a few minutes there shy of. Featuring Vitality and Mouz, both arriving to the arena, fresh face today, and ready to try to get the job done at the Intel Extreme Masters here in Rio de Janeiro 2024. And as you can see, for Vitality and Mouz, just trying to keep cool under the certain pressure that is right here in this moment right now. And this large this large quarterfinal, and what could be on the outside of it? What comes after this? So many questions and so many answers that we still look for. Perhaps we can get some now.
Yimi, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing good. I slept really well.
Okay, good. Sleep is good. Sleep is very important, but also an insane USP shots, and I heard the voice comms as well on that nuke. Bro, what the hell happened?
I don't know. I couldn't believe it to myself even after the round. I was really shocked, but yeah, I don't know. It was pretty insane because I didn't know that I can do it, you know?
It was pure reactions, pure madness, and actually beautifully done. But for you guys, how good and how important was that win over FaZe?
I think it meant a lot. Of course, they had been destroying us the last 7 times, I believe, or something like this, and it's been a long time since we played against them. But now also we win them, and we also we could get to the arena. So I think it was a good win, and also it gives a lot of confidence for now because I still think FaZe is a really strong team, even though they're like maybe a bit struggling like we do. But yeah, I think we are in a good place now, and now we're heading for Vitality, and I think it will be a good match.
I'm sure it is going to be a good match. How ready are you for that Rio crowd? You've been hearing it just a moment ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. I heard only positive stuff about the crowd, of course, and Brazilian people, they like to get loud, so I'm really excited to see how it will be.
So am I, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Well, Jimpat seems to know what we know, which is it gets loud and proud in here real fast. Of course, I'm not on the desk alone. You're not just going to be hearing my voice, but also the voice of my esteemed colleagues here, and Pimp in the middle, and then on to the end would be Steel. He also goes by the name of Josh. Sometimes it slips out like that. Gentlemen, how are we feeling in Rio now that we've arrived?
I'm feeling really good. I think Jacob's been here all day, so he might know a little bit more than me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been very rowdy in here so far. And, you know, despite trying the absolute best to cheer for James, VP couldn't really stand the test of time, but I'm sure they'll get rowdy as well for Vitality and Mouz.
Let's start talking about that Mouz that you speak of, because there are a few different odds and ends that we could probably pick up on. Mainly their path into here and what they've shown us up to this point.
Yeah, we saw them basically win a rematch against Complexity. They lost to them 2 times at EPL to go out just a couple of weeks ago. They took out FaZe, which they had a huge loss streak against them, and finally they broke that curse. And then a couple of losses here. There, a tight win over Pain and a small loss to Furia, who booked themselves right into the semifinals.
Yeah, I feel it's been a topsy-turvy time for Mouz. I think the win against FaZe Clan is the one that really, you know, speaks of interest. The fact that they've been able to not really beat them at any point ever, you know, in the career, even when Mouz were at the best. They could never go over the hurdle of beating FaZe Clan. This time around, though, arguably a weaker FaZe showing up to this tournament, but a better looking Mouz. So I think heading into the playoffs, they should feel somewhat comfortable now that they finally got to beat FaZe.
Weak enough to get them eliminated even.
Possibly, for sure. I mean, you talk about a weaker FaZe. We saw Rops coming back into form that we haven't seen since the beginning of CS2, and Kerrigan was also on point in that series, and Mouz still, with the power of friendship, all overcame it together.
Oh, friendship.
The power of friendship.
The power of the Mouz. Well, okay. Okay, there was an idea there, but speaking of Mouz, I do think that when we look at this team, there has been high highs throughout this summer, right? And as we start to look at this summer drawing to a close, where they find themselves now, is it a precarious situation?
I think so. You know, it's kind of like a stagnated position for Mouz. They're still a great team. They're still a good team, and still one of the teams that when we headed into the tournament, we'd do our power rankings, you know, the 1xBet one, and we had them in top 5. I think they are top 5 team as of right now, but it's not a project that is moving any direction, sort of. They've stagnated. They're not getting worse. They're not getting better. And I guess in modern day and age Counter-Strike, if you're not getting better, you are getting worse.
The thing with the top 5 is that in any given moment, anybody can go up there. And sure, Navi's been on the top 2 for the last bunch of times, but Vitality and Mouz, both, they've been kind of sitting in that upper echelon for a while. And yeah, they'll have a bad like group exit here or there, but there's a lot of 3rd and 4th place finishes for Mouz. I mean, we're going to talk about Vitality as well. I mean, they're up there as well, getting 3rd, 4th, or 2nd or 1st even.
Yeah. Yeah, and showing a lot of poise when they come through and they find success. They came through dripping, I guess you might say, but for Mouz, we're going to hear from their camp right now.
Mouz look like they're back, and they're certainly going to try and prove it here on this stage. Georgie, how important was that win against FaZe for you guys?
I mean, that's a question, right? Really important, obviously, to make it to the stage, but also it was versus FaZe.
Yeah.
It was a needed win for us, especially mentally, you know, and yeah, now here we are on the stage, so it was really important.
Does it feel like there's been a weight lifted off your shoulders?
Maybe a little bit. We didn't talk about it too much internally, but I think it did a little bit, yeah.
Now, we're looking at your recent performances. You come into here, you get the revenge against Complexity, you now get FaZe done as well. Do you feel like whatever you guys have been working on has made a positive impact on the team? Do you feel like we're getting closer to the Mouz we know before?
Yeah, I think we are getting closer by each game, you know. I think we are progressing really well, and, you know, our mentality this tournament was to play every day a little bit better than the last day, and it has been working really well for us, so I'm just excited what we will show today, you know.
And I'm excited to see it as well, especially on the stage. What have you guys been doing to try and make sure your chances on the stage are better than what we've seen previously?
To be honest, nothing special, you know. I mean, we know that we have been struggling a little bit lately, and first we needed to make it to the stage, so that was our focus. And now we will just go with the usual what we have prepared before. We have some experience now, I feel like, for this team, and yeah, I think everyone is excited to play in front of the in front of this crowd. Me and Sershan have played here before, so we know what's up here. But yeah, it's gonna be great.
Now, you played it close, at least on your map pick last time around against Vitality. How much do you feel like you're better from when you last played them?
Yeah, I think if we show up, I think we will be much better than last time. And but as well, they are really good. Like, they are Vitality, you know, they are one of the best teams in the world at the moment. So I think it will be a good match, and it will be a close match in my opinion. Just like yesterday, FaZe was also really good, and yeah, I mean, I'm nothing to say, you know.
How much of a hype man do you need to be when it's starting to get tough though? Because I know you're super loud on here.
Yeah, usually, you know, I'm the big brother in the team, so I have to be always, especially here on the stage when maybe we got a little bit more nervous. I try to keep it calm or just ease up the feelings in the team and just try to hype them up if we lose close runs, you know. I need to step up and shout and bring them the energy, and I will do that. I'm the ambassador of in this team, so yeah.
I absolutely love what I'm hearing. He's definitely ready for this game. Let's see if Vitality ready on the other side.
Well, it's one thing to be the ambassador of the team. It's another to be a diplomat in that server and bring the pain down in the opposite direction, the different side of the range. Let's talk about what Torzi's saying right here in terms of coming into today and how they're feeling about it and what they've shown so far.
I mean, they are facing a Vitality who are facing their own demons at the moment as well. So I think if you're Mouz, you're trying to tell yourself, we're not going up against the best version of Vitality right now. As you said yourself, they have been struggling getting into the finals, let alone, you know, winning and playing well in the semifinals they've been participating in. And I think for Mouz, you're gaining confidence, right? You've been struggling a little bit, as you said. The results have been so and so, still decent, but that win against FaZe Clan, that should give confidence to a still very young team and inexperienced teams at big arena stages.
You hear that coming out of his interview as well about just about how they are young and how they're still growing and looking forward. It's almost like a cult-like mentality. I keep hearing it from every player on the team, but they say, as long as we do better than yesterday. Every player that we've spoken to has been kind of echoing that sentiment, and you know, we're seeing it in their gameplay reflected there. So maybe there is some truth to it, but maybe it's just a slogan. Who knows?
Who knows? But that's the thing about Mouz, right? There were some sort of conversation about consistency, surely, at some point with Mouz. Is that still a factor?
I think so. I think they've consistently been playing at a high level, but as I said before, I feel like they have stagnated. If you see the level of play they have right now on the server, they're still good, but they're not better now or today than they were a couple of months ago. And I think that is a worrying sign when it comes to Counter-Strike. As I said, you know, in today's modern day and age of Counter-Strike, if you're not constantly getting better, someone else will. So for Mouz, you can have a period of 2 or 3 months where results are maybe not the best of the best and the play is still somewhat decent, but at some point you got to ramp it up again, and that could very well be in this playoff.
And then inversely, if we switch this conversation to the other side of the coin here in Vitality, a team that certainly came through here. They currently have this trophy in their pocket from last year. Now they look to go forward here. Will Mouz give them something to fight today?
I think there's definitely a possibility that Mouz can give them a big fight. You know, looking at the last 2 times that they went up against each other, it's not like it's one-sided affair for the side of Vitality. You know, Vitality even won in Cologne after beating Mouz in a head-to-head, but, you know, Mouz got the better of them previous in a grand finals of all things. So, is it easy? No. It could go either way. I think it comes down to the maps and how they just show up today. A lot of this is going to be about the mental resilience, the discipline, and the confidence. And we see that, you mentioned it, from both sides, stemming especially from the in-game leaders. We have Shui on the side of Mouz that's going to be dictating how everything goes, and he's a young in-game leader. And then you have Apex on the side of Vitality, who is more experienced. He's a little bit older, one of those veterans that has been playing as long as I can remember. But again, like, it's reflected in his performance as a player is going to reflect how he calls the game. Is he going to tilt? Is he going to call a bunch of these rushes? Is he going to lose composure?
Vitality have one big issue and have had one big issue so far this tournament, and also coming into it, the T sides have been lackluster. We saw it against Heroic in that game as well, where they couldn't get the game closed on the T side, in particular on Mirage. Another issue for me with Vitality is the fact that Saivu is playing at his absolute best right now, and the rest of the team is nowhere to be found. That cannot be the case today.
I agree about the point about Saivu. He's playing at his absolute best, and the rest of his team's not there. But when I actually look at their T sides, I don't even think it was that bad. Sure, going from Mirage to Anubis, there was a bunch of, like, maybe that's where the confidence and tilt factor comes into play, where they do some things that's not disciplined. But looking at that Mirage, they had so many winning positions where they got into good positions off of the back of good tactics or calling or synergy, and they fall apart at the very end of the round in those clutch situations in the retakes where, you know, it could go either direction, a smoke diffuse here or a mistimed peak. They were getting really unlucky in a lot of the deaths they got against Heroic as well. I don't think that's a testament to how their T sides actually are.
Well, that's a testament to the individual decision making. I think they're set up well, to go into those positions. You see it often with complexity. Great example. The way you play Counter-Strike, you're set up well into the round, but when it has to be closed out in a 3v3 or in a 4v4, some of the individuals that we're speaking about have been missing. You don't have Spinks playing at his best. You don't have Flamesy playing at his best. Same could be said for Messi for that matter as well. So someone got to help out Saivu, because you're right. The setup for Vitality is somewhat decent and consistent, but the individual output needs to be higher.
I feel like I've heard that a few times. Somebody needs to help Zywoo. Well, maybe that'll be the case. Maybe this next gentleman has a couple of answers for us in that regard. It's Apex before we jump into the server.
Vitality taking center stage, about to go head-to-head with Mouz. And Dan, I want to come back to this heroic game. There was moments when you were being incredibly local with the team. You were getting very passionate, as you always do. What were you most unhappy with during that series?
Well, our T side, obviously. I would say I've been a mess. We want to run into map, which is not usually our strength. So we will see today, but we have to improve that if we want to win today.
How do you view at the moment with Vitality sometimes where we see you guys have these unstoppable moments where you dominate someone, but then the very next day we can flip it and we don't see the same Vitality? Do you have an understanding of what goes on?
If I have a real understanding, it will be much easier. I will try to solve it, but now we don't really know. We're just trying to give our best. It's been rough. The last couple of weeks I've been on trouble like Navi and G2. Yeah. So today just playing with our hurt, and we know we're gonna make mistakes, maybe more than usual, because we didn't practice that much because we're not in shape. But if we play with our hurt and we give our best, I'm pretty sure we can win.
In terms of giving your best, is there something you notice and you feel within the team maybe before a game as to how you like going to be at your best or not?
Well, yeah, I think sometimes I have a good feeling, sometimes not. Today I have a good one. Also, for us, playing in front of a big crowd is different. We haven't done that in EPL, either Blast as well. It was really small arena. So today, I hope it's going to give us extra motivation to win, because it's really nice to play here. We experienced it last year, and we won here. So for us, it's just trying to do it again.
In terms of trying to do it again, obviously being a special arena for you guys, how do you plan to switch it up if it does start to go bad on some maps here?
Well, the most important is to stay together. We really want to stay together, stay as a unit, help each other, being good with each other. And if we do that and we are good teammates and we speak up, I think we can get through hard moments.
And lastly, is it easier to play Mouz on a stage?
No, I think they got more experience now. It's been the case maybe at the beginning of the year. Now it's less the case, they play much better than before. So for us, it's just going to be whatever happens. It's just a normal team, a really good team that we're going to play against. So it's just focusing on us and give our best today.
Thank you very much, Dan. Apex has a good feeling going into this one, and that crowd is certainly going to be ready for it.
Yeah, we can look at Vitality. We can run a head-to-head here, and what we have to acknowledge again is the fact that they did come here last year and they did find the trophy.
It's interesting that Apex in that interview is talking about his just helping each other, staying together. When I look at the head-to-head of these in-game leaders right now, we could see that they have actually the lowest KAST on the team, which is kills, assists, survives, or trades. They have the highest flash assists on each respective team, but then they also have some of the worst opening duel success rate. So what that's telling me is that they are actually the ones that, how is this such a weird thing where you have all these flash assists, but then you also have so many deaths per round, you have the worst trade potential ever as well. It just doesn't really make sense to me. And then you're saying help each other. I think Apex needs to really ask for help as well.
Okay, yeah, I can see that, because there are times, there are moments where it's like, oh, it's looking like a liability here. Guys, best of 3. Let's get into the maps and how this might be weird around the ends.
Yeah, I think we're not going to see too many big surprises coming in. Mirage obviously being picked by Mouz, that's been a staple for them. They like to play the map. They have a good track history on the map as well. Nuke is a map that Vitality have been flirting with for quite some time. They like the map, but it's not often they pick it into an opponent. So to me, that says also that they are comfortable picking it up against Mouz and perhaps see a weakness in the way Mouz is approaching Nuke.
Vitality picking Nuke here is really between Nuke and Dust 2, like a 50-50, because Mouz did show themselves playing Dust 2 here a few times, but they're also played Nuke here. They're 1-for-1 on it at this event. And then Inferno being a very weak map for Vitality in recent times. And the same with Mirage, actually. Very interesting. Could go either way.
It could go either way, and I know where we're going. We're going to get on this stage. We're going to do that right now.
Like the ranking we have right now, number 3, is pretty justified. Like I don't think we are as consistent as we would like to be.
I would say I'm not so content with our form right now. I would say like maybe like a 6 out of 10. We have had a rough stretch of events. I think this season has not been so good for us. I think that we have a lot to improve on.
We need a bit more structure and a bit more coordination, which is usually due to procking, helps you a lot, but we don't have time to practice, so...
Of course that we have had some games that we didn't maybe show up as much as we should. But at the end of the day, I think that we are still one of the best teams in the world. We have proved it during the last 10 months.
I don't think anyone cares about defending the trophy as much because we're not the same roster. We do obviously want to win a tournament.
Coming into playoff, it will be super important that we have each other's backs because on stage there is going to be some extra nerves, it's going to be chaos, we're going to lose some rounds that maybe we shouldn't lose, but I think that at the end of the day it's the most important about which team stays more calm during those moments.
I think they're going to be very hungry to beat us because last time we beat them in Cologne. They just beat FaZe after like a long while of not beating them, so it also broke their image of themselves being a loser in this kind of matchup. So I think it also gives them a little bit more fuel.
Yeah, I mean, for me it's pretty obvious on a bad day that they are just not winning their duels, they are not playing together. It looks super messy what they're doing when their things are not going. I think they play a lot on flow and individual levels.
I don't think they're as good as they were last season, but I think they always have this potential. It's the same roster, it's the same. So for us, it's just we need to come strong against these small sports.
They look super frustrated. I think they can get really emotional, especially Apex. So I hope to put him on that edge as well.
Any individual I'm looking out for, obviously Exertion. Like any of the Israeli players, when we play against the Israeli players, just like the match is a bit more tense in some sense, like a bit more special for us.
Fala, gente bonita! Estamos de volta ao IEM Rio 2024. Que galera bonita, eu tô amando isso aqui, gente. Depois de 2 mapas, a VP volta pra casa, enquanto a Navi avança para semifinais e vai jogar contra a equipe da Heroic. Mas agora é hora de definir quem vai jogar contra a equipe da Furia. Vamos definir mais uma quarta de final, descobrir quem avança para as semifinais, e eu quero que vocês façam muito barulho para a gente receber aqui nesse palco as equipes da Vitality e Mouz!
Yeah, Shui and Apex into the server means just one thing: responsibility on their shoulders to carry these 2 squads.
Yeah. It's going to be a big matchup between the 2 in-game leaders, definitely from 2 different generations of in-game leading as well, the young gun versus the old one.
Shui's been talking all about how they've been changing their playbook, how he's been getting so much help from his sports psychologist as a leader, so much help from his teammates to be a better teammate himself and a better leader to lead them to this glory.
Two players that we need to step it up are the 2s on the screen right here, Spinks and young Jimmy. Jimmy obviously being another young one coming in. He's shown progress, he's performing on the stage, but going up against a guy like Spinks, you gotta be at your A-game, otherwise you're done for.
You absolutely do. Go ahead, Josh.
Spinks is supposed to be like one of the star players on this team. He's one of the worst performers, or sorry, he's the only other one that's positive for this team, but barely. Zywoo has a huge lead on these guys. He needs to step it up big time here.
Which brings us into that conversation. Zywoo, Torzy, Op v Op.
Yeah, it's not a fair matchup. Let's be completely honest. It is arguably the best player in the world going up against a guy who is progressively getting better. But let's be honest, it's not a match. Zywoo, the best player on the server.
Yo, but Torzy definitely wants to take that.
Torzy is so good with the op and closing, but he needs to go for more opening duels. He's so good at them.
Quem aqui tá torcendo para a equipe da Vitality? They are cheering on you. How you feel about this support?
Feels amazing. We won it last year and I'm really happy to be back here.
Amazing. Are you prepared?
Of course I am.
So, eu quero saber de vocês. Vocês estão preparados? Please, gentlemen, shake your hands. take your places. E vamos ter mais uma definição nesse palco. E continua com essa energia maravilhosa, porque temos mais 2 dias pela frente. Mais uma vez, galera, vocês estão prontos? Então vamos começar o nosso show.
And for a quarterfinal featuring Vitality and Mouz, winner to go on to play Furia in this arena, that's a little overwhelming too, but you got to get through one match at a time, which is why we're set up perfectly here. After finding our map vetoes, if you're just joining us, let me tell you, you're just in time. We've got Mirage, we've got Nuke, and Inferno as a decider. So gentlemen, let's get down into what this is actually going to play out like.
It's going to be super, super important for Vitality to make a statement right here. Win the game, get into the semi-final, because it has been lackluster as of late. They're not winning trophies, they're not really winning anything, and when you have a guy like Saivu on your team, you're supposed to win stuff.
Part of what's going to help these guys is that Mirage is going to be the pick of Mouz. They get to start on that CT side. Maybe they don't feel good about their T sides. I feel like they got unlucky when they played against Heroic here, so a statement coming out of the gates would be very important for these guys.
Yeah, a lot to work on here and a lot to grab onto. Gentlemen, just one word or the other. One team name or the other. Who is it?
I think for my money, Vitality, but it's going to be a close one.
Okay. Vitality should, but Mouz may impress. We'll see what happens on this map.
Yeah, Vitality should, maybe could, but hey, guess what? So can Mouz, and that's what makes this an electrifying quarterfinal on the 11th of October in 2024. If you're just joining us, it is the Intel Extreme Masters in Rio, and we are well into the playoffs now with this quarterfinal featuring Mouz and Vitality.
Thank you for being with us tonight. We are live from the wonderful Pharmacy Arena, where I have to say, Jason, for a Friday night, the energy feels pretty electric in there.
Yeah, it's quite nice. A lot of people coming out for the Vitality Mouz quarterfinal matchup. These two teams going head-to-head. Former champions, reigning champions, Vitality from Rio last year stepping up to the plate. And Mouz, again, still trying to get over their stage demons. And obviously both these teams playing for a chance to face off against Furia in the semifinal in front of Furia's home crowd.
Yeah, that's a super tantalizing project, and I'm looking forward to seeing who is going to make it there. We've come back to Brazil for another carnival of Counter-Strike, and tonight, either Mouz or the reigning champs Vitality are going to catapult themselves into the semi-finals. We're kicking this one off on Mirage.
Going to be the opening map between these two teams. They have faced off a couple times this year already. Each team has won one series. This is the tiebreaker in the playoffs of IEM Rio. One of these squads gets to move on and take the mantle of having dominated their opposition throughout the year. We're going to get live into the pistol round. 8 seconds remaining. We got plenty of action coming in. Glocks for Mouz on the T side, starting off, in Vitality get open up on the defense.
Yeah, I liked what we heard Josh say just before this, the fact that Team Vitality getting a start on the CT side. We know they've been struggling on the T side. We'll see if that favors them.
It's a huge point that we'll be bringing up throughout this, is the T-side struggles of Vitality are a very, very real thing. However, the CT sides, players are playing well on defense. CT sides, lockdowns have been solid for Vitality. They'll get tested here up con. First contact from Exertion, who's moved in. Mezzi's going to be gush, but there's plenty of Vitality players to handle this.
Yeah, Brolin and Shuai taking 2 between them. Flames able to follow up back here for Vitality. 3v3, and lots of time still left in this pistol round, and Apex is caught between 3 targets. His teammates going down, and finally Apex connecting another headshot. Zaiwu and Apex against Torzi and Shuai to close the pistol round.
Yeah, Zaiwu's just showed up. Very deadly superstar player. Bombs evacuated though. Torji's backed off towards Catwalk. Shui's fallen back in towards Connector to cut off any kind of a flank. So isolated 1v1 at the B bomb site with Torji and Zaiwu as he makes his way over. Shuai and Apex are going to try and find each other over in middle. Apex knows it can't possibly be clear. And Zaiwu misses that piece of information, but Apex has no HP to take this fight.
Yeah, Shuai just keeping them pinned, but it's Zaiwu, and it slipped ever closer to that B bomb site. Apex still in that awkward fight against Shui. The battle of the in-game leaders goes down, and it's Shui to win it. ZywOo with no kid on his back. That is the big problem here for him. He's looking at short side. There's no peaks. No one from Mouz wanting to offer him up an opportunity. We know he's one of the best pistol players in the world, and the time is the problem here for ZywOo. He won't be able to win it, but he'll certainly walk away with both kills.
Yeah, but Mouz is obviously very happy. Who cares about the kills? Take that pistol round victory. A drawn-out affair, but a very nice escape up catwalk for Torji, as him and Shui decide the fight at the A bomb site ain't worth it. And it's 1-0. Pistol round for Mouz. Second round buy coming in for Vitality. Scout coming out. Interesting thing that Vitality is going to have to deal with throughout this is the conversation around Mouz has been a lot of coming into this event with a changed playbook, different tactics. Shui gave an interview and basically said, we revamped a lot of things. We revamped the way we approach coming into these big games. We revamped our playbook, and it's yielding results early on.
Well, ZywOo farming early on in this round. Mezzi's beside him. 2 opening kills for Vitality, 1 back from Torzi, but that is not enough. And the 2 remaining Mouz players have penetrated the B bomb site, but it's Spinks that is quiet in behind the bench, not revealing his position until he decides to peek out. Gets 1 before going down to Brolin, but this has got to be brilliant from Brolin. It's a 1v4 total, 3 more targets to collect.
A little bit of patience from Vitality. Flames has low HP, so he'll be the one they send out as bait. They're waiting for ZywOo to be in position and ready to go on the flank, and everyone's going to follow up on Flames' information.
Flames is low, but first player in. Lands the dink on Brolin, then the flank from ZywOo comes in. Interesting conversation around ZywOo. Obviously reopened the conversation about being the #1 player of this year with a win in Cologne. It's a 3-way race between him, m0NESY, and Donk. And obviously m0NESY not making it into the playoffs, coming last here at IEM Rio, and Donk not in attendance with Team Spirit. So ZywOo has an opportunity to actually just start pulling away towards the later stages of the year.
Reinserted into the conversation after the Cologne victory, and obviously now looking to take a step forward. He's got a couple of things on the cards in this playoffs as well. He's also sat at 20 MVPs at the moment. He's overtaken Device, who's at 19. Simple holds the record at 21. So a victory here in Rio for ZywOo, and an MVP on top of that. He's going to tie Simple for career MVPs at big events.
It certainly looks like ZywOo's definitely more in a position to win more of those throughout his career than Simple currently is at the moment. So a lot of individual personal achievements available here for ZywOo. Mouz down to 2 Deagles, a Tech 9, Galil, and a Scout. Now we know Mouz are capable of damaging the side of Vitality in a round like this, especially with Torzi on the Scout. We've seen him look real solid in the group stages. Exertion boosted up into the window.
He could be so good and so dynamic in a position like that, especially we'll keep an eye when the AKs come out for Mouz. Biding his time and waiting for the moment where it feels like the defensive attention has been taken away for him to slide in towards window. They would need to get some kills elsewhere for that to happen.
Yeah, lose this round, Mouz are out of money for the next.
They don't really have anything, Mouz, to do in this round. They don't really have any flashbangs to activate. They're hoping for a mistake. They got in position, and now they kind of just have to start going for it. This Galil open into the bomb site. Brolin sprays down Apex, and this has worked way too perfectly for Mouz. There goes ZywOo.
And that's where you're talking about Exertion getting into the window. That's the impact he can deliver. In a position to fire through the smoke, but he was a little bit too exposed. And Mezzi gets that first kill. Still 2 more to get if he wants Vitality second round here and now. He's obviously got to worry about so many positions, so he goes back to check connector, sees another target. He was close to bringing down Brolin. He would love a grenade. That would finish him off, but without that grenade, it is looking very unlikely now that Merriman will be able to get himself back into this.
He knows with the second player, as you can see him predicting the follow-up peak, but not going to be able to handle it. Nice swing from the Imfat. And that's, again, a back-and-forth affair to start out this map. Mouz respond in kind. They win the pistol, lose the second, but they've got the third as well, and Vitality's going to have to force up, but it's quite a dangerous force up.
It is. I mean, they're on double eco majority of players, so they're going to obviously go for the pistols, but ZywOo had the extra money, so we're actually going to see him buy the AWP coming into this next round.
Crazy to see Exertion actually get the opening kill of that, too, with the Deagle coming in towards window. So enough attention to take and to keep ZywOo from peeking him, and he slides into a gap. Really well done from Exertion. Off on ZywOo. They've bought up MP9s and upgraded pistols around it. That AWP is going to be positioned over towards the B halls, and he's got targets coming.
The unscope and the retreat, leaving Spinks in position at the apartments. He is the player likely to take contact while ZywOo's eyes now gaze it short. Mouz about to try and split this B-bomb site. ZywOo's chimed in with that AWP, and Spinks needs this. Recovers it. Was a little bit messy, but eventually gets the kill required.
Very messy. Now, Vitality have to be careful because the initial impulse, especially with pistols and weaker weapons, is to perhaps over-rotate. Mezzi slid over. Flame started cheating. He's hit the pause button because they're coming at Con right now. Flashbang is out, but he had vision before it pops. Shuhei goes down.
Burning.
Claims he made to make a move, and he's got another, and Vitality respond as well.
What a back and forth game we're being treated to already right off the start, and there's not a lot of money for Mouz. They might be baited in again to go for the force buy, knowing that Vitality have not built their funds up.
That AWP from ZywOo, I really shocked and scared him coming up catwalk.
I mean, they're not ready for an AWP in that round. They think they've got them on the brink of collapse, and ZywOo whops out the AWP.
Xtaz calls a timeout for Vitality. You can see him very emphatic, talking things over. He's had enough of the back and forth. He's saying this is the first time we've had a really good buy in terms of all rifles across the board. Nobody stuck on an SMG. We've got all the utility. They're going to be busted. This is a round Vitality absolutely have to establish economic superiority for the first stage of this map.
Had a very candid interview from Apex before this game started where he was saying, you know, we've been on the road for a very long time now. We've had the same schedule as the rest of the top squads, and you are going to see mistakes in this game. You are going to see them mess up and be scrappy, and it's great to have that honesty, but we're seeing it so early. That's what happens when you don't have that time to go home and fix all the little details. You're just going event to event and playing the Counter-Strike that's lying in front of you.
Good shot from ZywOo. Shuhei trying to break his angle, beat his angle, and jump across to the boxes. And now you've got this play towards the B-bomb site. Mezzi challenged.
Yeah, Spinks sees the first jump past the window. It's another full commitment for Mouz to B, but they will not break. Vitality hold on. Spinks and Mezzi get their kills, and it all collapses for Mouz. Finally, we should see the end of the force buys. The eco's coming up for Mouz, and Vitality should be now increasing their scoreline to 4.
Yeah, it's going to start settling into more normal Counter-Strike. Good hold from Mezzi. Had a lot of critique headed his way through various parts of the year about his performances in Vitality. He got a good defense from the coach as well. Xtaz mentioning he's one of the best anchors out there at the moment. Maybe a couple names you could put ahead of him, but when it comes to having a dominant anchor, Mezzi's right up there, able to compete with the best. So very happy with the performance of Mezzi in those positions is Xtaz.
Yeah, I mean, when you're the 5th player in Vitality, there's always going to be conversation about a possible replacement, a possible upgrade coming in, and there is those speculations.
And remember, he also came in and took the spot of Magisk, who's one of the most storied players in those positions as well. So, yeah, it's not an easy job, Mezzi coming in to fill those shoes in this squad. Mouz taking their time, being patient in this round with only Glocks talking some things over.
The 2 in-game leaders today have had very different paths to becoming an IGL. Shuhei started his professional career as an in-game leader. Obviously, Apex did not. He was an entry fragger for so many years and was there from the beginning.
And Shuhei, right out of the gate, like right when he came on everyone's radar around that Paris major, was very quickly considered to be the most promising in-game leader prospect out there in all of Counter-Strike.
I mean, if you're able to lead the Gamer Legion squad to a major final,
yeah,
you
can't mess with that.
You can't mess with that at all. And we've obviously gone on to see the likes of Ima rise up. Mouz attacking into the A-bomb site, not expected to get anything out of this. A shutdown from Vitality, 5 players stay up, and they are stabilizing their money. They're starting to see it grow.
You got to be super happy if you're Xtaz out of the timeout that he took. He takes that timeout. They win against the force buy with all 5 players surviving. Follow-up round as well against the unarmored Glocks. All 5 players survive. Money has just ballooned for Vitality. But this is the first real gun round we get. Finally, we've got everyone at their rifles and utility on both teams. Berlin's going to be heading to the A-bomb site. Exertion and Yimfat towards the B site, and underpass Torji and Shuhei to work middle on the default.
ZywOo's had a hot start, 10-1 at the moment. Looking to continue that into this first gun round. Shuhei with mid-control applying pressure in towards connector as Apex has eyes on ramp.
Look how aggressive Shui's being though. This is very quick. There's a lurk smoke.
ZywOo's watched it.
Yeah, nice try. Try and be a little tricky, but not enough cover from the smoke, and Shuhei goes down.
Oh, feet of Brolin spotted. Can he deal with both? The answer to that is no, but he does well to at least get Apex. Now he impacts turn. He tries to move out into the B-bomb site, but Mezzi in a difficult position to clear, and Mouz fall down to just 2 players. Exertion in his common position, moving through the window, and Spinks is completely aware of that possibility. Exertion unable to do anything, and Torzi's now left in an impossible 1v4. He'll carry his AK over.
Nice defense from Vitality. Good reactions as well. It's that standard default on Mirage for Mouz that they've played against so many times. Brolin alone outside of A, 2 players in middle. Once they realize Shuhei's making that aggressive play, they know it's the standard default. When you spot the feet at the A ramp, both players get aggressive, and they whittle Mouz down. Torzi just trying to do some damage, and it could be so useful. One more kill could actually be massive for Torzi if he's able to find it. But Vitality being disciplined, they'll make him commit into a bomb site.
There's so much money in reserve here for Vitality that you really don't want to lose this AK. It's going to hurt you more than it hurts them at this point. They are peeking him, applying pressure to Torzi. He won't escape as ZywOo will continue to frag out his 12th kill of this map so far, and we're only getting into round 8.
ZywOo's been an absolute stud for Vitality, as we all know, over the years. But even in this event, he had that monster game against the Mongols to qualify for the playoffs, 69 and 29. He seems to be hitting a new level that's impressive, even for our expectations of him.
It's true. It really is true. And I mean, he's got a lot of criticisms about sometimes going missing in the big playoff games. Hopefully we've turned a new page for ZywOo in that regard as well.
I love his chances in this run to the finals at Rio.
They're reigning champions, Vitality. Good to see them in position to possibly win back-to-back. The run to the Intel Grand Slam, the Rio win has expired. They're down to just 1 win. That obviously comes from Cologne.
Exertion praying for a challenge and trying to bring a lot of attention to his direction. He did find the kill. But meanwhile, the movements on the other side of the map don't net anything, and Exertion can only do the one so quickly. Shuhei and Torzi, the last remaining for Mouz.
Hasn't felt like Mouz have been able to get into this game yet.
No, not quite yet. But I mean, that back and forth at the start of the half really kind of throws, I don't know, the pacing of a half. Your feel of it might fall apart a little bit. So Mouz is still working into that. They have another gun round coming up next. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
They might just straight up win this one.
Maybe there's something here. Shuhei with a shot back on Spinks. Apex having to chime in with a sniper instead as ZywOo has switched out to the rifle. It is Shuhei alone in a 1v2, and can the in-game leader feasibly pull this off? 1v2 for Shuhei on the ramp. Nade, flash, land towards his position, but he's still got his health. There's no util left here for Vitality, no smoke. Onto that defuse. Apex goes down first, and suddenly just ZywOo. But you can't say just, because he wins this clutch easily. It's another round for Vitality, but Shuhei makes it close.
ZywOo recovers. Oh no, he mismoved to get the AWP at the end of the round. They'll have to reinvest in that, but ZywOo's got 15K, so not a big deal. First time out used by Mouz. They want to have a conversation. As you mentioned, haven't really been able to get any momentum going. These gun rounds have not gone their way. The trades back and forth to start the half were nice. Gun rounds looking a little bit ugly. Remember, they did come into this event mentioning how much they changed their plan, how much they changed their style, changed their playbook. So this is a conversation likely to make sure everyone's on the same page if the new ideas brought in.
You know, speaking of a plan, game plan coming into a map like this on your map pick, how much does that back and forth, that scrappy force by war affect your game plan coming into the T side?
I mean, you're still going to get right into it. It just delays when you can actually start, you know, getting into the gun rounds that you want to run. And
I know there's only 4 left, right?
Right, and then you obviously have run out of quite a bit of time to make this recovery happen. So Mouz looking up at Vitality from the bottom of a hole they've dug themselves into on this T side.
Keep it to our playbook, boys. Our playbook is really good. Also, we worked on stuff for the last 2 weeks. No one has any idea what we worked on, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Very great stuff.
Another teaser about what they've been working on over the last 2 weeks. No one has any idea what to expect from Mouz.
Yeah, which is obviously the advantage of something like this, but the negative side of things is you also don't know if you're going to be able to make things work. If you haven't tested it in a live situation on a stage, if something goes wrong, are you going to be prepared and have the knowledge to work a solution?
Well, Spinks not off to the best of starts in this round. The grenade will find him, and he can't get out of there. Finally, he will on 8 HP.
I wonder what he chooses to do. He could go over to the B bomb site and just swap out with ZywOo, whether it's position and whether it's weapon, so that ZywOo's op can be mobile and has spotted nothing in the B bomb site. But still pretty content. Vitality looks to have ZywOo be the main point of defense at the B bomb site. It's Mezzi who will shift over to A as Spinks plays very passively outside the murder hole. And Mouz once again attempting to split the A bomb site.
One through Palace, one through the ramp. And the main prong to the approach right into flames as it burns away. It evaporates as the T side of Mouz is collapsing in flames his hands, and it's Yimpat alone at 1v4. Can't do much. Off the top of Tetris, he is toppled as Vitality continue to build a beautiful defense.
I don't know what's causing it. It looks like Mouz is a little tentative to take fights. It looks like Mouz's individuals are a little bit afraid of kind of moving into positions, and I don't know whether there is like a loss of confidence, maybe a little bit of fear for whatever reason. It also very much could be there's so much focus perhaps on trying to adhere to this new style and new playbook that they brought in, that they're thinking so much about what the right and wrong of the tactic is that they're not playing the game itself. They're focused on something outside of it. And it better change quickly, because Vitality start building to critical mass.
3 rounds left in this half for Mouz. They're dreaming of a 7-5 scoreline. Mezzi peeks out. Confident fight on towards Brolin. He knows there's many numbers in behind that, and Spinks' turn to step up alongside of Mezzi. The first 2 fall, and it's Mouz again, unanswered in the trades. They have to call that B play off. They haven't been able to break through that B bomb site yet. Plan B, now to go back to middle, and Spinks is aware of that possibility. He's not alone, he's got flames with him, and suddenly Torzi again in an impossible situation. It is another round here for Vitality.
Another very convincing round. No bomb plan as well, so while you have the full losing bonus, money's still not great. That was a round in which they forced up the AKs with very light utility, and you can see if plan A fails, plan B is not an option.
Second timeout for Mouz. Running out of opportunities in this half now.
Here's a problem they're having at the moment. The last time these two teams played Mirage was back at ESL Pro League Season 19, the final, so the first Pro League season of this year. And it was a win for Mouz on that map. But one thing they did really, really good against Vitality in that is setting up in their default. They had 2 to 3 players taking middle to have take some attention away. Whenever they got a kill or got a 1-for-1 trade, they rotated players around and very convincingly and very quickly attacked the B bomb site into Mezzi. That worked time and time again. Now when they're going mid, ZywOo's picked him off a number of times. You know, he's 4-0 in opening duels, and when he's positioned in middle, he's been able to take a scalp now and again. So Mouz playing from behind very frequently when they run that default that been effective for him in the past. And now it's just a question of, is this new playbook deep enough that Mouz can scrape together the last 2 rounds of this and give themselves some space, something to work with?
Oh, missed smoke out to the window.
Remember, Vitality's T-side has struggled throughout this entire event. Mouz 1 or 2 rounds could be everything if they can get it in this half.
With such limited utility, you cannot afford to be missing that window smoke here for Mouz. When you so desperately need the remainder of this half to go your way. ZywOo up to 15 kills, 1 death. Exertion fighting in middle. At least they've claimed the life of Flames, and an opening fight is being traded.
Vitality's gonna fight this.
Spinks and Mezzi ready to go. There's a second player in window as well. This looks good for Vitality. They could crush this attack from Mouz before it really gets going. Spinks' head spotted at the window. Short peek from Mezzi, but he's alone and he's down. And so is Spinks. Mouz fighting forward, but ZywOo the relentless yet again with a shot to the chest of Exertion. And Apex with that distraction gets an easy kill into Connector under 1 minute as Apex gets a little lost, a little confused, and it's all on ZywOo.
I love this reposition though. If this was sped up a little bit faster, he might be able to catch Shuhei, who's not in the bomb site yet. Just now leaving Connector, he's going to have a chance. Surely one. No, they wrap around into the site. They've gotten away, and ZywOo's going to have to play the post plant. He goes for this all day with this money, though.
Yeah, with this half that he's having, why wouldn't you give it a go? Tough clutch here for ZywOo. With the post plant positions that Mouz find themselves in, they're about to get the info of where ZywOo's coming from as well with that grenade being used. This round looks very good for Mouz to close on a 3rd. ZywOo dives down into the sandwich. It would take something unbelievable, and that will not happen. Brolin will drop ZywOo. And a must-win round collected for Mouz.
A good find, an unlikely round. They didn't come in with a whole lot of utility to work with. And that's the first time we've seen Vitality really try to aggressively punish some of the control that Mouz has been able to get. Most of the time it's been sitting back in the bomb sites, destroying them as they try and make their move up connector, destroying them as they try and come up ramp. This time Vitality wanted to bring the fight to Mouz, and it backfires entirely.
Well, the fourth round could be absolutely perfect in the end for Mouz. As you've mentioned, Vitality struggles on the T side are evident. Shuai's already got around the top boxes. Flames has eyes on this peak, but Shuai goes into the open. Mezzi's the one able to spin back and drop the in-game leader on the other side.
And good utility usage for Vitality, just covering the retreat of their players on mid-ramp, holding back with nades and Molotovs. This push from underpass, and now it's ZywOo who takes a scalp. That's exertion.
Mouz to try and recover a 3 versus 5 deficit in round 12. The bomb is all the way back at T-spawn. It can go into Palace. Brolin's currently on ramp. And Yimpat in middle. What can they put together here? Apex is changing his position late into this round as well. He'll play underneath the wood, elevated in the box to try and dodge any flames that might come his way. ZywOo now rotating over, an extra player to work with for Vitality's A defense, and Flames at stairs. Here comes the first contact. Yimpat catches Flames, distracted. One opening, one way back in here for the side of Mouz. Apex is burning, Apex is down. Mouz have recovered this into a 3 versus 3, but Spinks from short, grabbing that kill back. Yimpat gone, just Brolin and Torzi now left. Plant is being secured as we speak, but ZywOo to close it alongside Mezzi. 9-3 half from Vitality. They are in full control on the opening map of this quarterfinal.
Well, Apex alluded to the struggles of their T side in the pregame interview, but if you want to alleviate some of your concerns, a dominant CT side will do that. 9-3, a 6-round lead for Vitality as they switch sides. Mouz is going to be defending now, and if you want any chance of a comeback, this is where you look to someone like Torji, whose CT side impact with the off has been beautiful all throughout Rio, but just in general, that whole team needs to wake up.
They really do. And if Vitality get a good start in the second half, they might not have to play many T-gun rounds whatsoever. Apex will bring a smoke Molotov into the pistol round.
18-2.
What a first
ZywOo.
half. Yeah, what a first half from ZywOo.
An incredible stat line to have. A slow pistol round from Vitality, looking for any pushes. Apex, the only one really starting to investigate. I say that, but Torji's also investigating a ramp from the CT side perspective. He sees that it's clear, which allows Brolin to shift his position. Up catwalk we go for Vitality.
Oh, Brolin getting through the smoke. Has to drop back in behind the cover. Exertion with the first kill of the round, but it's short-lived as Mezzi bites back immediately for Vitality, and they're going through the connector smoke. They're putting pressure on Brolin, who fights from jungle. He'll know that he's got to worry about window, and he got back to that shot, but he couldn't stop Mezzi.
Good swing from Mezzi with the bomb. Spinks is left in alert position. He's going to have to wrap all the way around 3-on-3. Shui and Yimpat are about to get to the CT spawn stairs, which is not guarded. So Spinks needs to be very cautious about his timing on this flank and listen to Mezzi and Apex and their communication for when this retake is beginning.
Shui making sure the close angle is checked. Mezzi's had a great start into this pistol. Might be the man to close it as well. Still at the firebox, sees another victim. Mezzi right between the eyes. It's a third kill of this pistol round. He's doing pretty much everything asked of him, and another shot for Mezzi. Why not? Ruling by royal decree in the pistol. It's Mezzi with all 5.
Mezzi haters in absolute shambles here today. 16-5 on Mezzi. This has been a brilliant performance. Beat bomb site anchor on the CT side, and now a wonderful pistol round to get Vitality started. And you mentioned it as well. And with the struggles of the T side, if you win the pistol, you don't have to play a whole lot of T-sided rounds. So he's got them out to that hot start. If they can sustain and convert this second round, all of a sudden Vitality's living the dream.
He was just landing everything. It was 6 shots from Mezzi right at the end, and Vitality can celebrate that one. 10 rounds collected. Mouz once again, that old familiar sting of having to take a force buy after losing the pistol round. And there's no one home at the B-bomb site, Jason.
Nope, it's a safe call from Mouz right out of the gate, you'd imagine. Jimmy's actually rotating over, but Exertion needs to be telling everyone there's no point. They're in the bomb site, they have control, already challenging towards catwalk. Take this scout, MP9s, the pistols, bring it into the next round, try it all over again. You'd likely, if you're Mouz, be forcing in the next round regardless, considering the scoreline. So you might as well get yourself in a position where you get to try this one over, and then into what could be the final round, you have your weapons, and you can actually try and start a comeback. But it's a long road, and I guess the feeling that you should leave this match with is that this Mouz lineup has not really showed up yet, whether it's new playbook, whatever it might be. There's not a lot of production from individuals. Nobody's bailing them out. Nobody's getting them started with an exciting, energy-infusing play.
Yeah.
And this has just been one-sided all the way through.
I mean, we've kind of moved away from the conversation about Mouz being a team that can stall out when it comes to these playoff games. We've seen it throughout the early portions of the year. Opportunities at Katowice where they were destroyed by FaZe in their game, and they lost in the final of IEM Chengdu. But even in the pregame interview, Apex was saying, you know, that's not something he's thinking about anymore because this team have made improvements over the year. It was maybe true at the start, but not now. And I don't think we're seeing the Mouz that have made those improvements at this moment, and we start to go back to that conversation about stalling out in playoff games.
Apex is walking up catwalk. He's peering over the smoke in towards the A bomb site, sees nothing. Vitality ready to pounce on this A site. They'd love Apex to give him some kind of a distraction, some kind of a kill, some kind of presence to potentially force a rotation. But he'll give up his standing and rotate back to the A bomb site, wrapping around through T-spawn. It's going to be ZywOo with the MAC-10 who just lurks middle. And this is going to be a set piece.
Which means Brolin's up first to try and stop the attack coming out of the ramp. He doesn't really have the weapon here for the job, but MP9s can be surprising.
Depends on the flashbangs that are thrown by Vitality. If they throw one to make sure that's clear, it comes in late. Good turn from Brolin, good turn back, and kill.
Oh, yeah.
There's the second one, and now 2 MP9s. It's a lot better than 1.
Well, that's it. They've actually done it. Now, ZywOo stuck in middle. He's got a MAC-10 in this situation, but the bomb's down on ramp. Mouz step up, and they shut down that Vitality attack as they try and come out of ramp. The MP9s, when they combine, they can be little but mighty. And then necessity for Mouz to win that round.
A necessity, but they're not out of danger just yet. It will be a buy for Vitality. It will be AK-47s in utility. But what you've done, Mouz, and again, not a lot of time left, but you've at least told Vitality, no, we want to see that crappy T-side in action. We want to see the place where you've struggled. You're going to have to win with that struggling T-side. You don't just get the freebie of playing against low buys this whole time. Now we've got the op on Torji. Now we've got Molotovs in utility and AK-47s. Mouz is ready to party, and let's see how close they can get this.
Well, you said that Torji's AWP can prove to be a pivotal piece. Great work from Mezzi again. ZywOo in middle, shutting Exertion out. And this was their opportunity. This was them returning to a buy for the first time here in the second half, and Mouz are down 2 players instantly.
It's so recoverable considering the HP of Mezzi and ZywOo. Mouz might not know it, or they have to know they're both dinked. Their teammates will have called out.
This makes this fight so important in Shuey. As soon as that smoke fades away, it's ZywOo revealed, Apex down, and the round is recovered in an instant. Mezzi's still low in HP, which means he needs to rely more on the rest of his team, and Flames and Spinks will combine to leave it all on Jimmy. He's coming back through jungle. First kill is good for Jimmy, but he's got to get more than that, and they'll offer them up another one. It's now just Spinks, and he's so close, but not close enough. Spinks able to make sure Vitality go to map point here on Mirage.
Yeah, huge clutch from Spinks. Nice win, and almost dropping the ball in the 3v1. But look at this. I mean, Vitality, that's just, they call around and they put both their hot hands in position to provide the free win, and they deliver. Mezzi with the pick onto the A-bomb side of Brolin out in the open. ZywOo finds a player swinging off catwalk, and your T-sides are going to get a lot easier playing 5-on-3. Coming into this, some of the struggles that Vitality have had on the offensive halves, they have the second highest rating in terms of winning 5v4s, but they have the second lowest rating in terms of winning 4v5. So the entry kills on their T-side have been everything. Their T-side kind of wins or loses based on if they get that first opening kill.
They got a couple of them in the last round, obviously making it still very close at the end there. Yimpat nearly pulling off an unthinkable 1v3. He's partial to those. We've seen it so many times before. Just when you think the day is at its darkest, the Finn comes out of nowhere, but not to be this time. Vitality on the brink of taking Mouz's map pick in a very convincing 13-4 fashion. Yimpat pushes apartments.
There's some utility on a couple players from the Mouz side considering how bad the economy is for them, but the problem is it's only located, it's not spread around. It's only on Exertion and Torji. Now, thankfully, they're playing kind of centralized at the moment, so they can replenish the smokes and Molotovs towards Khan if need be, but they need to be very conscious about how they use those nades, because Vitality's not pressuring anything at the moment. So the smoke that they currently have deployed Mouz at the base of Khan isn't really doing them any good. Vitality's going to be happy to sit back and let them waste it. And this is looking more and more like a split towards the A-bomb site. 2 players coming out halls. Nobody will be at A ramp. So a little tricky for Brolin as the A defender to guard against.
The bomb waits for its moment to pounce out of Palace. Spinks and Apex together with the rest of their pack. Still coming through connector, while they'll leave ZywOo short with that AWP. And Mouz hold on. Torsi taking the initial damage. A jungle, he's got a crossfire with his teammate, and it's rock hard right now for Mouz. Spinks left in Palace. Vitality don't break them this time. And it's a flawless round in the end. 4K from Shuey.
Really nice setup from Mouz. A crossfire pretty much negated any chance of that Vitality move from working. One in jungle, one on stairs, and no way for Vitality to handle both of them. So 12-5, a 7-round gap. Still 7 more chances for Vitality to close out Mirage. Steal Mouz's map pick away from them.
Nuke up next, Vitality's map pick, Inferno the decider in this series.
Only 1 round of loss bonus for Vitality, so they choose to force up here, and Mouz is going to love that. Any chance for them to get an easier win against these pistols. Not easy, just easier. We're seeing a lot of misses on this window smoke.
Yeah, we
days.
really are seeing a lot more. It's just become more inconsistent since the jump throw, you'd imagine. Or rather, the lack of jump throw. Smoke at the bottom connector. Yeah, just a blanket of cloud cover. Down in mid. See if Vitality are still able to make it work. Exertion at short side. ZywOo to be boosted up slightly to peer into the window. Not seeing any presence from a Mouz player yet.
Nobody's budging, and they have got no presence anywhere else on the map, no utility anywhere on the map to be able to force that shift to pull somebody into his crosshair. They're going to have to go hunt down these opening kills if they want them. Mouz have got a good feel of the situation. They've shifted Torji over to give it more of an A bomb site lean. All 5 Vitality members in the middle of the map.
45 seconds left here for Vitality. Where are they going to go? Shuey finally peeks out middle, this time combining with Torji and Exertion. Bomb is down, and so are Vitality. It is just Mezzi left. His Deagle bangs to the head of Shuey, but he needs a lot more. He's got a second. AK picked up. What is that? Mezzi going back, had another chance at short, but he takes a breath because this could be something unbelievable for Mezzi. He's so close, and Mouz sure start to break a sweat, but recover it in the end. Oh, Mezzi, he's had some nice rounds so far on this map. Great performance. He's actually overtaken ZywOo now. He's the top fragger in Vitality's squad.
Yeah, ZywOo got a little quiet in this second half. 18-2 at the half, now 19-7. So 1-5 since they've started the T-side campaign, for those of you keeping count. And yeah, Mezzi's showing you how dangerous he can be, how quickly he can turn around into a very scary scenario. So Mouz let out a sigh of relief, but knowing it's going to be a bye this round, they got to have a good read of the economy, knowing they're going against the Glocks, the unarmored pistols. Should be much, much easier. And for Mouz, this is going to have to be a very, very important talk between maps before Nuke begins, after Mirage ends. We mentioned, obviously, the story that everyone knows of Mouz struggling when it gets to the big stages, but this whole thing of changing their playbook and the success it brought in terms of beating FaZe for the first time in 8 attempts. That gives you some new confidence. Getting smacked in the face like this has got to make you scratch your head a little bit. It's always interesting because when you talk to the Mouz guys, they do seem so confident in their ability to win on the big stage. They're so confident in that they're close to getting it figured out, and it just hasn't happened yet. This is supposed to be one that shows us that they've turned that corner.
Perhaps there's a conversation to be had about maybe it's a little bit too early to know if this change in playbook is going to be effective. You brought up this point, the fact that you haven't even used it in the official games yet.
Yeah.
So yet to be seen if those changes will work long-term for Mouz, but Vitality certainly in a powerful position with lots of rounds to play with back to the rifles.
They've gotten plenty of lessons today.
Yes, they have.
That they'll get a review. But obviously it's always fun reviewing when you've won the series versus gotten deleted out of the quarterfinals.
On the flight home, yeah, you don't want to be in that position. Vitality had the full eco in the last round. Finally back to a decent buy. They've tossed out their utility into the window and top connector.
They've thrown it out not really to use it, just to deny information over to Mouz. They don't want Mouz during this transition period where they set back up for the A hit to know that it's coming ahead of time.
Well, it's coming through the smoke. Flames is already through, and Brolin had no idea, was not ready for that. So Exertion has to step up in his stead, and a double kill will keep Mouz in this fight. But with a minute left on the clock, Vitality see this as a chance. And they want to seize that chance. They want to close this map, but Shuey says no to Spinks. Still 2 players left. Apex, one of them. The impact dropped. And it's Mezzi and Apex to close this one out at even numbers.
And the ops over in CT spawn. So they can't swing into the bomb site. They can't get the bomb planted. There's no utility left for Vitality.
Yeah, tough round now for Vitality, and Torzi is going to be aware of how powerful his position currently is. Shuey decides to reposition and keep Vitality guessing. They last detected him towards connector, but he's gone back through that window. And you'll play from jungle instead. They'll let this bomb plant go down, and now it's about a retake, and Shuey was caught in the open. It's just Torsi left. Apex with a 3K so far, but Torsi looks to stop them, and he just won't do it. Vitality, breakthrough. They've got the first map of this quarterfinal.
One more side.
Dead.
Nice. No! Give me a weapon. Was perfect. Good.
Nice, boys.
Nice, boys. Perfect, my people. Yeah, I knew B-Speed, you see? Hey. They tried to smoke top gun twice. Grab us still? Yes. Oh, Palas. Ramp.
I'm leaving Lotta.
One more. Palas.
Nice, guys.
Good job. Oh, I got scared. Nice, boys. Default. Ninja. Drop this one. Drops.
Nice
That was
try,
a good
guys.
run, boys. My bad.
Nice
Sorry.
try, guys.
Yeah,
I should also get the trade on planes either.
Chill.
CT again. Flash bomb.
Yeah, I don't have flash.
I'm bully CT.
Nice. Let's be one. Let's be
I'll get the bomb.
I have full jungle, guys.
You can plan for mid.
Jungle.
I'm holding him. Titale. Nice, boys. Sick.
MVP, Matthew.
Wiseman have said that winning pistols and Counter-Strike will win you the game. Well, I've got a new story for you. You win that first round, you don't convert the second one, and then all hell begins to break loose, especially in this game right here. Vitality versus Mouz quarterfinal. And for Vitality, it looked like cruise control. So welcome back to the Intel Extreme Master. Jacob, what's on your mind?
Yeah, that was a bit of a messy start, to be completely honest. You're right on. You know, winning the pistol is a good thing in Counter-Strike if you convert the second round. We had the same issue happening in the first quarterfinal where, let's be honest, VP couldn't convert either, and that kind of haunted them throughout the entire series. Same could be said here for Mouz. Winning pistols, not converting the second time around. That's an issue, especially when it keeps going back and forth. I thought initially still that the more messy the game would be, the better it is for Mouz, but it turned out I was wrong.
The back and forth ended at a certain point, though. It's when, you know, Mouz goes for that Tech 9 round. They try to go for a B pop, and they get stuffed right away, and that's the end of it. If you keep going back and forth, it almost favors the T side even, because you can get that bomb plant, you get that extra money, the gills cost less, but then you go, and then once you lose that, and you're down, and you have to do that save, that gives the other side a buffer. And that's where Vitality really got their big string of rounds off the back of that last final force buy that Mouz was able to do.
Yeah, and we look at some of the earlier rounds because we're going to break them down. We're going to look at them a little bit more in depth. But with round 5, we're looking at a situation where Vitality had the steps in the right direction, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're set pretty up for it. You see it right here, the Tech 9 coming in, another force buy. I don't really fault Mouz for forcing, because it's been working twice for both teams. It's a back and forth scenario. They lose Shuey early on in middle, and then they try to force the issue, put down a smoke, haunt down Messi. Spinx is in position, Messi's in position, and I like how Vitality are keeping their cool right here. Spinx, eye for the prize, lets the first guy jump out, maybe misses that timing, trust that Messi will get the job done, and then Spinx and Messi combines for the 2. And I want to give my accolade to Messi right here. He had a fantastic game on that CT side. Even on the T side as well, well, shutting down the B bomb side, and we said it coming into the game, just we needed someone else than just ZywOo to step up, and Messi did that.
And I don't even necessarily fault them for going for that Tech 9 B pop either. The spacing may be a little bit off. I fault them definitely when they try it again with rifles in round 10, but you know, it didn't work out for them then, and then they go right into round 11. And this is a round that I really want to break down.
Do you?
I do.
Well, we're going to let you do that.
Okay.
Hold on now, because
there's
a lot of extenuating circumstances to this round itself. And we've actually got a cool little Kadia check-in right now. We can listen in over here as to something that played out in this round with regard to util. Pay attention.
Euro AK somewhere. I want to fail the window smoke. Then I want to do one smoke in A and walk numbers behind con. Okay, can we set this up?
Okay, so Josh, what he said here is we want to miss the window smoke. A lot of people they'll go at these players like, oh, they missed the smoke, you're getting paid a bar per month, blah, blah. What happens
Are
here,
these
Josh?
people in the room with us right now?
Well, I didn't say that, but yeah, ideally, why would you ever do that?
So you would do it because if the players that are on the defense side, mid-window, connector, short, they see nothing at middle. There's no smoke block in their vision. They say, hey, wait, this is clear. Careful on the extremities. Careful of that A pop or that B pop. And we've seen Mouz do it already, just the previous round as well. And then they see nothing middle. Wait, guys. So Mouz use that to their advantage. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump into round 11 here. And I'm going to break it down, actually. One of the things that they did, which was pretty smart. So at the start of the round here, we get to see them already. The smoke is already missed. We can see that is just in the middle of the ground here. And then we see what happens with the rest of the team as well. We're seeing this big defense towards this A area. And that's where all the focus is. So as we play this out, there's even a kill coming in. ZywOo gets the first pick. It's going to be on ramp. And then that's going to confirm to them as well. We see that molly also bouncing under that balcony area on that A site. And as soon as that happens, Flamesy, he swings off short, trying to get information, make sure that there's no lurker. It's not just a lurk, though. It's 3 players from Mouz. And now they have 3 Tech 9s, a Galil, and an AK in this round. Not a lot of utility, but what they do is they take a key position. They do it off of just misdirection. Hey, we're going to miss the smoke. We're going to show you at Palace. We're going to show you at ramp. And then they walk out middle. They get that first opening kill. And now they're grouped. They're together. These close range engagements as well help. And now it makes Vitality forced into these really bad fights, trying to force the issue here. And they're getting split apart and just pushed around. Mouz, they were losing 2-8 at this point. They tried the B-pops, didn't work. Low util, a Hail Mary, and they are able to come out on top with a round like this. This is why it's important to just actually let the rounds develop.
Yeah, and I think that also plays in a little bit of the idea of conditioning, but the idea that you've missed a smoke and now you've intentionally put your opponent in that weird back foot, Jacob.
If anything, it also keeps a player at bay, right? If you have a free window of opportunity to be standing in middle and playing that window position, you're going to take it instead of rotating into jungle. So there's different ways of doing it. I like this round for many different reasons, because I thought there was Mouz's way back into the game as well. You could see on Shuhei, you could see in the body language after they won the round that they were happy, they were satisfied, and you know, we knew the Vitality on Mirage, on their T side, the last couple of times they played it, couldn't really get anything going. So I think at this very moment where Mouz got their 3rd round by playing it picture perfect, they thought they were part of the game, they thought they were in it, but they weren't.
Yeah, Blood thought he was on the team. That's basically what Jacob's saying right in this moment. Speaking of this moment, our teams have stepped backstage, but we do get the opportunity to hear from Cyclone over at Mouz about that map.
Cyclone was kind enough to give me the lowdown of what was going on. He said the back and forth that they had at the beginning of the map was a bit of a problem for him. Obviously put them on the back foot. They didn't get the good start they wanted there, but it was about bailing out of it, which they were unable to do. I said, okay, is it mentality again? Is it stage side of things? He goes, Vitality, a good team. They were hitting harder on this one. You saw even Shuhei, he was the one trying to do the heavy lifting, but it's the other players that maybe need to step up on that roster if they want to have success. On Nuke, obviously Cyclone's going to say, yeah, we can do this, we're planned well, we're prepared for it. But right now, my biggest thing will be looking at their mental and if they can hold strong. Let's see what happens when we go into the second map.
Yeah, that second map being Nuke, a Vitality pick. First map being Mouz's pick, not necessarily what you would expect to see. But we do live in a world where people like to win each other's map picks, Jacob.
Yeah, there was one thing that we knew coming into the game, though, and that's ZywOo playing fantastic Counter-Strike at this tournament here in Rio. Him and Quesarado arguably the two front runners into the MVP race, and ZywOo continued that here in the first map. He did a fantastic job.
Which is what made him our United States Air Force Aim High player of the map in the first. Now, can he carry that on? Can he continue that drive in the second? I'm not going to say no. I'm never going to doubt the man. Some days he has an off day, but don't we all?
when Vitality's been not looking good as a whole, as a team, and all the players weren't stepping up, ZywOo was the one consistent piece, and that's what he's really known for. It's not for his X Factor or his like flashy plays, it's for being Mr. Consistent through and through. So seeing him up here again, it's not really out of our expectations, right?
No, the big surprise was Messi. The big surprise was Messi coming in, having such an impactful game. And you're asking the question, can they replicate that kind of performance on Nuke? As we said coming into this video, it's a bit of a, not surprise to me that they're picking Nuke against Mouz, but it hasn't really been a staple map for Vitality. It's not one of those maps that I associate with Vitality always playing well on. They've been working on it, they've had a good period, they had a bad period, but I'm curious to see if some of that work is coming into fruition now, because they need it.
Let's talk a little bit about how these two teams play and approach Nuke. Josh, what can you tell me about either side of the coin here?
Either side of the coin, well, you really just gave me a curveball.
No problem, man. I'll be here all day.
Okay. So one of the things is Vitality, they'd like to be really proactive, but they're starting on that T side. And T side is something that, that had me for a second in the Mirage as well. I'm like, oh, wait, their T sides look fine. Oh, wait, they're falling behind on their T side on Mirage. What's going on? It's something that they need to make sure that they do things in steps. They can't skip any steps because Mouz is going to punish them for it. We saw that it's going to be a changed playbook, but we know how aggressive Mouz like to be on their CT side. We know Exertion is going to push around and get a lot of space and control, and it just needs to be step by step.
And for you, Jacob, I want you to put this as eloquently as possible. Does this quarterfinal end here with Vitality smashing Mouz?
Oh, I'm not sure if they're smashing them, but I think in roughly 50 minutes this game will be over.
Okay. Yeah, well, since you've determined it that much, we can start the timer on that one, I think. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do head to that quick break. We can jump into this next map. It is a Vitality pick. It is Nuke. And most importantly, it is the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. We'll be right back after this, everyone.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Who has better aim control during spray downs?
Me, I think me.
I'll give it to myself.
Who's more likely to get a multi-kill?
Yeah, him.
I would say definitely Flames.
Who has the better game sense when lurking?
Well, it's kind of black and white questions here, but I mean, I have to give that one to myself.
Yeah, him. I think it's also due to the experience, the amount of time played, but I think in general, Robs has been so consistent.
Who plays better when holding an off angle?
I think I'll do myself, probably, because I'm more in those roles and I guess just more experience.
Him. Like, my ADHD doesn't allow me to just sit and like, what a nice angle to hold. Like,
who's more likely to sacrifice themselves for the team?
I mean, if you talk about entering, then definitely Flamesy.
Yeah, me. Of course me. Like, that's just my role, so obviously, like, his role is more to be...
Who's more likely to swear at his teammates?
Yeah, me. Not because I do that, but because I don't see Robs, like, in any situation, getting mad at anyone in this team. So.
I mean, I call out my teammates sometimes, so I'll just give it to myself just because I know I do. But I don't know if Flamesy does.
Who's more likely to wound his teammates?
Me for sure, because Robs doesn't play close to his teammates.
I think it's hard for Flamesy to wound a teammate because he's always going first. He's not going to shoot the teammate, but I think I would give that to myself.
Who can clutch better in a 1v2 situation?
Yeah, please. Yeah, of course.
In terms of clutches, I think it's a relatively easy question. If you compare me and Flamesy, I would say me, just because I think I'm just more in those situations.
Sons of Gaben. I am Chad Birchall.
Chad Birchall is 30k elo.
Yes, I've heard. Frags by the hundreds, and if he were here, he'd consume these cunts with mollies from spawn and spray downs from his ass. I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance. You've come to frag as legit men, and free men you are. Will you let these cheaters take that from you, or will you frag?
Frag? Against that? How?
No, we will surrender and go next.
Aye, stay and you may tilt. Give up and re-queue in a while. Dying to the next cheaters a few games from now, would you be willing to trade all those rounds, from this game to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these cheating fucks that they may take our reload, but they'll never take our freedom?
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, go next.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke, this time with the classic fast hut molly, great for committing or a way to have the CT's positions disrupted. To throw this molly, climb up the ladder and stand on the raised lip to the right. Quickly aim along this line below the center of this window. Keep running forward and running jump throw almost immediately. Just like that, the top of hut will be mollied. However, molly spread is never an absolute guarantee. Always care for a CT finding that little spot where the flames refuse to touch.
Mouz have impressed in Rio before, making a semi-final in 2022, Jason, but to accomplish this feat again, they have to take down Vitality, and they're a map down in the series, and they got blown out of the water on their map pick, so there had to be a real serious conversation in between this break.
Absolutely. They looked flat, they looked a little bit timid, it looked like they weren't exactly going for the plays we normally see them going for, and look, maybe that's a result of ZywOo having that hot start just shut him down. Just put him on the back foot early, made him feel really uneasy, but that cannot last throughout an entire map. This is going to have to be a complete recovery from Mouz. It's going to have to be a whole different team that we look at heading into Nuke if they want to continue this series and continue fighting for a semi-final spot against Furia tomorrow night.
Well, I guess there is a positive. Vitality are going to have to play more T rounds on this map than they did on Mirage, right? They're going to start on the T side of Nuke. We know it could be a bit of a problem for them. We have seen it in this tournament so far, so that could be the shining light for Mouz.
Yeah, you're exactly right. They didn't get the chance to put that pressure on Vitality in the first map just due to the fact that it was so comprehensively dominating here on Nuke. Yeah, Vitality, you're going to open up, and they've played this map before against each other back at ESL Pro League Season 19 in the Grand Finals as well. It was a dominant win for Mouz, 13-5. Vitality struggled on the T side, only able to get 2 rounds across the entire half, and it's going to have to be a completely different situation. Mouz coming in with a new look, a new style. Vitality coming in with that same old confidence that has had them lift trophies earlier this year. Pistol round about to go live. Vitality attacking into Mouz's defense. It's Nuke. It's the second map of the quarterfinals.
And a pistol round could mean a lot to Mouz's chances of getting a good start here. So let's see what they're able to do. Dual Beretta is here for Brolin. He's got a smoke. Flash on Shuai.
Nothing aggressive, but they are boosting a player up over in ramp room. Torji's going to be on top of the boxes, and I say that because Vitality is lined up to head there. Apex and ZywOo. You're going to give ZywOo a chance with this P250 and hope it pulls attention away to alleviate some of the defense on the ramp hit. But with that boosted up player, there's always going to be a little bit of trickiness in Vitality taking this part of the map.
Apex with space to play with, but that space is taken away. It's a vacuum as ZywOo, second shot on that P250, but towards you off the top, ripped away by Mezzi. It's a 3v2 with Vitality favored on numbers, but that is only for a short second as Shuai takes Mezzi out of this round. Spinks takes a moment to breathe. Waits for Shuai to make an aggressive maneuver, waits for him to make a mistake because he knows he's got ZywOo on the prowl outside.
Yeah, well, he's alone with the bomb, so it's a very awkward position for Spinks to be. He probably would love to be able to make a play, but at the moment he's got to sit tight. Looking his flank on a timing, looking for Shuai's push. They've at this point lost track with all the time and what ZywOo's done, and that might start making Shuai or Brolin a little bit nervous.
How many times have we seen ZywOo on a P250 make the difference in a pistol round? Not this time, though, as it is a clean finish from Mouz. They'll win the pistol, two players stay up, and Mouz one round up.
Really nice pistol from Shuai. Rotating over, eliminating the last two players, outlasting the patience of Spinks with the bomb. Very clean shots, no problem whatsoever. And Mouz have that nice start. And for Vitality, again, just to keep hitting that same note of the rough T-sides, you don't even have the benefit of the pistol round now.
No, the bomb plant, right? So you're going to go for a force buy here for Vitality. Tech-9s are out. Let's see if there's a bit of speed behind this. Not initially. Two players going to be going outside. Smokes are deployed, but disrupted. Exertion's grenade.
And then their own smoke blocks any of the vision as that smoke breaks. Oh, it takes a dink in return. He doesn't like that. Apex is going to get down, red HP. Same with Exertion.
How does Apex get away from that?
It's basically the pistol round all over again. Although this time Apex and ZywOo committing towards Secret. They want to join the prongs of this attack. And Exertion with low health cannot be involved in this ramp defense. So he bails out as Yimfat drops down.
Not alone here is Torji. He's got the rifle backing him up with Brolin. Apex to walk right into the Hungarian, who is hungry for more. He'll leap forward through the sky, eventually taken out by ZywOo.
Oh, this is an issue.
And this is slightly an issue, but it's recovered. A moment there for Vitality, but not to be. ZywOo's Deagle cracks open one in the vent. It's Exertion to topple. Remember, ZywOo's taken so much damage on board.
Yeah, you don't win this round. You might be able to do a little bit more economic damage. He spotted the head. Oh, he spotted a player. He's looking for his timing to pop up, and good shot from Brolin. Negates any further damage, and Mouz convert the second round.
Conversation going down for Apex, who spoke of maybe some of the frustrations that at times a lot of his teammates can be pretty flat emotionally, and it feels like there's so much responsibility on his shoulders to be the one that brings the energy, that fires everybody up. And if a game is getting to him, which it will at times because he is human, then there is really no one else there to fire everybody up.
It's exhausting feeling like you're the only player in a team who brings that kind of energy, who tries to hype up his teammates after the good plays and tries to lift them up after the rough moments.
And that's something you can't really change because it's the personality of the players within your squad.
Yeah, he's been pretty vocal about that sometimes he feels all alone in that regard. And obviously he takes a lot of responsibility in the struggles of the T-side that they've had that he mentioned in the pregame interview. So for Apex, it's about leading this team to improve the offensive halves, but also the ability to lead from the front, as we saw in Mirage. Gets that quad kill to close out the map. In-game leader putting in work. That'll fire everyone on the team up.
You know what can fire them up? A hero AK for ZywOo. It can be so effective, especially with a pack of players that can act as a support network. Fight outside goes the way of Torji against Apex. Now Vitality applying pressure down to this lower bomb site. They'll use smokes to try and get a plant at least. And they should be able to confirm that, but Mouz have the numbers for a retake, but you can never count Vitality out when ZywOo's on the AK.
Yeah, but he seems a little uncomfortable with where he wants to position himself. Everyone's going to be inside the bomb site. Nobody's been able to get out. They don't want to go back towards ramp room. They know the retake could be coming from that position. And this spot from ZywOo with an AK, I don't think this can net a round win. Good first kill.
Oh, second kill for ZywOo. Never doubt this man until he's finally taken out by Torzy. It's the clock of Spinks, not able to do enough. And Vitality get a bomb plant. They get 3 kills out of that situation, but no round win to be seen. It's a 3-0 start for Mouz.
Yeah, it's a very nice round for Vitality to produce what they did out of that. The 3 kills, as you mentioned, the bomb plant's going to be massive for Vitality moving forward. And ZywOo sticks to the AK-47. Those kills and that bomb plant help him buy it up on his own. Doesn't need to be dropped over, so no deficiency in terms of weapons for Vitality.
Well, Mouz got to play Nuke pretty recently in their last game. They played against FaZe Clan. They won 13-7, as it was the 3rd and deciding map in that series. Yimpat in particular had a lot of impact in the crucial rounds, but it was Torzy that was the top fragger. He was the player that was the shining light. He's got his op outside early. Apex just jumping, always a risk. They go outside, but they get info. They get info very quickly, and it's a little too risky in the end for Apex. Exertion cut down, but the rest of his support network is there to ensure that Mouz are off to a good start in this round 4.
Yeah, good to see him in the first gun round, having the motivation and the mentality of to stop them in their tracks, disrupt whatever they want to do outside. Don't let them get comfortable. Don't let them start playing behind that smoke wall. Just take all their plans away from them.
It does feel like there's a little bit more attitude from Mouz just from the start of this map. We didn't see any signs of that on Mirage. A different feeling at the moment, and that is great to see. We didn't want to watch Mouz come into this quarterfinal and just get blown out of the water by Vitality.
I think it'd be a relatively simple conversation to have after Mirage, where everyone probably left their PCs on the stage feeling like they didn't actually play a game of Counter-Strike. Spotted the boost. Brolin now calls out the position of Mezzi as well. No need to attack into him. Just chip at him away with utility. Everyone from Vitality is here. They're going to swarm one last kill. And 4-0 for Mouz. Vitality on Nuke have a 100% win rate in the last 3 months across 9 matches that they played in. It's against some of the best competition in the world. It's a very strong map for Vitality.
Slow start, and it's got to feel a little tough for Vitality again because they're coming into this round with 1 AK, a Galil on Spinks, and the rest of this team are on pistols. Exertion confident outside, realizes there's a possibility they could be pressured through those smokes, and so just take steps back to ensure his life.
Breaking open the smoke so they can keep track of the pacing of Vitality. That's Apex's Deagle stepping through to go down next. Once again, Mouz has great control of the outside play.
Well, that's the AK gone. Flames was the man that wielded it, and it's not in a recoverable position. It's dropped up on top of main. And Vitality, they've got players down secret, but this has to be brilliant from ZywOo in this first fight against Yimpat. He needs to crack him open instantly. And he goes around that corner. ZywOo unable to do so. And now Spinks, well, what can he hope for? A bomb plant, maybe. But even then, that looks too difficult at this point.
Yeah, you can just go for it. He assumed that someone had already made it down, and at this point, there is Torzy watching with the AWP for his exit. Good shot. Swings out as he hears the doors open. And a dominant start for Mouz on map 2, 5-0.
Yeah, well, this is the first time out being used for Vitality. Obviously didn't have to use too many of them over on Mirage. Different story now on Nuke, because their buy finally returns. They've got enough money to purchase rifles across the board. Slow start from Apex, 0-5. 1-5 here for Flames. There's not a lot of fragging going on inside of the squad across the board.
No, and we'll keep track of it. We're 5 rounds in. Remember, the issue with Vitality on these T-sides, their 4v5 conversion rate is the 2nd worst of every single team at this event. They've been terrible at recovering from losing that opening kill, and at the moment in this game, they've got 0 opening frags to their name. It's been all Mouz to start out the rounds and to close them out. So first time out taken. We'll see what adaptations Vitality have made. The outside plays have not gone well for them so far.
No, they have not. Big reason as to that is Torzy and Brolin 7-1. Torzy 8-2. Really hot sauce in those 2 players in particular.
You can go away from it too for a period of time if you're feeling it, if you're Vitality, but at some point you're going to have to be able to flex outside. You're going to have to be able to get control.
Oh, that really couldn't have been more perfectly placed. It's ZywOo eating that grenade up, losing most of his health. And look at this little push from Mouz into the ramp room. It's Yimpat and Torzi moving and taking space away, and Vitality don't realize it. They're gonna have to try and gain it back. They moved outside. Roland's going down the vent. Here comes that barrel around the corner. Spinks makes quick work of Shuai. Flames now with space. It's so important that he wins his fight, and he won't for Vitality. It's now 4v4 as Vitality move players downstairs.
Yeah, and Spinks is there to cut off any rotation down the vent. Roland knows it. He's got to be careful of the lurk behind him, but his main priority is this secret play. He's the only defender downstairs for the moment.
Roland looks for a brawl, and there's 3 players in front of him. Apex removes the Swede. Yimpat deals with Spinks in the lobby. 3v3 damaged players here for Vitality. You've got Apex on 4 HP. ZywOo took the initial grenade damage at the start of this round. They're looking to fend off this retake attempt from Mouz, and right now they're doing a good job at holding them back.
Yeah, and this has been plenty of time for Vitality with the smokes up, with the flashbang, to get into positions that they weren't able to get into previously when they planted the bomb down here. Jimpat's coming on a very, very late flank.
He's taking a long time to get in position. Mouz are biding their time, but here comes the utility. That's going to heat things up. Inside of the cubby, Impact catches Messi, moving up the stairs. ZywOo down. Suddenly only Apex left with 4 HP, and he'll move out of the control room window, but unable to control the round. Limited time as that defuse starts, but Mouz pull it through to keep this flawless streak going.
Beautiful. Molotov in towards Dark, forces ZywOo into the open. Smoke isolates him from any teammates that could help, and Yimpat wins his fight on the flank. Everything Mouz needed for the retake. And it's a flawless CT side still. And it's a rare round where Vitality was able to get the opening kill, but could not convert in the 5v4.
And those rounds are going to start piling up and becoming more and more frustrating for Vitality as they watch this lead build from Mouz. AK's out again. Outside executes deployed. Apex's usual trio, his Deathly Hollows of Flames, Spinks, and ZywOo, not all working together at the moment. Stalled out. Smoke fades out mid, inside of outside. And it's a tough situation. No one from Mouz is giving anything over to Vitality right now.
Now showing him a bunch of different looks on the level of aggression they bring out. We've seen him push outside. We've seen him had a 3-man trap set up. Now it's very passive, giving them control of secret, but not big garage. Apex does slide in. There's the first fight, spotted the shoulder. Second player still unknown over in mini, but Exertion does not want to give the peek just yet.
45 seconds remain in this round. Vitality must convert this 5v4 now. Flash to Exertion, turns away. The drop from Flames is not quick enough, and Exertion is doing so much work on his own, and he's still alive until finally dealt with from ZywOo.
Oh, Jimmy's still here.
He checked it, he checked it.
Looking the other direction. Looking towards Squeak Door and Mini, and there we go, Vitality. Opening kill outside provided by Apex, and you clean things up after the fact. Mouz's more concentrated setup at the upper bomb site doesn't pan out, and it's a timeout taken. Considering it's 6-0 start for Mouz, the money's not great. And that's what they want to talk things over about. If they get depleted, if Vitality win 2 in a row, and they run out of funds, not the most happy scenario in the world.
Well, at least the crowd is happy, Jason.
They did look happy.
They're having a great time out there.
That looked like something awesome happened out there.
Yeah. Some nice little hand wraps. The first step of many still to come for Vitality in this first half.
Well, this would be huge for Vitality if they break Mouz here. Give yourself one easy round against Pistols.
You don't need a lot to work with out of the first half. We know Vitality CT side is strong, but you need around 4, Jason. Would you be happy with that, or you need a little bit more?
4 would be good. 3 would be acceptable, 5 would be great.
All right, so that's the scale we're working with right now. Smokes outside. Vitality. Seen this common throw from them. 2 smokes, Plume, Exertion. Hot and heavy.
It's a different look from Vitality though, right? No one's gone outside like super early in the round like it has been throughout this half. It's a late mid-round execute of the outside wall.
In fact, no one's gone outside at all.
Nobody's committed with it, but it's the denial of information that matters to them, because setting up this hit, although Exertion reading it, he's already in mini.
Double hut setup. 2 players up on top. They're going to descend down. Brolin's got the first on the defense here. Can Vitality flip this back in their favor? So far, so good for Mouz. And Brolin tries to make a mess. But Mezzi makes sure that he's there for the cleanup. 2 players left for Mouz, both at heaven. Yimpat and Torji have not seen that bomb go down yet, so they're just taking a moment to breathe, pause. And with 25 seconds left, they now move out into the open. Mezzi knows 1 player's down, and Apex combines with him. Vitality tie up a second round. They put 2 on the board, finally getting going.
It's the patience. Mouz got a little bit nervous because both players in heaven, none of them peeking, none of them have information. They thought maybe there's a world in which Vitality grabbed the bomb and dropped down the vents. They needed to know what was happening. So they get involved in the action probably a little bit earlier than they would have liked had they known Vitality was just standing pat in the upper site.
And there's that easy round you're talking about, right? This is what Vitality have been playing for, to finally break that money of Mouz, send them down to the pistols, and give a 3rd round for Vitality to work with on this T side. Gotta make sure you win it though.
And then you have this round, and then obviously a 2,400 losing bonus for Mouz after 2 rounds down. Next round's buy is not going to be the greatest in the world either, so Vitality put themselves in a good position to recover this half.
Moment to breathe. It's Vitality. I've got Apex down secret stairs. Mouz are in advanced positions, but they're not fully committing yet until this peak comes around, and Spinks eventually overwhelmed. Good spin back from Mezzi. He'll deal with 2 players on pistols, and Torzi now spotted, dealt with by Flames. It is a 3rd round for Vitality, and that easy round cast aside. Mouz, like you said, they don't have everything they want. They're not going to have enough money for the AWP to come out for Torzi, for example, but at least everybody is going to be on a rifle.
Yeah, good utility as well. What you're missing the most is kits. Only 1 of them on the board. Yimpat just picks that up at the end of the day for the ramp player, so keep an eye on where and when he goes down. That'll be the only kit if Mouz need to get into a retake scenario.
Zaiwu has his off on the T side. There's no challenge from Mouz against that. So let's see what he's capable of pulling off here.
It's a good round for him to flex outside. If him and Apex can get basic control, you can boost him up on red box, you can get him behind the wall, let him peek into angles, let him peek up towards heaven.
Yimpat, that is just wild. Smoke spam, he was aware that that was a possibility. Mezzi getting taken out. Great opening for Mouz to play with, it's clean. I like the idea from Exertion, wasn't too far off.
Here's the drop, so he's going to call out this is outside presence from Vitality, but Mouz don't necessarily have to challenge it altogether, considering they have a man advantage. And they fall right back. They get lost between attacking outside and falling back. Spinks is able to get a double, but Shuhei recovers.
Yeah, Spinks peels back as well, but not without taking damage in those first fights. He's 25 health left, 2v3 to try and convert here for Vitality, but it's Zaiwu on the AWP. And he's still alive, he's still on the server. And so there's a chance here for Vitality. They line up, but Zaiwu takes down Torzi in reply. And now they know what they're up against. Sees that second player. Couldn't grab his chance on the 5-7 on the first time of asking, but Zaiwu will get the second, and it's down to a 1v1. Zaiwu against Yimpat.
He's trying to find the vent right now. Yimpat's downstairs. And I think this is stalled out so long that Zaiwu's just like, you know what, I've missed my timing. Let's just calm down, take the risk as the smoke fades.
Yeah, he's not dead yet, so he's wondering where is he. And such limited time now left, 20 seconds. Zaiwu eventually has to commit to this upper bomb site. Yimpat's still on ramp. So Zaiwu has time to plant the bomb, and he'll have a molly. And he'll use that towards heaven. Allows him to plant safely and comfortably. And now it's about the 1 extra kill.
It's also about what positioning he takes. So now he's going to have to be concerned. Oh, is he going to wrap all the way around?
Is he going to wrap? Oh, dude, Yimpat's walking right next to him. He's got his gun out. Now Zaiwu sees him, but he gets around the corner just in time. He's playing with him in an awkward fight, and Yimpat's still in the lockers, still around that corner, and Yimpat stays cool in the clutch against the Wu.
He's so good, man. Yimpat on this team. He's been one of the most consistent performers they have since he joined the roster last year. A rock as an anchor, and he delivers in the clutch moments, and that's an awkward clutch fight.
It's a really awkward one. You know, you see ZywOo coming towards him, and he realizes now it's a 1v1 mind game fight that goes down around the lockers, and Yimpat stays composed.
It's just the idea that he gives enough of a sliver to check the windows as he's walking towards heaven. I would have never expected that, and I don't think ZywOo did either.
Great work from Yimpat. So young, and yet so impressive. He's up against one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time in that 1v1, and ZywOo jumps up, spots one player crossing to Secret.
Yeah, he's got the information, so we'll see. I mean, that's if Vitality want to go towards Secret, they'll Molotov this, they'll pop flash around it to allow the entrance. They'll have to respect the fact that Torji can be aggressive at the top of the stairs.
Oh, this Molotov, that's going to heat things up for Torzi. Fortunately has a smoke. So he just wants to make sure that he stays in that spot. He doesn't care if they know about it. It's just about maintaining that position. Exertion goes 1-for-1 with Apex.
All right, what's the reaction from Mouz? You've lost outside control.
This is crazy.
Your Secret player knows he's under attack. Is he going to risk it? Is he just going to...
Oh my god, ZywOo inside of the smoke. Torzi coming out of it. He's taking his teammate down, and ZywOo is the surprise factor. He was close by. At least able to get the trade, but a little bit awkward.
Man advantage in the mid-round, though. Vitality have a really good hold on this. The only issue at the moment is that ZywOo can't really continue to progress or apply any pressure outside. He's the only one there, and he's got the bomb. So he's got to fall back towards lobby to join up with Spinks and Mezzi. This will chew time off the clock. Shui inside the upper bomb site. Yimfat's just going to look to make sure they're not going ramp room towards lower.
25 seconds. That's all they've got left in this round, Vitality. Shui at the back of the site. They're about to walk through that hut, and there's pressure now on Shuei's shoulders. Can he hold it? He's got one, but ZywOo's so quick, so effective on that trade kill. And once again, we ask the young Finn to step up, and it's a long-winded spray. His bullets disappear into the void. And that was so close. We thought he gets that one kill. It's down to 1v1 again, but Impact couldn't compose the shots and couldn't get that kill locked in.
Yeah, he's going to be really frustrated about that. It's a kill he should have had 100% of the time. He even had plenty of seconds to take his time and line up a headshot. Thought that kill would have come quicker. But Vitality outlast Mouz in an awkward round of trading all the way through. 7-4, and once again break the economy right at the end. It's all MP9s and a FAMAS for Mouz. Another low economy round that Vitality can try and take advantage of, and it looks like they know what the money situation is because they're playing it very backed off over in lobby. They're expecting a lobby crunch.
And there's a lot more of a heavy take outside early on, right? You've got Spinks playing up on T-Roof. He's looking for a good timing here. Does see the feed of Brolin. Goes back to try and take that kill out. Does a lot of damage. Couldn't finish off Brolin. But Vitality have got the main pack of their players already down, working through lower.
Wonder if that scope was heard by Torji, who's outside in Big Garage. He has given a warning over to his teammates. Apex finds him.
Yeah, that's a great little play from Apex.
And that allows Vitality to hit the pause button on this progression to the lower site. They can actually come all the way back up Secret if they want.
Spinks obviously still worried about the play that it pushed into lobby. He goes in to check it, spots out Shui. Mouz are now toppled. It's just 3 players left. Very likely Vitality close this half with 5 rounds. Considering the start, it's been a fantastic recovery from Vitality. Impact doing what he can from the double doors. Let's see if he can double up.
Well, he's going to need his teammates to come join him if they want to swing out to... Oh, single door, there's one, and the plant does go down. ZywOo and Spinks 2v2, but thankfully the bomb plant completed.
Well, ZywOo knows where both players are, has a 1v1 fight, but can't win it. And it puts it all on Spinks, and they know he was the player on the upper bomb site. But where is he gone? He's in the vent now. He's coming down towards Decon. And that defuse isn't happening. Spinks plays from Decon through the smoke. Brolin dead first. Just Yimpat.
No kid.
Can Spinks close this half with a 5th round for Vitality? Tapping that defuse, Yimpat off it. And without a kit, there's no hope. There's no chance. He's going to get back on it again, but the time is so thin. And Spinks rounds it out. 5 rounds recovered for Vitality in the first half. 7-5 as we take a break.
Vitality scraped 5 rounds together on their T side of Nuke, and now this just feels primed for Vitality to close it out and book a spot in the semifinals against Furia tomorrow night. But Mouz did come into this with a different energy, a different attitude. They are here to fight. We're going to see what they can put up on their T side. It's not done yet. They're going to start out with tons of utility in this opening round of the second half. 5 flashbangs, 2 Molotovs, a smoke, an HE
We're
grenade.
fucking leading, man. Fucking sick, guys. Let's go. Now they need to fucking come back here.
All right. Ready for the comeback.
Yeah, ready. It's not much of a comeback. It's 2 rounds here, Jason. So let's see. If Vitality win the pistol round, that comeback could be complete very, very quickly.
We are being very generous with the comeback designation.
Yeah, we really are.
All right, there's the first kill for Mezzi, but Spinks is traded off very, very quickly without any kind of fight.
Yeah, blow for blow, back and forth, but Mezzi again, man. There's just something about him today, and these pistol rounds, he's just so good when he's got that little sidearm in his hand. A 4K from Mezzi, had an ace over on Mirage, he's got 4 here on Nuke. Can't stop him today.
Yeah, both CT sides winning their pistol rounds. You have Mezzi playing at this level like we saw in Mirage, and it feels like it's continuing here on Nuke. You add in ZywOo outside on Nuke with an AWP. This is one of his strongest maps on the CT side.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of obstacles in front of you if you're Mouz.
Crispy shots from Mezzi. Great work. Now Mouz obviously not in a position to get a really good force buy here in this second round, so they decide they don't want one at all. So they're going to go for the Glocks, and just like that, Vitality, Jason, they've completed the comeback.
Yeah, the comeback's over.
Yeah, they did it.
They've just made it all the way back into a typical game.
I mean, now, not expecting Mouz to get much out of it. But you mentioned something very exciting as we came in from the second half, and that's the winner of this goes on to play against Furia tomorrow night. Furia in Rio de Janeiro, an evening game. We know what that brings. We've seen it multiple times. The energy, the passion, the crowd, it can be something special. And every player that I spoke to on media day, they just wanted to play Furia. They just wanted to, they wanted to go up against them.
Players love those high pressure stages. They love that feeling, and with good reason. Now, I know we painted this as Vitality, CT side, got enough rounds in the first half, can be so strong. It feels like they have the advantage of closing this one out and taking this series 2-0. Mouz did just win this map to get into the playoffs, to get into the quarterfinals for this matchup against FaZe in pretty dominant fashion. It was 13-7. They managed to get 6 rounds on their own offensive half, so Mouz obviously have some game here.
We know what they can do on the T side. It's time to see that game plan. That new book they're reading off of. And see if it works out against Vitality. Apex pretty active. He's running around the lower bomb side at the moment. ZywOo obviously can be one of the most difficult players to deal with on his day outside. He's playing in Garage, just in behind Credit Card at the moment.
He's usually playing buddy system with Apex as well, who likes to set him up very, very much for whatever peak, whatever fight he wants. That's not this round. Apex is already down in secret, so ZywOo would let them cross. He wants to stop them wrapping around towards Heaven. He wants to stop them going in towards Mini, but Torji holds for the peak.
Well, he won't stop much because his head's no longer attached to the rest of his body. Great shot from Torji was pivotal in that game you mentioned versus FaZe. Flames is in the lockers, and he's about to be pushed on 2 sides. Oh, Flames, I don't envy your position. I do not envy it whatsoever, because as soon as he commits to one fight, the peak is coming from the other, and he was guaranteed to die.
It's a really weird round for Vitality, though, when you consider they came into this. Flames had an MP9, so does Apex and Spinks. So with these weapons, you can't really take all the normal setups that you would if you had M4s. You don't really have those players who can take a fight at range. You're playing things a little bit differently outside, so Mouz was given a lot of free space to work with.
Oh, look at this. This is free for Apex. He catches Poland, ruins that Heaven wrap, and now Mouz have only got players coming through main, but they turn back. They get those kills, and they stop from Vitality from being able to pick it up. Right at the end, though, you think Apex might have got Vitality back into a position where they can compete, but not to be.
Nice little play from Apex. I think the only way he actually turns that round is if he ignores the player jumping up Heaven and continues back to wrap around the executed Mini.
Yeah.
But that's a call that is obviously very easy for us to make from the outside. Apex obviously not operating with the same amount of knowledge.
Yeah, playing in front of thousands of people. Obviously a situation where he doesn't have all the options in front of him.
Scrappy money, so another weird buy for Vitality. MP9 on Flamesy. Mezzi has the auto shotgun.
Well, we know it can be pretty useful on this map, in particular around this position around Hut. So let's see what Mezzi can do with that. But for now, Mouz take a moment to settle into this T-half. ZywOo looking to be disruptive, more aggressive in this round. He pushed up to red, he doesn't see anything, and so has to come back and play from secret, and he's lost his buddy. He's lost Apex as Exertion just fires shots through that smoke.
His battle buddy. Apex was spamming previously with the FAMAS, so I'm wondering, we didn't get to see it from his POV. It might have been spamming again, which is what Exertion gave him the indication of where exactly he was playing from.
Do you feel a little bit uncomfortable right now if you're Vital? You've lost Apex outside, you're now about to lose ZywOo. You don't have any lobby control right now. It's tough positioning here for Vitality at this moment. Fortunately, they have ZywOo still alive. It looked like he was destined to die there, but he actually got away.
Yeah, but they've had to concede all of outside to be able to do that. And with his HP, with the shotgun on Mezzy, the MP9 on Flamesy, this might be a round that Vitality's saying, all right, let's start thinking about these protocols that we want if we just want to save these weapons. 3 players stacked up over in ramp room. If upper bomb site is the attacking point, Vitality just gives it up.
Well, ZywOo's ascending to heaven. Just gonna have a little look into the bomb site. He's currently getting wrapped around as well, but ZywOo, usually perfect at silent dropping, didn't silently drop this time. And ZywOo to fall inside of the side of the hand of Brolin.
And they don't have the weapons. They don't have the weapons to stop this play from Mini.
No, so it's Mouz overrunning the top site. Mezzy, that was a last-ditch effort, the last chance. And now Flamesy's committed, and he has to get out of there. But he backs into the lobby, wins that fight. That's his ticket out of there. He's got to run with it. He'll take an AK.
I was going to say, his ticket and his AK-47 to get out of there. Spinks going to try and follow things up, moving out of ramp room as well, trying to get away from the bomb explosion. He's got a long path and a very risky, dangerous path to tread.
Good shot from Spinks. Flames has made it far enough away, you'd imagine that AK gets into the next round. But Mouz, you mentioned that they've got game on this T side, and they're showing us early.
And if you're Vitality, to answer your question, you're not worried quite yet. You haven't had the op yet on ZywOo. You've played, your first gun run had 3 MP9s. Now you had an MP9, a FAMAS, and an auto shotgun. You're still feeling Vitality like you haven't been able to get a good solid CT round on the board yet against Mouz's attack. Problem is they're creeping ever closer to a map win.
Yeah, they are. They're getting closer and closer to that.
And even this has to be a save round, so it won't be till round 18 where Vitality really get all the resources they want to challenge.
And on that pathway, Mouz will start to really consolidate the cash on their side of things, on the T side, so they'll be able to continue to buy deep, deep into Nuke. You can see some of that frustration creeping in now.
Yeah, it's pretty contained, though, as far as Apex goes.
That's true. It's more like
let's give the boy some credit. He's holding it in.
It's true. Certainly true. Let's see what these save weapons can do then. Flames with the AK that he picked up on the way out of the last round. I think he's about to get taken down by his countryman Exertion, but actually the fight, I thought for a second, might have helped Flames out there, but Exertion's so quick.
Yeah, the footsteps on the swing from Flamesy gave Exertion the information just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it's a nice little flick down. Now Apex is waiting in the ramp room. He's got the Zeus ready to go. I think just getting wrapped around the backside here from Brolin will end up, taking Apex out of the competition. He nearly got back to that. It wasn't too far off.
The timing on that is brutal.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
I saw him saying, muttering French underneath his breath when he went down.
I can imagine those words were not pleasantries. ZywOo and Spinks are going to try and hang on to these 2 rifles again, and then it wouldn't be bad. The side of Vitality, it really would help out that money game as we get a little bit later into this game. But this is now 10-7 as Mouz are getting ever closer to sending us to the 3rd and final map of this series. And that would be exciting to go to. That really would.
Inferno as the decider in the series, if we make it there. Very different Mouz we've had on Nuke than we did on the first map of Mirage.
Yeah, it's very true. They have a lot more attitude, a lot more bite back, and it's a team effort across the board. I think that's a conversation that we often have around the Mouz squad, is they don't have a super clear star player. With Vitality, it's easy. It's ZywOo. It's obviously ZywOo, but for Mouz, I think the only player that comes close to being the standout is Yimpat, who quite consistently is their top-rated player, but you would still say across the board, this Mouz squad is more of a team effort.
Very well-rounded, and obviously a player like Exertion is very much known for how aggressive and space-taking and the openings that he goes for. That's one of the things this new style and philosophy that Mouz is bringing to the table is trying to get away from. Shui had specific words about that with Exertion of just saying, we can't rely on just one single player to be going for the openings. We cannot just have a player whose entire purpose is to be the one to go for that. Sometimes we have to use him to gain space and activate some of the other players on the squad.
Yeah.
So obviously here on Nuke for the moment, it's working out exactly like designed.
There was a point about creating a system that involves the whole team rather than setting individuals up. Whereas when you have a player like ZywOo on the Vitality side of things, you do have to put resources into a player like that because you just have to. It's the key to success. He's just so good. And ZywOo even operates not necessarily needing as many resources as some.
Yeah, true. And I mean, as we all know, famously operates frequently without the AWP as well, which he's not decided to switch into in this round. AK-47 in his hand. So Mouz, they're living the dream right now on a T-half of Nuke where you don't have to face off against ZywOo's AWP, one of the best ops in the game. Apex is going to have the off angle towards Mini, and it looks like that's where Exertion wants to head to. He's blocked off by his own team smokes.
There's been a couple of different looks from Vitality on the outside stance. You know, you've had ZywOo playing passive at Garage. You've had him get aggressive in the last round, but none of it's really worked yet until this point. ZywOo spamming through the smoke, casts Exertion, and look at this. Look at Apex. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, and caught. Apex has got another one out of this, and this is clean from Vitality. It's convincing at the start of this round, and Spinks comes up from Secret, silences Torsi, and Yimpat has nothing to do in lobby.
So one of the great strengths of Vitality's CT side Nuke is the tandem work of ZywOo and Apex. They are so good at playing together. And this time it's a kill from ZywOo, spam through the smoke, and then setting up Apex for the peak. They've got a whole plethora of looks they can give teams on this map. So many setups outside you have to be concerned about.
Finally works out for them. And it's going to be a long ult save here for Yimpat. Money still good for Mouz. Looking to buy in the next. But for Vitality, a round like that's got to feel good because not only is it obviously a convincing round win, but their money's on the brink of collapse with every second that ticks on, whereas this round helps stabilize that problem. Now they can start to build money of their own on the CT side, and we know how important that is, especially as you get deeper and deeper into regulation.
Nothing worse than reaching the end of the half, the end of the map, and not being able to afford the weapons you need to fight back. So you're exactly right. 5 players side for surviving for Vitality is a big deal. It's 10-8. The lead drops to 2. As Vitality embark on yet another comeback, let's call it.
Yes, another one, Jason.
Their second comeback of the half.
My God, there's so many comebacks. Yeah, Mouz were able to survive against FaZe Clan, who had a comeback of their own in that second map of Mirage in the deciding game of the group stages. And they're beating a team that has caused them so many problems, even in the finals of IEM tournaments back in Chengdu earlier this year. Spinks going aggressive through the hut. It's Brolin to go down first, and actually, instead of falling fully back, he sticks around, and that'll not really work out for him in the end.
I bet he regrets that.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants that back.
Yeah. Cool play to get an opening kill. It sucks when you hand it right back.
Yeah, it's true. You do feel a little red in the face.
Yeah, you do.
Well, at least it's a 4v4. Mouz will take that for the time being.
Apex holding outside in Big Garage, or excuse me, above Big Garage.
Yeah, this is a different position. We haven't seen this used.
And it's a good distracting position to allow ZywOo to activate. He was playing Mini. He's backed off to wrap around now. Very, very mobile. Flashbang for Apex to peek up.
It's so much info.
Nothing.
It's so much info because you're over the top of the smokes and you see nothing from Mouz.
Oh, I don't...
Oh, Exertion peeks him. How has Apex got away?
He's so lucky. So very fortunate. Very bold to go for that peek. Good kill from Mezzi while blind. And he's calling out. They're trying to drop vents. Another one's gone down, but he wasn't ready for Yimpat. Flames is here.
Yeah, Flames is ready. Strikes the match. Sees Torsi. No fire to put out yet, but finally, the first spark. It's Torsi that's gone. 33 seconds left. ZywOo's here, and the bomb trying to get out of there as Exertion's calling him to come back. But look at Flames. Oh, he nearly stops the bomb, but it will get away. It'll climb up that vent, and Flames is on the chase, but he can't get around the corner just yet. He can't get over the top.
But now they have all the information. Flames has gathered everything for ZywOo to come in from lobby. He's saying, one's holding me vent. There's the spot, low HP, easy win. Exertion still there, and he's in trouble.
Well, let's see if he can make it all X's today, and the answer to that is no, as ZywOo is able to drop him. Vitality recover it. We got a little tour of the whole map. We went up and down, and finally bomb went down, but Vitality able to come back in for the retake.
It seems so small, but the play from Flames to just keep maintaining with relative safety that he can pop up the vents at any moment, you're basically freezing Exertion in the open where he can do nothing. He has to stop you from getting up the vents so that his teammate can plant the bomb, and then there's just nowhere to go after the fact. He can't properly turn to deal with ZywOo.
Yeah. And it's great composure in that moment because it's so easy in the heat of a situation like that to make the mistake, maybe try and get in the fight. He doesn't overstep the mark, and him just playing his life. Gives another round of Vitality, who are now 1 round away from tying this scoreline up. Now, Mouz have went for the conservative approach to their money. They're leaving around $2,000 average in the bank because they want to buy in the next, but they've got Yimpat on the hero AK and 4 pistols around him.
Yeah, Exertion's going to work outside on his own. Shuai supporting with utility. Here comes the hit towards the upper bomb site. That's the AK taking most of the damage. And they see Mezzi's position on top of the silos. They're like, we don't have anything to deal with that. We don't want to mess with this anymore.
No, we do not. And Spinks, he's not going to enjoy that. That's going to hurt in the morning. Exertion, a second shot in, and he could be the X factor time and time again. He's opened this round up for Mouz. Just as Vitality looked like they were going to tie it up. A missed flash, it's all getting a little uncomfortable.
You have to save.
And yeah, they're just locked out now. Vitality have just been domed by Exertion.
Oh, they just let one little creeper get by outside. That's Exertion. Okay, that kill might motivate them to go hunting for one more.
But they're still so far off.
Yeah, the problem is you don't want to risk the AWP in this retake. Yeah. So the only way you go for it is if you really feel like you have a handle on it and the bomb's just too far gone now.
Yeah,
they're
over halfway gone.
They're still coming in late.
They're still encroaching on it. Yeah, you're right, but yeah, this can't happen. Vitality won't win this. No, they can't. So get the AWP out of there, please. So ZywOo's going to fall away. Maybe they're just trying to inflict as much damage, but Mouz, this was a round where they didn't expect to win it because you see with their buy, they wanted to just get enough resources to have a good purchase in the next round, but Exertion was able to get in behind them. I think Spinks is going to be a little bit annoyed at himself that he let that happen down in main.
Not sure whose problem it is at the moment. That's, I mean, a tough thing to look for, but Exertion walking through the smoke to the other side and coming back to wrap into Mini. But what a fantastic double kill to provide Mouz at a critical moment. A low buy at 10-9, and a second timeout for Mouz now as they talk over this gun round. Vitality, due to the losses, have to reinvest everything they've got.
Yeah, I think Xtaz will welcome this timeout as well. That should have been a tied scoreline. They know it.
Normally so good. We just saw in the previous round Apex on top of the big garage, and throughout this half, Vitality's very, very good at challenging outside. They're very good at always having information, of keeping track of the presence of outside players.
Yeah.
And as soon as they drop the ball, that one mistake, Exertion capitalizes.
Impact straight in towards Hut. It's a good opening kill. It's fantastic, and he did damage as well through there. Not a lot of damage, but a little bit on the Apex.
He didn't take any damage is the crazy part of that exchange.
Yeah, how does he do that? Dip in and dip out.
Land a shot. Yeah, it was a little extended duel there. So they're really going to have to trust ZywOo over in secret with the AWP, because the rifles are going to have to play passive so they can address ramp room and the upper bomb site. Mouz is moving to take ramp room for the first time in this half.
Exertion's going to be aware of this possibility.
Yeah, but with no one else downstairs at the moment, does ZywOo feel like he needs to turn his gaze, turn his attention?
Yeah, perhaps. And then that would free up Exertion to have even more space, to be a nuisance, to be the playmaker that he's been throughout this second half of play. And there he goes. ZywOo does feel like he has to drift closer and closer back to the bomb site. Spinks is coming down to watch that flank. That'll allow ZywOo to adjust his gaze into the bomb site itself, but towards the instant trade. Spinks in the vent doing great work to stop Exertion, but he took damage on board. Half of his health is gone. 3v3. Good spam here from Flames. It's not a lot of damage.
Softens him up a little bit. Door's gonna get blown open. Retake hasn't begun yet, but they want to apply a little bit of pressure. Tough situation for Spinks.
Yeah, utility on the back of Apex. One kit on Flames. Spinks close to the smoke at double door against Shuai, and that's going to work out perfectly for Mouz. It's just Flames left, and he's not in a position to win this round. He has to retreat. Mouz are fighting back in the second map as they take a step closer to evening out this quarterfinal. It's 12-9, map point for Mouz.
It's 12-9, and it's a broken Vitality. They've got such little cash to play with. This is back to the beginning of the gun rounds, of MP9s, of auto shotguns. It's not going to be pretty. Mouz have grinded this T-half and taken complete control. A 5-2 run to give themselves 3 chances to close us out and take us to Inferno.
I think it's fair we will call this one a comeback now. Vitality are able to pull it all the way back, but this first step looks very difficult indeed. Spinks is the only one with a rifle, and they're trying to set him up with a boost in behind the credit card right now. He's got eyes up on top of Silo.
It's a cool boost. Look at the protection it gives you.
He's got a lot of cover, yeah, and a lot of chances. But he hasn't seen too much until Exertion steps into the open. Then the boost up, that's such a sick, quick trade from Torzi.
Yeah, but once again, another opening kill provided by a rifle and then given right back. Yes, especially with this buy, you'd love to be playing in a 5-on-4. We saw Spinks do it earlier in Hut. Now he's done it again on top of Red. Good little dink and good job of Apex making himself a small target.
Yeah, and now you look to Zaiwu, a player that must step up for you. Apex doing what he can to pull distraction, but Zaiwu nailed through that box. Unbreakable is shattered. Mezzi's got another in the 5-7. Proves he can work with the pistols even in these kind of rounds. With 50 seconds left, it's Torzi and Brolin with an opportunity to close for Mouz.
I think Vitality's going to be a little bit confused though about where they're going. Flames has already dropped down low from ramp room. He's got up in secret, so he might, if he can find a timing to push forward because they don't have information. Torzi and Brolin are already wrapping all the way around towards heaven. And they have a lot of options from here. They can go towards ramp room. They can ascend up to go to the upper bomb site.
They've decided to go with that option, Jason. They're climbing up towards heaven. Now, Mezzi's found himself a better weapon. He's found an AK-47, and he's out towards Squeaky Door with that. Silently, they will try to drop, but some noise made. Apex alerted, brought back into main. Big kill on Brolin. It's all on Torzi now within the site. There's a closer for Mouz if he's able to pull this off, but it's unthinkable, and it won't happen. Vitality have a little bit of life. It's a 10th round, double figures reached. 2 more, and they got overtime. AWP recovered as well from Flames on that defuse. It was delayed, and he went and found it for Zaiwu.
Well, this is the moment we get a real test of the mettle of Vitality, because Apex's conversations and interviews are generally all about mentality, all about the mind frame, all about coming in and being ready to play, ready to communicate. And to make this happen, win 2 more of these rounds to force overtime on Nuke, we're going to have to see some of that mental fortitude. We're going to have to see Vitality lock it down. And this will be a big test to see what kind of a mentality they bring into this quarterfinal.
Well, this is the 3rd and final timeout for Mouz.
It's very doable, and Mouz taking this timeout to have a conversation. One of those conversations is about money and how much they want to invest to win right here, right now. Torji's got plenty, but his teammates all stuck at 2K, 3K, not a lot of cash. So there's an opportunity for Vitality, because this is going to be a lower buy from Mouz as they wait to spend their money in the final round of this half.
And Vitality need to be on high alert, because Mouz were capable of winning a round like this previously, right?
Yes.
With 1 rifle and 4 pistols.
It was an Exertion Deagle dropping mini.
Exactly. So we know Mouz are capable of winning rounds like this. Surely 2 of them can't happen in this half of Counter-Strike, though.
Well, I think if you ask any of the Vitality players, 2 of those rounds happen in 1 half. They deserve to lose, and it would be the losing blow at 12-10. So, however, another change-up for Vitality. It's the AWP of Zaiwu over in ramp room. So you're getting multiple rifles able to swarm into the upper bomb site if that's where the attack does come.
Yeah, Flames is gathering info actively, picking up info as he moves outside now.
Very bold of Flamesy as well.
Yep, definitely so. But he hasn't seen anybody, and that puts Zaiwu on high alert to be ready for what could be a ramp play. Utility coming in. Zaiwu gets away with 1, dives down. He'll drop down into the B-bomb site and look for a second shot. Zaiwu is able to chime in once again as he gets into the control room window. It could be all Zaiwu in this round. Spinks has come in, the support network's there, and Zaiwu's got another one. They stop the Mouz pistols, they bring it to the brink. All the rounds in regulation are needed. It's overtime or it's map 3.
Beautiful round from Zaiwu. That's just textbook reposition after each shot over in ramp room. But also the knowledge, you hear the comms from your teammates, all the utility streaming into the upper bomb site, they're calling for an exec. He turned to run, and just at the last second, I don't know if he heard a footstep, but the awareness to stay within yourself, to be able to pause and take that angle and not just get caught out in the open. 1 chance, 11-12, it all comes down to this. Inferno as the 3rd map or overtime.
Mouz look composed. And the communication just before the beginning of this round, and that will certainly help matters with a kill through the smoke. And Exertion has been a nuisance in and around these smokes. Once he gets into main, he's been a real problem.
And this is a huge position for him. And Shuei's going to love him being here. Like, hey, in-game leader, I'm in mini right now, and nobody knows I'm here. You can call around me. You can utilize me.
Surely that's got to be something that Vitality are aware of, though. A possibility that the player could be in there. Apex on the rafters. Mezzi plays in below him.
Problem is, you don't have, with that pick, you can only put 2 players to defend this site.
Mezzi did well. He needs a second. Can't do it. So Apex is up next. Off the rafters with 1. A single kill. Flames through the front. Up the bench. Second chance. Taken out by Exertion. And it's on ZywOo to close it. To get into overtime. He'll climb up in towards heaven. And this deity of Counter-Strike has a 1v1. The natural steps up with a deagle. Torsi plays from inside of the hut, and ZywOo just can't find him. Torsi must be just pounding at this point, trying to figure out where ZywOo's gone. This is his comfort ground. ZywOo loves to clutch inside of this A site. Zula always forced into the open, and he can't stop it. It's going to be Mouz sending us to map 3. This series deserves Inferno.
Come play with us, dear. Come play with us forever and ever and ever and ever.
Pansy, I'm scared. It's just like Mr. Richardson said. It's like Bogdan's Law. It isn't real.
Oh, we came all the way down to the wire on what was map 2. That would have been Nuke. If you're just joining us, you've tuned in for the proper party of this quarterfinal in Rio for the Intel Extreme Masters. Mouz push us into 3. We will see Inferno today between them and Vitality. So yes, welcome back. And also, we seemingly have more of a game on our hands now. When I talk about this game, I'm going to be doing what these gentlemen stood next to me. That's going to be Pimp on the very end, and then a little bit of Steel action in the middle. Gentlemen, Mouz have showed up after all.
There's a couple things to take away from this. One of them was, like, we were talking beforehand, I was going to say the first map, the winner of that's going to dictate the series, but someone else eloquently put, it's been the other way around. It's been that every team has been winning their opponent's map pick, and, you know, we see that again here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird trend going on here in Rio in that regard. Also a bit of a weird dynamic for this game. Again, we knew Vitality, we spoke about that T side, they've been struggling, they get off to a rough start as well. Down 6-0, you think to yourself, all right, this is going to be swift, it's going to be easy for Mouz. Then Vitality fight their way back into it, a couple of close rounds, a couple of misplays from Mouz, and all of a sudden you have a game on your hand. And then I think it's a very fitting way the game is ending as well. Jimfat getting incredibly lucky with a spam from Vertical Little through the door, getting Spinks out of the way, and then that, is basically one unfolds to be Mouz's victory right here. I felt it was a game of inches, a game of, I wouldn't say randomized occasions, but a lot of, coming down to the narrow, coming down to a small duel that would change the dynamic of the game. And I think you and I, we kind of highlighted it in the green room as well. None of these two teams were able to fight back from a 4v5 scenario. Whenever you lost the opening duel, you would lose the round as well.
Yeah, and that is a real travesty when you get down to the minutia of what a round constitutes. And in this moment, we can kind of even focus on what we got within the first map, what we're getting in the second map, what continues to sort of develop. Because in the first map, Mouz, Jimfat team didn't really just give us a whole lot of land vibes here. And I think that's something to grab onto if you look toward the second map, because it's a bit of a different story.
There is a little bit of a different story here. One of the things that we're looking at as well is you talk about the spam on Spinks as well. When we talk about just Mouz has brought it up, the 4v5 conversion for the side of Vitality is just, it's the second worst. I don't know if that was at the event or if that's in general, but it's just, we see that. Spinks goes down, and when we look at Mouz as well, they're not really good at those opening duels. They have Torzy that has positive success rate. The rest of them, not so much. And then we also see early in the game, round 3, Zywoo has a hero AK. They lose a man. They try to get that trade, but it's Apex on the other side of the map that decides he's going to swing out and fight.
If you look at these numbers now, gentlemen, now I'm not going to say the one word that might come to mind there, but if you look at them, what does it tell you? I mean, it's obviously not easy to play on a stage. It's obviously not easy to start today playing on a stage. There's a bit of warm-up into it.
Sure, but it also helps winning, in that regard. You're looking at it and you have a Mouz situation where if you're on a big stage like this and you're going up against Vitality, obviously your ratings are going to be slightly less cool looking, so to speak, especially when you end up losing most of those games. I think it's a team that is young and still growing into it, a team that is getting better and better on the stage, and we saw a bit of a bounce back here on Nuke.
It screams to me a little studio onliner vibes, but I'm with a little bit better words on that.
He said it. That was the word I was actually alluding to, so kind of perfect in that, right?
Maybe it's the pressure. Maybe it's getting to that late stage. Maybe it could be a number of factors. It could be their youth and inexperience, but you might be wondering why we flew that clip there on that round 4. And basically what I wanted to highlight there was Apex was he jump spots, gets the info that there's...
Let me help you, man.
Okay, sure, yeah, go.
Let's just watch this thing again.
Go again? Let's go again.
Let's really
get it on there.
Jump into what it is that you are grabbing onto.
Hit me with it. I'm really grabbing onto the situation.
I'm going to toast my ass.
Torzy, credit card. He's got that off. He's posted up. Apex trying to go a little bit slow. Oh, spots him right here. Okay, what is he going to do? Oh, player there. Oh, player close in Africa as well. We know Mouz likes to push up and be aggressive, but jumps up, what, 2 times? Not enough? 3 times? Okay. Oh, we need to go and trade. You guys have smokes, flashes, mollies. You just swing, swing, swing. Look, if Apex is at the forefront of this, he's the one that's going and jumping up and getting this info, and then he goes for a third one. That's your IGL. These are the decisions he's making. He's also calling your tactics. What's going on? What's going to happen?
But that's an Apex speciality, I so bad want to know what Messi is thinking standing behind him, Can see him jump once, twice, the third time. Everyone is dying around him. Messi be like, guys, what the hell are you doing, man? Just stay alive.
It's rough to watch around the edges at that point, right? But then again, some of that could be constituted between the sides of playing in LAN, playing in studio.
It's just an Apex classic.
Or just an Apex round.
Yeah, he's doing it all the time. You saw it on the T side more than this occasion where he's putting himself on the spear front of the attack, so to speak, standing top of red. There's smokes around him. He's exposing himself to the world. For some reason, he likes to do that. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it creates the space needed for Zywoo, but I think that was one of the things we spoke about coming into the game. He's trying to put himself out there in the front of it, but if there's no one around him to pick up on whatever space he's creating, then what's the point of doing it in the first place?
And it does make me wonder what is being said or talked about out there during this sort of little break we have in between maps, which, luckily enough, we're hearing from X-Tabs.
Exaz was just telling me then that this really wasn't good enough, and not getting off to the starts he wanted was a big problem. It's one thing to say, okay, you don't show up to the server. I touched on it in the fact that, okay, Mirage is pretty good for you, pretty comfortable. Maybe then it becomes a bit of a problem going forward. You know, like you go into the next map, you think it's going to be easy, and they start firing back. He said that's not the case. He said the guys were ready for it, but this was just not a good map from them. It's not acceptable, and obviously he needs players to step up going into map 3. Not too much said from him, but he does seem pretty tense, I would say, and I don't blame him after that showing.
Tense, but the good news is for Mouz, they come back into this series. We now have an equal playing field. We don't have a leak, I don't think. You guys have any leaks?
Not yet.
None yet. We haven't sprung any leaks, but we do. What's up?
Depending on some of the comms that they give to James Banks there, maybe there is a leak in some of the info that's getting out.
Yeah, just maybe. Yeah, and you know what they say?
Rumors.
Loose lips will sink ships, and so will taking on a bunch of water, which would be a leak. Look, Jacob, we can fast forward everything up to this point into Inferno. And now that we have what is essentially a bit of a best of one on our hands, tell me about how this plays out from this point.
I mean, we have seen Vitality play Inferno at this tournament already. Started off by doing it against the Mongols, where they struggled massively in a game they couldn't really grasp control over and was pushed all the way into double overtime, I believe. So they have shown a bit of weakness on the map, and I still think it comes back to the point that we discussed coming into the game. I do feel the T-sides is, you know, I don't know how to phrase it, but it does feel like Apex is forcing the issue a little bit much. I think right now he doesn't feel trust in his own calls. The teammates around him are probably a little bit confused. I spoke to Apex yesterday as well in the lobby segment, where he said that, yeah, I'm worried. He feels like there's no synergy, there's no initiative from some of the players. He feels like he has to do an awful lot of stuff in order to get it going, and sometimes that can be an issue in itself, that you're trying to overdo it a bit.
I see what happens there. Like, eye test, you look at what's happening in the server, and you can definitely see those moments, but there's an awful lot of times where it does come down to the late stages of the game where they fall apart. It's not really the start of the round calls or anything like that, and Apex has a good understanding of how to get them into the right positions before they eventually fall apart. But we talk about Vitality and Inferno. They haven't looked great on it, but also they haven't looked great on Mirage. They had issues closing this map out against multiple teams to knock them out of events recently. I think they lost to G2 on it. They lost to, I believe, Eternal Fire as well, and they were in winning situations. But here, it looked like they were smashing Mouz on it. So I do wonder what's in store for Inferno. It's not really about past results. It's more about how are they going to be on the day, and how are they going to be right now. And that nuke was looking kind of rough around the edges.
Well, I think it's some of that forcing the issue you're talking about. We saw examples of that.
Yeah, we saw a couple of examples of forcing the issue, and I think that's something they have to move away from. You know, Apex is still going to be out there doing Apex stuff, especially towards Banana, you know, being hyper-aggressive. There's one player I want to highlight, though, coming into Inferno. That's Messi. He's had a fantastic series so far, and I think he's going to be vital, especially on the CT side. He's going to be in that pit area. You know, he's going to be a little rat sitting down there and closing down that avenue, and if he can do that, then you alleviate a lot of pressure that you can then move towards Banana, where have been the weakness of Vitality. So I think Messi, for my money, has been the best performer outside of Saivu, and if he keeps up that level, then hopefully it means that Vitality can remove some of the focus from the area of Messi towards Banana that has been a weak point for them on the CT side.
I'm glad you brought up Banana, because there was a round that really sticks out in my head where they shift actually a third player Banana to really defend that B bomb site. They have Apex in the back of the site hiding, they have Spinks rotating over, and then it's Flamesy just standing out in the open in Banana trying to take a fight, and then one at a time they all collapse. It's not a T-side issue, it's a Vitality issue.
There we go. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Josh.
Sometimes.
And speaking of big bucks, we're going to see who's banking in this best of 3 quarterfinal. We do have just a quick break. We can come right on back, jump into Inferno, and settle the score to find out who is going to go play Furia tomorrow in that semifinal. You're watching the NTL Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
We're in Rio de Janeiro. I am wearing my most Ronaldinho'd fit I could possibly find, even though, you know, there are other soccer players, I guess. Football, is it football?
Football, mate.
Yeah, whatever. These guys think they're footballers, and we're gonna find out today. We've got the 2 Frenchmen from Vitality, Zybu and Apex. We're gonna see what they can do with the crossbar, if they can embarrass themselves, or if we can lose any footballs in the meantime.
Oh! I told you.
That's not bad.
No.
Not as good, but.
Incoming. Just to give him the ball. I'm just a kind guy. Okay. No, I need to focus.
Shit. You wanna go?
Oh. I got you. Even like this,
Here he goes.
Too much power. Fuck's sake, mate.
Yo, he's fucking sending him. He needs to back up more.
I don't play football enough anymore. No,
Damn!
I win another one.
He can do it. Mr. Zywu.
Yeah. Tell me what I need to do.
I thought Apex was the lucky one, but you're the only one hitting the crossbars. What's going on here?
You know, sometimes skills.
Yeah, sometimes not.
Sometimes the skill is not there. I think skill is not there today for him. You need to improve, to be focused on what you need to do.
Is this kind of like when he plays Nuke outside in Big Garage?
Yeah, kinda. Just people surprise him, and now it just surprising. So that's why he's just unfocused.
Well, let's see what you got. Hit me that crossbar, would you?
From there?
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh!
Come on, man!
You know, without pressure, it's easier.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm so jealous.
It's time for a little bit of PK action. That's a penalty shootout. Let's find out. Who's got the sauce? Who's got it?
It's over for you.
Oh, I could have stopped that. I could have stopped that.
I wasn't watching the ball.
Me either.
Now it's my turn.
Away! I'm not diving. Y'all can kiss my ass. Damn. So here we are. It's 1-1 currently. That means 1-all. Both of them winning in their respective challenges. Apex hitting it in the net. Zywu going for a more strategic and cool approach by hitting the crossbar. So now we've got just one more challenge for these gentlemen. Apex, you get dizzy pretty easily?
Yes.
Perfect. I think this one's designed just for you.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, I already fucked, mate. 3, oh my god. 4, if I did 10, I was dead. 5, but 2, I'm fucked.
Oh. Away!
I'm dizzy, man. Woo! You want to do 10? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 4, no. 6. Whoa! 7. 8. 9. Whoa! Whoa, shit! Oh, it's the worst thing ever! 4 and 5. What the fuck?
God damn! Away!
And 5. Woohoo! I'm coming, bitch! Ah! And this one works!
Damn!
And 5.
Are you not entertained?
Thank you to save it! I win it!
No!
No!
How are you two feeling? You look a little sweaty. Zywu, tell me about what just happened.
Not just to do sports, but today was good.
Yeah?
Was good.
A quarterfinal here in Rio that has to take all 3 maps. We've had Mirage, 13-7 win for Vitality. We had Nuke, 13-11 win for Mouz. And now this quarterfinal is decided on Inferno. I don't know where this one's going, Jason, but I think it's going to be exciting.
Well, the question is, I mean, we got to have the same Mouz we had on Nuke, right? That was the Mouz that can compete with Vitality, not the one from Mirage. And you have to feel like after Nuke, going to be feeling much more confident. They're going to be coming in hot. This is a nice map for both teams. Middle of the pool. Both teams like it. You also go into this at Rio. Both teams have won one Inferno game narrowly in overtime for each of them. For Vitality, it was the Mongols. For Mouz, it was complexity. But now it's do or die. You got to think of all the things you've done well in this series so far and replicate them. Go back to them here to take down your opposition. One of these teams is in the semifinal tomorrow against Furia, and we're about to find out.
Yeah, against Furia in Brazil, in the heart of Brazilian Counter-Strike here in Rio de Janeiro. That is what they're playing for. Team Vitality will start on the CT side. We know this is where they do their best work. And Mouz will get a T side start with plenty of utility already being purchased here for Shuei. Let's see what idea they have in the T side pistol. Shuei stops at the exit of spawn to place his utility perfectly. And we've got Exertion and Torzi taking banana control.
There's a Molotov on Shuhei. Depends on where they want to use it. If they want to use it for these sandbags, it'd be sick. Gonna come around the corner. Nice, easy double kill. Flashes out to activate. But the rest of Mouz has fallen all the way back. They saw it coming. They're 2 steps ahead, and they're 2 frags ahead in the pistol.
Yeah, we know Vitality like to go for that little bait and switch out of the sandbags in the pistol. Apex is, oh my god, Exertion eventually turning around the back, and that will be a little frustrating for Apex. Mouz completely destroyed the Vitality B defense. They've won the pistol.
What a little stutter step. Get that opening pick, fall back behind the wall. Yes, screw your counter flash, I'm fine.
I mean, how many times have we seen Vitality run a similar setup? You know,
without actually having statistics on it, I do feel like I see Apex and Vitality run the piss around with that kind of a setup frequently.
Yeah. Usually Zaiwu is being set up actually, but it wasn't involved with his dual Berettas. Probably the world's best player on these. He's got fast clicking fingers, that's for sure.
He does. Well, it'll be 1-0 for Mouz. We'll see if Vitality choose to buy up in the second round.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they got a lot of weapons being taken away from him right at the end of the day. Exertion's going to continue the hunt on just as Spinks bails out.
This is for the ace as well. Exertion's got everything so far. Spinks is not really allowing him to get the glory of all 5. He just gets around the corner, and Spinks runs away.
Good. That's the way you do it. It's an unspoken rule in Counter-Strike.
Never let them ace.
You don't hand the guy the ace.
Exactly. We've had a crazy amount of 4Ks in pistol rounds. We've had Mezzi get an ace. We've seen a 4K from him in the last map. Now Exertion getting involved with a 4K of his own. And yeah, you got to feel like you've just been played when you're Vitality and you peek out and no one's around that corner.
A little bit, yeah. Got to give some credit over to Exertion as well. I mean, he's the guy making so many plays for Mouz to kick off these rounds still, despite the fact that they've said there's been a change of philosophy. They can't just rely on Exertion's opening. He's still been doing it throughout this event. And you think back to Nuke, he was the real dagger in the back of Vitality with his Deagle, coming in towards Mini on an eco round, getting Mouz a really nice start on their T side.
Yeah, that should have been a tied scoreline at that point in the game, and who knows what Vitality would have been able to do with it. Game did come down to 1 round in the end. So Vitality settling into this with a 4 spy. Got a scout out on Zaiwu. We know how deadly he can be with that, and with a supporting cast of a FAMAS, CZ, MP9 and 5.7, this could still be deadly to the forces of Mouz, especially now that Shuei's taking damage on board and Exertion as well at a grenade at the start of the round.
Yeah, there's been some good chip damage that Vitality can clean up later on. This is a big gamble. Leaving Apex alone over at the B bomb site, but nobody, because of that damage, has pressured it whatsoever. So Apex is pretty content and pretty safe, just chilling.
It does feel like they put their chips in the right place, though. Vitality have the numbers on the right side of the map for the moment.
They absolutely do. They just need to hit the shots. Zaiwu's going to get smoked off. He takes a gush as they cross over.
He nearly just gets straight up smoked by that shot, but still alive, still standing. Spinks in the pit goes down. Now Shuei's turn to collapse upon the defense. It's Mezzi to fall next. And there was a stack of players here for Vitality. Stacks don't always mean they're going to work out, and it is Mouz to take a second in a row.
Yeah, really good smart play from Mouz, though. Going ramp side, really abusing the rifles against the pistols. First guy they faced off with was a FAMAS over in pit, but no head armor. And some very nice entries provided by Shuhei, who leads the way in. So 2-0 and a couple of weapons saved over for Vitality.
So hanging onto the Galil skull for Apex.
Remember too, back on Nuke, ZywOo didn't get the AWP until like, I don't know, it felt like it was like
very late in that
8 rounds into the second half. Like there were some weird money problems for Vitality, but you have to imagine that's got to be priority number one for Vitality on the CT side. Get the nuke out, or the AWP out on ZywOo.
Get the nuke out.
Yeah, get the nuke out.
He can be a bit of a nuke.
Yeah,
he has that AWP.
It might as well be the same thing.
The mother of all bombs. Yeah, he is incredible. Rest in peace to that chicken.
It was a good run.
It was a good run. But dead now. That's creative. I do like that sign. We see that around the world. But just makes it hits a little harder here in Brazil. 2-0 start for Mouz. Not really looking like it's going to change. We're going to see a 3-0 lead be taken on the T side. Gotta say, that's a comfortable place to be. The other side of Mouz at the moment.
Apex wanted a crack at it.
What does it mean for Mouz, though, if they are to take down Vitality today in this quarterfinal? Because you're going to have to do it in a fashion where you lose the first map and have to come back into the series.
It'd be massive. I mean, obviously, for the reason of, you'd want a map like this. If you're able to take this series over Vitality, I think it's one of those things that should be like an infusion of confidence into the team, much the way finally beating FaZe had to have been at the end of the group stage. I think it gives you some extra confidence in these new playbooks, these new plans, this new style that you've been discussing and talking about. It gives the players belief that they're headed into the right direction with that kind of practice and that kind of development. So, I mean, it'd be huge, and also they still have that moniker, and we still see them at times, as we did in the first map of this series, come out flat on a big stage. So again, confidence that moves you forward.
Yeah, just a big step in the right direction.
Not to mention, for all the conversation around the struggles of Vitality, they have to be one of the best performing teams in the last 2-3 months. You know,
there's been a lot of finals, there's been a lot of close games. I think we just got so used to them winning trophies that seeing them not win a lot of titles this year was surprising. Obviously one of the biggest you've got in Cologne, but I think they'll still be a little disappointed about some of the missed opportunities they've had. We've seen Apex discuss that at length on social media, saying, it just hurts to lose a lot of finals that you feel like you were close to winning.
Sure.
Goodbye.
Nothing hurts more than losing. Winning does not feel nearly as good as losing hurts.
Yeah, especially when you're so close to winning. You just see that hope and it gets ripped away from your hands. Well, 3-0, Vitality are losing a lot of rounds now. But finally, they're going to have enough money to get a buyout. No.
I think ZywOo's contemplating the AWP. He's the last one to buy. He's got 5,000, and he does indeed go for it.
Ooh, it's going to be glass cannon.
Yeah, but again, like I said, it has to be priority number one. You gave Mouz on Nuke a T side in which they got to play like 8 or 9 rounds against ZywOo without an AWP. You don't want to let that happen on Inferno in a map like this. He can move that AWP around in so many different places to be a nuisance.
Oh, speaking of nuisance, here's Exertion. Nearly gets a double kill. And Apex is trying to just fend them off, but he knows he's under a lot of pressure. He's under a lot of scrutiny, and he has no teammates. Smoke goes out, last-ditch effort. Gap left side of that, it'll eventually start to expand.
Yeah, but this is great. Exertion just gave Mouz the winning recipe to this round. If you're Exertion, you're counting the utilities, Apex backs away. You get one kill, you say there's only one defender. He just dropped a smoke. It's a pretty crappy smoke, all things considered. He dropped a flashbang. We've pressured him back into the B bomb site really early on that he's had to use this utility to survive. And now we can come back to this B bomb site whenever the hell we want. And I think that's the same thing. Apex knows it, Vitality knows it. Even Apex has gotten away from the bomb site. So if they do execute here, he crosses his fingers, spams the smoke, and if he doesn't get anything, you just run away. Save the weapon and try again in the next round. A round in which ZywOo would be able to buy some armor for his AWP.
Apex into the open, does pretty well to get one. Brolin's down, but is that enough to roll with for Vitality? Not looking like it. Mouz take a pause. They don't allow themselves to go down to the AWP of ZywOo through CT, and Apex trying to dip through that smoke, unable to stop much from happening, and Apex, in fact, will go down through the smoke on his own. So Mouz are up into a 4v3, bomb planted, and Vitality call it off. Spinks is already running all the way to the pit. ZywOo's trying to get out of here with a smoke not up. There is a risk for this AWP not to get into the next round, and we know how much of an investment it was to get that AWP into this. But fortunately for Vitality, ZywOo is allowed to retreat. It's a 4-0 lead for Mouz. At least Vitality hang on to 3 weapons, though.
Yeah, you can buy up around this in the next round, right? You can get some MP9s, SMGs, upgraded pistols with utility. And you've got enough weapons to make it work to have some stopping power, but ZywOo's AWP in the next round is going to be critical where he decides to go with it and how he decides to play with it. 4th round for Mouz. They made it look easy off the back of Exertion's opening kill.
Yeah. And we have seen Vitality play Inferno so far at Rio. It was against the Mongols. It was overtime.
I'm really interested in how this kill seems so easy. Like, how is the timing not there? Did Vitality think that Molotov was like going to be deeper around the half wall to not allow that kind of a peek? But Exertion just beats him to the punch, and both Vitality defenders nade in hand, completely unaware. And that's an early mistake that'll get frustrating, an early timeout perhaps to just be like, guys, focus up. We can't give away those early crappy mistakes that just hand over a round like that. It's too easy.
I mean, they've had 4 kills collectively across the entire team so far for Vitality. Exertion has 6.
That ain't bad.
6 and 0 at the moment. Hot start from Exertion and Mouz.
Vitality able to drop over M4s.
Well, at least ZywOo has Kevlar on this AWP.
Yeah, that's a very nice thing. He's one of the guys who dropped an M4 over to a teammate.
Not necessarily the most amount of utility.
Drop that as well.
Might not need that. ZywOo, oh my god, his foundations to the boost they were trying to construct is gone. Mezzi got headshot, and there was no trade for ZywOo. So in that instant, they know what's going on. They see the AWP being boosted in middle. They know where ZywOo is.
And they're caught, again, completely unawares by Brolin taking that very aggressive stance. And the bummer about it is you can see from Vitality, it's like we're trying to get ZywOo involved. We're trying to give him a chance to find some of those aggressive peaks, those early openings for us to make things easier.
A little risky, but Exertion getting info and then dropping back alive at least.
And Shuey just calling a very simple half so far in these first 2 gun rounds by the benefit of his players providing him opening kills. Makes it really easy.
Well, it might be a simple round as well because you've only got 1 player a day at the moment for the defense. ZywOo's getting over there now, but he's not going to arrive in time. And Spinks is in pit alone against the onslaught of Mouz players coming towards him. This has got to be absolutely massive from Spinks, and it's not a single kill. ZywOo's rotation is immediately stopped.
All right, well, sound the alarm bells. it's an issue now.
Yeah, it's ringing real hard right now. Vitality, they just can't get into this.
5-0.
Nothing's working.
And a very convincing 5-0. The opening kills firmly in the favor of Mouz, the follow-up tactics called by Shuhei. And now if you're Mouz, you're like, we should probably hunt these guns down. We should get a little bloodthirsty here.
And that's what the hunt is on. I mean, this is after a timeout as well. Vitality have had their moment to pause and breathe and talk about things, and it just has not worked out for them.
Let's see how many guns they take out of this between Apex and Flames, because I think Vitality's going to want to buy again in the next round, but that's 1 less, and Flamesy, you're surely not going to get away from this. Molotov to keep him at bay, but Yimpat's in front. They're going to run through the fire as well. Oh, going for the knife. That's maybe a bit too much. And
but I respect it.
Kind of.
Kind of,
actually,
yeah.
You know what? I take it back. I don't respect it. Quarterfinals, get that kill. I hope Flamesy gets an ace with this AK-47.
Well, that would be incredible, wouldn't it, if that comes back to bite them in the ass. But let's see. AK for Flamesy carried over.
Guys, they don't have too much to talk about, but what they are talking about is how they're going to make a round happen on this buy. So they'll try something a bit gimmicky.
Well, spot on. Good read of the situation. Tried to go for the boost.
Gimmicky, yeah.
Brolin negated it before it could even begin. And the knowledge you can hear from the coach that we are wrecking them. They don't really have anything to build off of.
And that's just proof that Mouz have them exactly where they want them. They are in full control.
All right, Flamesy. Punish Sui. Punish him for the knife.
We'll give you some satisfaction, Jason. We'll see if it comes through. Exertion is just honed in at the moment. That boost, not exactly perfect. In fact, it never happens. And they decide, all right, we've tried this a few too many times, let's cancel that.
Well, everything, I think there's going to be a lot that's important with how Exertion plays this as this smoke clears, because Apex and Flamesy just did a little flash peek to clear everything out. Molotov so that Exertion can come back and take a little bit more control. The rest of Mouz is primed to hit up middle, take control of brackets. Brolin stepping through the smoke quietly.
A little sneaky Swede. Exertion again applying pressure towards B. He's been spotted. He's expecting a peek coming out from Coffins.
It doesn't seem like he reacted to Flamesy. I think he saw the shoulder.
Definitely looked like it registered, at least it should have, but ZywOo chiming in. A shot at long, goes down on Brolin, sees his second victim, and Shuai peeked with grenades in hand. So finally Vitality into a position where they surely can't lose the round. They just keep catching opponents with hands busy. Yimpat takes damage on board, he gets dinked. So finally Vitality will get off the goose egg, they'll get off 0.
It's a bummer of a round to give up if you're Mouz, though. You would have loved to have done some damage and taken 2-3 kills in this round to drain the economy. Yimpat gonna try and survive being flanked out from alt mid. Flamesy should have that, and he does. Vitality's finally on the board. It took him 6 rounds and 2 kills from ZywOo's up. But they have begun their Inferno campaign in this third and deciding map.
Well, a lot of work to be done, that is needless to say. But at least the first step has been taken.
In the opening 5 rounds look great for Mouz, but let's not forget, we've seen a number of times on Inferno, T-Side's able to get a lot of momentum, able to build up a lot of momentum, able to take advantage of a weak economy of the CT side and rack up a scoreline like this, and then the CTs come storming back. So let's see what Vitality's got.
Yeah, opportunities to try and stall out this attack. Vitality have to take it now. They can't afford to win their first round and immediately be reset in the follow-up. And that is a possibility, given the fact that Mouz once again come back at them with a strong buy. Top mid, watched by ZywOo. Oh, Shuai gets beyond the scope. Spings peeks out. 1 kill from Space. Would have loved a second, but just not afforded that luxury. Now ZywOo under pressure. Flash is connected. ZywOo's about to go down, but he gets into the site. Backed up by Mezzi. And he's done very well to keep Vitality in this fight. But the problem is Mezzi goes down. There's just too many targets, too many problems. And Mouz just sandwiched them. But it's still winnable. It's a round that Flames can certainly pick up, but they know where he's coming from. And that's a problem. He'll deploy the smoke as cover to get into the bomb site. Spinks jumps up. Good first kill. Can Flames do this? 1v1 against Yimpat. And he's down to 1 HP, but he retreats. He gets away.
He's giving himself a chance. It's all down to timing now. But Yimpat, we've seen him so good. He's been good in these clutches today as well. Does he have the read? Does he sense the timing?
This is good. Flames' reposition is perfect. That is fantastic from Flames. Important clutch. If Vitality lose that round, the dreams of a good CT side start to diminish, but he steps up when needed.
And takes so many risks while doing it as well. The utility to allow himself to jump into the bomb site, go for that duel inside against the planter. And Jimmy never had the read that the pacing of that retake, of that wraparound was going to be that fast. Flames had to be bold. This is great from Mezzi. Saves the life of ZywOo, but it's at the sacrifice of all the defense. I mean, the defense collapses if ZywOo goes down there anyway, so Mezzi had to take the risk. But then all of a sudden you see who gets that kill from Mouz, and it's like, oh, the pit player. We don't have to worry about pit. We can get out halls. We don't even have to look. We can just swing. We can get up lane. We don't have to look to the right. Mouz made all the right plays. And you can just undone by Flamesy.
You can see the celebrations from Vitality as they know that that 1 HP and Flames being able to win the 1v1 is the difference that shall allow them an opportunity to get into this first half.
Yeah, but it's going to feel like a missed opportunity if you're Mouz. You're going to be thinking that whole time. We get that nice trade on our Rap side. We pick up the pace. We get into the bombs. We pressured it so well. To have it ripped away like that has got to be frustrating.
Yep,
Vitality is 3 rounds back. Deep utility does a little chip damage and Exertion all the way at top banana, but he doesn't look like he's going to clear right.
Oh, Flash is perfect. It's great from Apex. Sets Flames up to peek out from sandbags. Exertion goes down. Mouz play with a 4v5.
It's important for Flamesy to have gotten that kill. Shuai's in a little bit of an extended duel, taken down by nades, but Exertion has been playing that style all day, trying to bully the B bomb site. You want somebody who's going to make him nervous, who's going to make him second guess those plays.
A moment to slow things down. They've still got over a minute left here for Mouz. They're taking banana. 2 players here on the defense for Vitality. Looks like they're about to get proactive. Not with a flash.
It's all on this. This play right here decides the round.
When is their cue to go? Apex peeks out. A lot of bullets coming this way, so they don't go. They cancel that idea. Scratch that. Get back to safety.
Unfortunately for Vitality, it doesn't give them a whole lot of information. They're like, the B players backed off after that contact. You only saw 2. But you still have to be honest and keep a 2-2 split on your defense.
Time is of the essence as well for Mouz. 30 seconds left in this round.
Apex has a Molotov.
Flash is going out first. Apex, it connects perfectly. Spinks has to drop back behind the new box. First kill for Apex, out from the pillar, gets traded by Torsi. And now a little bit more pressure as Spinks actually goes down as well.
That had to have been a nasty transfer.
Oh, that must have been wild.
We obviously didn't see the POV, but that had to have been a nasty transfer from Torji.
Yeah, because you see Apex just looking confused, look at across. He's like, how have we both gone down in that situation? That immediately forces the safe call from the 2 remaining Vitality players.
I guess Apex didn't think he would have the time to deploy the Molotov. He threw that flash. I thought the Molly would come after it. I thought the Molly might come before it as well, but that Molly goes underutilized. That might have bought them a couple extra seconds, time to buy a chance for ZywOo to rotate over, but the lack of Molotov, and Mouz is able to just take their time with these duels.
Oh, God. That is filthy from Torsi. Okay. All right. You can't really do too much about that, can you? Great shooting from Torsi.
Apex might be frustrated now, but when he sees that in the VOD, he'll be like, yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. Yeah,
that's just
crazy.
One of those freakish moments, yeah. He knows what he's just done.
Puts a big smile on his face. 6-2. Mouz just not letting Vitality have a break.
Another timeout for Vitality, second use of this half, and yeah, you're talking about breaks, it's that money situation again. They've just never really been able to have a run of things and stabilize this economy.
I can't imagine they save here though. With the money they have, Spinks can buy his M4, ZywOo can drop a FAMAS, an MSMG if you want it. You could even actually just say, screw it, around these two we'll buy light armor and pistols.
Decision being made now, so Spinks is buying up. You'd imagine the rest will follow in a moment.
But then think of the bigger context of this story we heard from Apex. We've talked about it a bunch. The Desk has talked about it. The weak T-sides that Vitality have had all through Rio.
Yeah. I will have
20 seconds.
25 seconds.
Out in the deep, out delay peak.
Dodge it done. I'm blind. Banana, pushing 2. I'm triple.
Dead banana 1.
Hide.
I can't.
The weak T-sides, they've... Oh, hold the phone. Spinks is going to push down mid. Yeah, this is a bit crazy. 1 for 1.
Yeah.
All right, now I can do it. The weak T-sides of Vitality all through Rio. And now they're going to have to make the comeback happen. They're going to have to win this map in the second half on their own T-side.
Finally, Jason, I was on the edge of my seat for a long time there, but finally,
it feels a little anticlimactic after all that, but I still feel it was a valid point.
It was a great point, Jason. I appreciate it. Exertion's low on health. He's got 8 HP left, and he's got a headshot. Why not try and go for a second? Flames to prevent that from happening, and Yimpat out top mid. Good work onto Mezzi. And he's actually evaded the scope of ZywOo.
Yeah, but ZywOo can shift this. They're going to come back. He's going to call them back to the A bomb site, and now he's got the bomb in his vision. Missed shot.
Oh, that's a problem. ZywOo knows it plays in the site. Oh, usually with his might, he's usually good enough to take that shot, but ZywOo is then just left in an awkward position in no man's land and dropped by the Finn.
And again, I said first priority is get ZywOo's op going. They have not been able to do it. They got it out glass cannon in the first round. It was a convincing B bomb site take that ZywOo couldn't be involved in. He saves it. Gets armor the next round. They go to set up the boost appeared on mid. Brolin's got an advanced position, and they negate anything that ZywOo wanted to do. He has never been able to get into the flow of this game.
No, never.
And Vitality need him right now.
There's not enough fragging at this point from Vitality either. There's just not being enough firepower alongside a plethora of different issues. One of those certainly...
Exertion has been a menace here on Inferno.
He really has been.
I think, Shue has got to be thanking his lucky stars he's got a player like Exertion on the team, because the work he's done in Banana, whether it's getting kills, maybe not getting kills, but pressuring and making the defense nervous, is huge. He's been able to keep the Vitality defense from cheating over towards the A bomb site. They haven't really had to deal with a fourth player at the A site whenever they wanted to go through there. And all of that is because Exertion has just been bullying them round after round at Banana.
They've had so many different looks as well of how they want to deal with Exertion. None of them have stuck the landing. He is just a freakishly good player when he gets into the zone. When he's having a game that's working for him, it's almost impossible to end his game.
It's a confidence position. So you have some success early on in the half, and you kind of just snowball to a point where you're more and more effective as the half goes on and your success builds upon itself.
Well, it is a decent enough buy considering the circumstances here for Vitality, but again, it's a mid push. It's some aggression coming down mid. Spinks makes it work this time, and he gets away. So that's a huge opening. It took a little risk, obviously, but it works out.
Yeah, and Torji never took the full swing to actually trade that kill off. He seemed a little bit hesitant, maybe waiting for the follow-up peek from someone else.
Now here's the nuisance. Here he is. Exertion looking for executions. Not able to get around the half wall. He will stay alive, though. That could be a key difference. He's on 24 HP.
Yeah, but coming back to the A bomb site this time, if you're Mouz, running out of options on how to win this round. There's a minute and 10 seconds.
Flames boosted up on top of the sandbags.
Exertion leading with the bomb and low HP might be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, he's got Torji in behind him. It has to be effective trading, because you should see Exertion die here. As Flames with the elevated position, just too much to handle. Exertion goes down, bomb now down, and Mel is very much committed in the top banana fights. Oh my god, Flames, he just ran through blinded right into the open. Yimpat's easily dealt with that. Now Apex will retreat down into the darkness, but his teammates are coming back. But for the meantime, it is Apex alone.
Yeah, Mouz have to get in here. They have to find this kill quick and clean. Good flash from ZywOo. Apex will peek off that. They're not entering the site just yet. They know clean kill.
Not good enough. Not good enough at all from Vitality. They have lost the player advantage, drawn back by ZywOo. All right, here's Mezzi catching Yimpat, distracted as well. Suddenly they're back into it, but Brolin begins to brawl. He's down to 8 HP. He gets away. He gets back to the back of the new box, and this is cover that he can work with. But yeah, utility, low HP is not good. And Brolin got the headshot before he went down. Brolin with the last second, destroying Vitality.
Well, whatever conversation they had after Mirage changed this team. It's a whole different lineup of individuals in the server. Look at the kill from Brolin to clutch the round. Look at the kill from Yimpat as he turns to defend Banana. Even this one is spectacular. But the individual prowess from Mouz has arrived, and you add on Shuei's calling on this map.
He had one option. As soon as that fire comes in, he knows he has to land the headshot, and Brolin does not miss. Vitality do not catch a break in this first half. And at this point in the quarterfinals, they are broken.
It's got to be a lovely moment for Brolin with that clutch in this environment, considering the resurgence in his career that he's had ever since joining the team.
I mean, the time that he had in NIP, it does not count any longer. He is once again alive. He is that exciting young Counter-Strike player that we've seen all those years ago when he first put on that Fnatic jersey. Fighting for spots deep in tournaments again, and this is Yimpat up in the apartments. Mezzi on the other side, Spinks beside him. This is a fight that could break Vitality open. And Yimpat claims the first light, tries to retreat and not allowed to as Spinks chases him down with that MP9.
You don't usually expect a second player up there, so he's already setting up the util to help his teammate. ZywOo looking for the perfect moment to go for his wide swing. Desperate round for Vitality. They lose another one, and ZywOo's forced to make his move as Apex alone in the bomb site, so he goes down next. Nice and easy for Mouz as this defense comes crumbling down.
There's nothing Vitality can do right now. Mouz are in 5th gear, and they are driving towards the semifinals to face against the Brazilians, the hometown heroes in Furia.
Yeah, and you want to test on a stage?
There you go. There's one of the biggest,
yeah, playing
the most hostile
Furia
environment
in Rio. Good luck.
You may be getting support now, but tomorrow, by tomorrow evening, you will be public enemy #1. And that is perhaps where the boys will become men, if they can take on that challenge.
Vitality's defense has no stopping power.
Not right now.
They haven't been able to hold on to Banana at all against Exertion and Mouz. Because of that, it's made the A-bomb site weaker. They haven't been able to afford an AWP, so they can't activate ZywOo. The one time they tried to do it, it got negated. Mouz has basically, throughout this half, won the first 30 seconds of the round each and every time.
Well, the best case scenario now for Vitality is they grab this 3rd and final round. But with how their T-sides have been, you don't want to rely upon a huge comeback. And that just explains this first half. It summarizes what has been happening. Exertion is just unrelenting again. Nothing they can do can stop the prowess of Exertion. His ability to become the X factor for Mouz. Consistently in Banana. No victory in sight for Vitality.
It's going to be a long halftime break for Vitality.
But perhaps not a long second half.
And Vitality can't do anything in this position. They know it. The pause from Mouz, they know pushing into it will be their undoing. A little bit of information found, but it's traded. So now just ZywOo in the bomb site.
That's all. That's all they've got. It's hero or zero. ZywOo, first is good, second even better, and now it's Spinks. He must try. He must attempt, but remember, he's at bottom middle. He's so far away from this.
He does have a kit. He has a Molotov smoke and nade. If he can find exertion, although unfortunately inside the bomb site, going to be very difficult to land the killing blow with a nade. And Jimvat's not playing at the broken wall. He's playing in the corner, so that utility likely going to go to waste.
Spinks will move up short. Steps being taken towards the site, but his campaign in this first half is about to come to a close. Jimvat will land the headshot. It's 10 rounds for Mouz. They are storming towards a semi-final.
Mouz came into IEM Rio 2024 with a brand new playbook, a brand new philosophy, and a fresh attitude, and it's paying dividends. 10-2 lead over Team Vitality. A blistering T-side spearheaded by none other than Exertion has got them what looks to be a cakewalk to the semifinals.
It is surprising to see Vitality in this position, but if there was any way back into this game, they've got to hope for a miracle. There has not been anything to get excited about from Vitality. Every moment that they presented an opportunity to get into the first half was silenced. And they must now attempt to come back for their tournament life in Rio on the side that has given them most issue.
It's a good blind call out of spawn, though, to head to this B bomb site. Stack for Mouz is over towards A. Exertion has just spotted one. He's got nades. He's got utility to slow this down.
Look at the
just
push.
deployed the smoke. They might have to beat this. Vitality, if they wait behind it, this flank comes way too soon.
Well, they don't know about the flank at the moment, so they're taking their pause. And this might cost them. They're being sandwiched in. Mouz have everybody ready for what is going to be a B attempt from Vitality. It's a good start to the round here from Flames. Answered back by Brolin on the Joe Berettas. That banana flank is swift, and I don't know if they're going to be ready for it, but the bomb is down and Vitality crumbling. Here's Torzy. He's got a double, finally silenced by ZywOo, but he needs more. And of course, he'll provide it. It's just Brolin left, 1v2, bomb not planted. If he takes a breather and allows this round to play out, then perhaps he'll have a chance again, but Vitality needed the pistol. They've got that.
They absolutely do. Well handled getting into the B bomb site, and I think the key to that, Mouz was a little bit thrown off. They expected a smoke to be coming towards the CT spawn cross, and it never landed. The one smoke was thrown towards coffins. So when they turn that corner, they've got a player who's trying to swing out through smoke, but is just well exposed to everyone on the Vitality side of things.
Full eco for Mouz, obviously. There's so many rounds to play with. There's no reason in going for a risk here. Vitality with 3 Mag-10s, 2 Galils. It's just hard to believe. A comeback from Vitality, just so difficult to see that world.
Yeah, you need so many things. I mean, first of all, we've obviously hit on a number of times the T-side woes that Vitality have had, but even more than that, you don't have a single individual that, looking back on the first half, was like, this guy's on point, this guy's gaming.
Yeah, it's not even like you can rely upon a ZywOo masterclass taking over the server, because we just haven't seen that yet.
I mean, and also remember too, the T-side Inferno, he's probably going to be using the AK-47 over the AWP, which obviously very proficient on as well. Yeah, there's just a lot of questions right now for Vitality, and hopefully they can answer at least a couple of them in the first 3 or 4 rounds of this half, and then all of a sudden we can start seeing a picture coming together of how a comeback occurs, how Vitality recover what looks to be a disaster.
Somehow, some way, a lot of damage being done in this round from Mouz. 2 kills, and the third. This should not turn into a round victory for Brolin, but already the damage inflicted is huge.
He's got a nade.
He's got a nade,
yeah, absolutely. He can take down Flames. He can actually go for this if he gets... Oh, he doesn't.
He didn't go through it. Oh, no.
I feel like the last, 5 times I've seen a player with utility that could kill someone and I've called it out, they don't throw it.
They just don't go for it,
I might just stop doing that.
Yeah, maybe if you just be silent, it'll happen.
Okay, so he saves it for this. Fair play.
All right, well... I don't know how they did that much damage with what they brought to the table, but they really just wrecked a lot of the Vitality money.
Yeah, not a great omen going into this first buy round. Mouz win here, and due to the rebuys of the damage caused by Mouz that you just mentioned, Vitality would be out of money on the T side. 6 rounds back heading into this first gun round of the second half on Inferno. No op on Torji, money's not there quite yet. 1 kit on Brolin.
All right, keep eyes on Brolin. Number 1 on the minimap. If it comes down to a kit situation, he'll be playing towards B. And we talked about Exertion, obviously his great performance in the first half. Gimpat's up there with him. Just quietly consistent.
I feel like my biggest takeaway of this series at the moment, before anything changes from right now, is the fact that it feels like these last 2 maps, Nuke and Inferno, Mouz's T-sides have not had to contend with ZywOo's ult. He's ineffective and barely out here in this first half. Same thing on Nuke.
That's obviously going to help out your campaign if you're Mouz having to deal with that. And even when he had it, it's not necessarily being put in a position to find success. Now Shuei, oh my god, okay, that is one hell of a clear from Flames, who is not going to slow down. In fact, he wants to speed up as he goes in towards the A-bomb site. Torchy peeking out to the side of the site. Flames is taken out with 48 seconds left. Vitality are thinking about an A finish, but it comes down to kills, and oh no. Oh, Apex, he wants that one back. He really wants that one back. Yimpat in pit, finally dealt with by Mezzi. Remember the apartments player of Torcy. Will he make the difference in this round for Mouz? Brolich taking the attention away. Torcy will not make the difference because Mezzi annihilates him. So that's the round done. Vitality up to 5. Great work from Mezzi with some crucial kills at the end of the round.
Yeah, huge. Clearing out Yimpat from pit was the real winner in that situation. Yimpat was going to be like the kind of insurance policy hiding in pit. They had a lot of focus over towards Torji, who got his kill at the bomb site and fell back towards lane. The fact that you find that last player, Yimpat had a couple opportunities to pop up, but he was biding his time. So Mezzi delivers the impact kills that secure the round when it just started getting sketchy. Vitality still in this and fighting back. Next up is going to be a low buy from Mouz. And the second timeout is used.
Comeback is a long way off, but the first steps have been taken for Vitality, and perhaps Mouz just wanted to nip that in the bud before it really starts to show some life. There were moments in this round that could have got a little hairy, and Mezzi deals with both of them, one in the pit, one in the apartments. From what we've got to listen in, Cyclone is certainly made use of his timeouts with some great input. All love tonight in the Pharmacy Arena. So Mouz have Brolin on a rifle, everybody else on 5.7s.
Deep smoke in banana. Let's see how they try to utilize these things. Brolin, his M4 is going to be over in brackets. Working in tandem with Yimpat, and they're getting plenty of attention coming their way. Here's Flames with the first peek, double kill.
Yep.
All right, well, we said we wanted when this half began, if you want to have a comeback, which player is going to be the one to step it up? Flamesy is starting to be that guy.
Yep, so far.
16-9 here on Inferno, and really kind of the engine of this early T-side comeback.
Shot out on Apex. That's a nice little steal away if he wants to grab that AK here, Exertion.
I doubt he keeps it. Zawu's already going into the B bomb site now, so even if he were to fall all the way back to try and get into some safety, he'll be very caught off guard by the fact that the B bomb site has already been overrun by the T side.
Yeah, so unlikely then Exertion holds on to this. But they get a buy regardless. It would just be a nice bonus to have it, and it won't be kept in his hands as Zawu deals the final blow. So gap is now 4 rounds as Vitality start to come back on this T side. Buy is in for Mouz. All returns to the hands of Torji, and everybody else gets their primary choice in a rifle out. You won't be worried just yet if you're Mouz. You know you've got some space still to play with. But you want to see a good look from them in this gun round.
I mean, if you're a Mouz fan, you want to see some actual stopping power. You don't want to see this just fade away. If you think about it, if Vitality make this comeback happen on the T side that they've had issues with all throughout the event, like, fair play. Yeah. What an impressive run that would be. But if you're on the other side of that and you're Mouz, and you're like, how did we let one of the weaker T-sided teams at this event just run it back on us like this?
The story we set up just moments ago about all the confidence you would get would be shattered. Good shot from Zawu. Chance give it over. Takes a dink on board, but the AK, it's superior.
And very good in the 5-on-4s Vitality. So big advantage now for them. Exertion has even backed all the way off of this B bomb site and just said, take it if you want it.
Yeah, Vitality not going anywhere just yet. They know they've got time. Eventually, they'll start having a little stroll through Banana. Flames the spearhead, making sure no one is occupying bottom Banana in these close quarters.
The longer this clock runs down before Vitality make their move, the happier Exertion is going to be. He's just thrown out the Molotov to delay a little bit. Next up is going to be the smoke. Deployed just now and extinguished the Molotov So Vitality have a decision to make. Do they want to come up towards Banana?
They have to make it soon, because there's not a lot of time left in this round. 25 seconds. While space goes down, that should make the decision now very easy. Try and finish this B-bomb side off. And their problem, their nuisance, the bane of their existence is exertion. And he's only got one this time. Yimpat on the follow-up. It's 2v3 as bomb goes down here for Vitality.
Vitality had left 2 lurkers on the other side of the map. Mouz finds both of them, so that backfires completely. Now you have a 3-on-2, a man advantage for Mouz. You've got a kit on Shui, you've got a smoke and a flash for them to utilize.
Apex moves into the church.
And Mezzi can swing off of him as well.
Better pray that Apex can step up here. Mezzi, alongside of him, they look to breach. They've got himself a double, and it's a good double from Apex. A time to strike. Yimpat against Mezzi. Mezzi's been quiet, but this would be a loud moment if he's able to step up. That defuse, he's just sticking it. Oh yeah, you like that? Yimpat comes off. He's got the headshot and the time. He's gonna hold it. No kid on his back, but he doesn't care. Finished by the Finn.
God, does this man deliver for Mouz whenever they need it. A huge clutch to stop the bleeding. It was 4 in a row to start the half for Vitality. That comeback was looking very realistic. And Jimpat just moves it an inch out of their reach further.
And he was the player that broke FaZe Clan in that deciding game coming out of the groups with that 3K on the ramp hold. He was the player that just had the right moment at the right time and broke his opponent. Vitality can't let that be the moment that breaks them here in Rio. Final timeout used in regulation. 3 of 3.
Exertion was just starting to get into a new position when that hit comes. Good to go 1 for 1. And Mezzi just so nervous about having the defuse stuck on him. Made a footstep a little bit too early. Time enough for Yimpat to respond. And that's a feel-good moment as you feel the crowd go nuts. 11-6. And you have the AWP in Torji's hands.
Still Vitality will come back with a buy. The bomb plant ensuring the extra cash. The rounds that they've won built a nice foundation. They've got to cancel out the effect of that previous round win.
Oh, you're so fucking good. Who is Messi, bro? Who is fucking Messi, bro?
I'm him.
You are him. You are fucking him, bro.
He is Yim. And now Mezzi, he's gone forward. Exertion cleared out of Banana.
That's who Mezzi is, right there. Nice little opening provided for Vitality. Another 5-on-4, and it's Banana. Once again, that's the weakness. Torji's going to shift over with the AWP. They might swap positions with Brolin to allow 3 defenders to still hold on to A. Vitality's just going to march up and execute here.
Well, Torji can make the difference. He really could. Peeks into the open. Nice shot. Oh my god, 1 HP. Torji gets away with it. Zywoo's life gone. Oh my god, he goes for a no-scope. If you landed that, then that would have stopped him, but he doesn't.
I think they're gonna end up saving this round if they don't get one real quick here. I'm surprised to see this many forces brought over and feeling committed to this retake.
Yeah, they're very committed to this, despite not really looking like they've got a foothold.
Yeah, and if they lose that AWP, it's a disaster. So this is the right call.
Yeah, get out of there. Get that AWP away.
But the last 20 seconds just made me very nervous for Mouz coming over for this retake. So they'll bail out. Yeah, no point in risking all the weapons with this lead.
At least they get away. At least that mercy is given on over. And Vitality able to bounce back after Yimfat's 1v1. Important they build on this now. Here's a timeout check-in. 2 or 3 used for Mouz. They have 1 left here in regulation. Obviously, if we go to overtime, then we get another timeout for each side. And just keep a track of that. Very important as we get deeper and deeper into regulation. You're right, that is Mezzi. That is what he does.
Yeah, they got their answer. Asked the question during the timeout. You shall find out. Mezzi, the opening kill that gets Vitality underway in the round, and Mouz still held off of 12.
Yeah, well, they decided to use that final timeout, and I think we heard it from a quick listen, and they do like to hype each other up, and it's something Mouz do very well. We heard it against FaZe. It was really important that let's just hype each other up every moment, every clutch, even if it's against pistols. Let's just celebrate each other's successes.
It's all well and good, but when you're on a stage and you had a 10-2 lead and you see it dwindling, the conversation starts to shift, the frustration starts to grow. So Cyclone, I'm sure he's going to have a very good read of that, his finger on the pulse of where his team's at emotionally and mentally in this game, and might just want to stamp some of that out before it truly begins and kicks off. There's still a job to do. You're still just 2 rounds away from the semifinal, so it's no time to lose your nerve if you're Mouz.
Vitality know what it's like to concede a 10-2 scoreline. Felt it recently.
I like this. Torji's so efficient in CT side openings.
Oh, he's going back to check the apartments to the bedroom. Flames is waiting. It's just about a timing peak there for Torji. Never gets the chance on Flames because he took eyes away from Boiler. He'll have to retreat and play from short instead.
Apex has got a pretty tight leash on his team at the moment. In the early stage of these rounds, they're playing very deep on T-ramp. They don't want to eat any of the nade damage. They don't want to get involved in the scrappy fights with Exertion and Banana. They're content to let Mouz have it, at least at the start of the round. Apex wants to make sure when he gets into the mid-round, he's got 5 players to control.
Exertion, ooh, peeking, getting the info that he desires. Oh, he gets away too. He did take damage on board that grenade. It might be good, it might be solid. In fact, it is real solid. A lot of health taken away from Exertion. Not where he wants to be.
Well, if you're Mouz, you're sitting here and you're saying, okay, Vitality has control of Banana. Now they have control of brackets and they've challenged us up lane.
Ooh, brother.
Look at this defense though. This is actually horrific. All 3 players locked inside the bomb site.
Time.
This can be so disorganized. This can crumble so quickly if Mouz get the opening kill, but at the same time, would they expect this many bodies to be in the site?
20 seconds. Apex arriving. Up from short.
Shifting away.
He's moved away at the wrong time. Apex dies. Yimpat inside of the side. He's not alone. He's got Shui in the corner. Can they play off of one another? Shui's gone. Yimpat out of ammo. And with just enough time, Vitality get into the site. Bomb planted and surely a save now. You're so far away from this, but we're still going down Banana. They are retreating back into T-spawn now, and the ult for Torji will walk away. Their chances will come in a later round, but they are not breaking through to that map point. Vitality continue to build this T-side.
I think Mouz had a blown rotation or a blown reposition to have all 3 players in the bomb site and kind of force Torji out back towards Library. I'm sure made everyone feel really uncomfortable in that hit. And Vitality just keep moving forward closer and closer. Good exit kills, but the round gives Vitality 8, and they're only 3 back.
This is being a bit of a collapse from Mouz in the second half. A single round collected, and it comes down to a 1v1 where Yimfat has to come off a defuse, hit a great headshot and get back to it. You know, it's not been a great CT side. They haven't shown the stopping power.
That's the only round they've won. 6-1 run for Vitality since we switched sides, and it's not looking like there's any issues on the T side right now here on Inferno.
Not at all. We throw that kind of out the window now.
Team ignited by Flames earlier on in this half, but the rest of them now stepping up to provide impact and carry things forward.
Who would have known that all it took for a full-scale Inferno is a little flame. And Spinks with a shot onto Yimfat. It's a great opening. Vitality have another one to play with, and you've talked about it, Jason. They've been able to win a lot of 5v4s. They've been great when they go a player up.
Yeah, and they found a number of opening kills in this half. It feels like this is swapped a little bit, where in the first half, Mouz individually was just winning out all their gunfights, able to put a stop to Vitality, who felt like they couldn't win a gunfight to save their life. Now they are on this T side, and it's Mouz the one who are looking silly in some of these engagements.
Exertion, God tier in the first half. And that grenade will certainly fit that title.
There's a roar of the crowd behind it as well. I wonder if that pulls anyone back. That's a trick that players will use, hearing the crowd when a nade blows up.
Well, rotation is coming, but Torji was second guessing. He actually went back, and now it's Exertion on an island up on top of first Oranges. 1 kill. 1 kill is all he'll get.
And again, save. Mouz have not had a read of where to position themselves on this map. They're doing a really poor job of gathering information in the mid-round. And this is like the 4th save that we've seen? 3rd in a row?
Yep.
Saving with 4 players back in round 18, 3 in round 19, and now 3 again in round 20. They can't even get the right players at the right place for Vitality's endgame.
You talk about that strong first half. It's out the window now. no longer do you feel like you're in control of this game. You feel like you've lost control.
It feels like it's back to that tentative Mouz we saw to open up on the Mirage T half. But the problem with that on the CT side is when you're that tentative and you're that nervous, again, you're not, like I said, you're just not gathering information. You're not keeping track of them. You're not holding on to brackets control as long. You're not willing to stand and take a fight instead of use the smoke. So you don't have the intel of what Vitality is doing across the map. And time again, they've been able to crack into a weakened defense.
If Mouz let this go, if they let this map slip, they're gonna have nightmares for days to come. They've got to get a better read.
Well, they're bringing triple banana this time. I wonder if they want to take control deep. It is the op, so Torji's just going to take the shot and fall away, showing presence, and Vitality love that. They're like, okay,
that's what the op is.
Let's hustle.
Yeah, there might be a weakness on this A bomb site, so let's pounce through the top mid smoke. And they've got a lot of control here. In fact, Flames is going to wrap a round long. Sees one player drop into the pit, but that is good work from Yimpat. First is good. Sayutron. Yimpat, that's what we're talking about. He steps up. Finally, Mouz are going to break through once again. The player that is making the difference is this young Finn. Yimpat up to 20 kills and a triple out of the pit.
It's crazy how reliable he is in these moments. The clutch earlier on, the 2 rounds that Mouz have won in this half are thanks to Yimpat. 1v1 clutch at the B bomb site, now this. Because you know what? You can't even blame Vitality for the reaction. It's absolutely beautiful. It's the perfect read. They had an open runway all the way to Library to wrap around the bomb site. The only thing stopping them was Jimmy. And a triple kill is going to seal it. 12-9.
Well, this is it now for the reigning Rio champions, for the incumbent. It is Vitality trying to keep their tournament life going. They've got to pull it back into overtime. No longer can they win this in regulation. 2 rounds won in this second half from Mouz, both won by Yimpat. But they have been unable to win 2 rounds in a row. Vitality look to try and make sure that they continue that trend.
Heading over to mid again and just walking right through the smoke. Vitality have a pretty decent read of what the mid setups from Mouz look like, and it looks like they want to keep picking up the pace. Shuhei recognizes it's coming and he backs off.
Shuhei, flash goes in. Multiple Vitality players revealed on the other side of that peak, and Spinks comes in with a headshot. Exertion in the pit though. This is a problem. They've got to deal with it inside. We certainly will. 2v3. Bomb going down here for Vitality.
Yeah, but once again, I'd be shocked if they actually commit to the retake. Torji might look for something with the AWP. Brolin might look for something with the M4, but if they don't get it soon, they're going to back off. Smoke just plumed in front of Torji. A lot of time is going to be burned off this bomb timer before they can actually progress forward, and already Brolin is setting up for exits.
So the trend continues. Mouz unable to string rounds together.
Are they coming in late for this?
Oh my god, okay, yeah.
Torji has a Molotov. He can chuck it towards half wall.
Well, let's see if this is it. Can they close it in this moment? They nearly line up for Brolin, but without Torji's kill and Brolin not getting a double, there just is no way back in. So he'll retreat.
And that kill forces the off to take a peek, which now hits the deck, so Mouz is going to have to reinvest into that. Money could be an issue.
They've got $10,000 just under that for Torji, so at least he's got plenty of cash. A lot of money across the board for Mouz. All right, another step in the right direction for Team Vitality.
This is deja vu, though, back to Nuke. Remember, it was 9-12 back then when Vitality had to go on a 3-round run. They only got 2 of the 3. They're very fortunate to get away with this with the round win. They were trying to smoke off spawn arches and actually hit their own player with the smoke and plumed right in front of them. That could have been a disaster.
Yep. The Mouz have got to realize Vitality are well acquainted with glory on the global stage. They're used to playing in front of the masses. And you know they've only got 2 rounds in front of them, and they've got overtime. That would be collapse for Mouz after a 10-2 half.
Well, Mouz haven't liked the look of Vitality's timing hits through the smokes up middle.
Yep.
So they've over-rotated back as a setup. They've left Exertion alone at the B bomb site, and all 5 players of Vitality are here.
I mean, he's got to realize off the back of that reaction that there had to be a lot of damage done.
They didn't react the first time it happened at all.
That was louder.
Shift off of it. Yeah, this one might have been a little bit better. Shui is creeping back now because the timing isn't there for any sort of a mid play. but both Exertion and Shuhei playing outside of the B bomb site. If Vitality hit this timing strong enough, it's a 5-on-5 retake, but there we go. Good advantage found.
That's an important kill for Shuhei. Keeps Mouz ahead, and look at the damage done. And because that molly that they threw down, it actually slowed the attack came from Vitality. Exertion's got another one. Is this it for Vitality in Rio? Bomb plank being planted, and now we've got a 3v4 that they must recover in a post plant.
Zyru better step up here. He's got another smoke to put down, but he wants to fight. He sees the shadow. Apex is going to re-smoke towards CT. One more smoke going to come out to Coffins, and that should be it. That should be the winning pieces of utility. But Zyru was peeking.
The impact again. Oh God, this kid, he can't be stopped. There will be no repeat for the reigning Rio Royals. And so Furia have their contender. Mouz march into the semi-finals. They will be the ones to fight Furia in this hostile Coliseum. And for Apex, more disappointment. It is a quarter-final exit. They will not defend their crown in Rio de Janeiro. Another disappointing result in 2024 for Team Vitality.
Yo, where's Jimmy want to go to dinner tonight? It's his pick. We're going out for steaks, we're going out for wine, we've got whatever you want if you're Yimpat, because the way he carried them over the line here on Inferno is so impressive. All 3 rounds they won is Jimmy all the way. And he's going to lead the way to shake hands with Vitality.
All 3. That's all they needed. They needed 3 rounds in that second half. And when you've got this stone cold Finn, well, you've got the winning recipe.
You got to give credit over to Mouz for the entire story, the idea around them not being able to perform on the stage, to get trounced the way they did in map 1 and come back on maps 2 and 3 to get yourself into the semifinals. Impressive recovery after a loss that could have knocked you out on your feet. It's a beautiful moment to be a Mouz fan. It's a beautiful moment to be part of the Mouz organization.
Well, this is going to remind them of 2022, the semifinals, but we have got Banks down on the stage with Shuhei.
Rio goes absolutely crazy for Mouz, and you were the commander of this crowd. You were really having some fun out there, mate.
Yeah, I love playing under adrenaline, and this is what exactly it gives me. I mean, the crowd is amazing. We can hear them every round, so I'm really enjoying it.
Now, in terms of enjoying it, Mirage, maybe you didn't enjoy so much. What happened with you guys after the back and forth fight where you couldn't really come back into the game?
It was a little bit stressful at the beginning. We weren't really in the game. When we started City side, then we started a little bit playing our Counter-Strike. And we knew that coming into Nuke, I just told the boys, just keep up what you were doing towards the end of Mirage and we will win it. And that's exactly what we did.
And the Nuke was impressive, the clutches, the openers going your way, but I've got to touch on Yimfat. This guy, he seems to do it all, right?
Oh, and he's just enjoying every bit of it. I mean, he's an amazing player. He's playing really good. He's playing in front of the crowd now, so he's enjoying it even more. He's making some comments in game, so I think he's really enjoying it.
How important was it for you guys to battle back from a map loss, especially on the crowd, and get the stage experience going for you guys?
And we didn't really focus on that. We just wanted to play our own Counter-Strike and play like we know we can. And we focused on that. We didn't care about if we're going to qualify tomorrow or not. We just wanted to play better than we did on Mirage, and that's exactly what we did.
I like that you said play better. You guys keep telling me in interviews, I want to play better than the last game. That's the focus now. Where is this coming from? Because you've all bought into it.
Yeah, it's just a one step at a time process for us. We've been struggling the last couple of months and weeks, so we're trying a lot of new things, and it's working out for us, and I'm really happy. The whole team is involved, and we're doing a really good job, so the step-by-step process is it.
Well, looking at that one game at a time, 3 games ago, you played Furia and lost. Now you're on stage, it's their home field advantage. How confident do you feel for that one?
Yeah, it's going to be a different story now. We just won 3 games, so we're on fire, and we're a lot of confidence right now, so we feel really good coming into the matchup, and even though it's a rematch, they won okay, they're playing good Counter-Strike, but we're going to get there.
You're going to get there. I like the confidence. I like what I'm hearing. Rio, make some noise for Mouz as they enter the semi-finals.
Yeah, just behind us, there's a gentleman holding an Apex less than cello sign. Now, today, that might not be the case, but certainly less than Mouz and our friend Torzi here joining us on the desk. First and foremost, man, let's talk about Map 1 and how it was different than the rest of the series.
Yeah, hey guys, first of all, yeah, I mean, map first, it was Mirage and we absolutely got destroyed, to be honest. I think they played really good and we didn't really play dynamic, we played really slow and not really our game. And also Zaivu went like 18-1 on their city side, you know, he was everywhere. I think they had a good anti-set versus on Mirage, to be honest. Yeah.
It seemed like even just staying on that Mirage, it felt like watching from the green room. Vitality had plot armor. So like, what did it feel like for you guys? And what did you say to each other when just all these situations where you could have converted, it's just like, I can't kill him. What's happening?
Yeah, basically already on the, I think it was the 3rd round or 4th round where we wanted to do B split and he was already with an AWP after the last round. He was in bench. After that, we knew there is... I mean, they are prepared, obviously, you know. But yeah, that caught us off guard. And yeah, in general, I don't think we played that terrible. It was just some, for example, there is one run where I'm in con and he's on site and I just miss him. And it was not just from me, but from other teammates, as I heard. They said they had some whiffs. So maybe we had to get into the game a little bit. But
yeah, speaking about getting into the game, moving on to Nuke, you know, a complete different story. You get off to a good start, you're leading 6-0, and then the game gets close anyway. Was it you guys letting foot off the gas pedal, or was it Vitality stepping it up on that T side?
No, I think they stepped up. Basically, throughout Nuke, I think both of us played really good. I think they put up a good fight, and I think on the city side, the second half, when they got like 5 runs, I think it was like really close runs, you know, like 1 kill away. And yeah, sometimes it goes in our favor, sometimes it goes in their way, so yeah.
And speaking of Inferno, we saw the transcript of that one as well. Starting off very well for you guys. I saw you run around with 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists, and 0 ADR 6 rounds into the game, and you're still leading 5-0. How nice did that feel, you know?
Play like Torji.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lit. Basically, I didn't see a single person for until the 6th round. I mean, I was happy because we were winning runs, you know, like it was fine for me. But yeah, basically, Sershan killed everyone on our T side. He went up banana, killed everyone. Also, I think we had a great plan. Like Shuhe was scoring really good, and yeah, also city side Jimpat and Sershan stepped up really massively in the last few rounds, and they brought us the win.
Yeah, speaking of exertion, we were talking, you guys were talking about how you changed up your playbook, that it can't always be exertion, going for all these opening duels and finding that success. But this series, he was absolutely just on point with getting so many opening kills for your team. How much did that help you guys to actually get into the rounds and into the games?
I mean, it helped us a lot, obviously, as our anti-fragger, so we need it. And yeah, it cannot be in every run, but for example, I think Inferno is a map if you are the banana control player, you know, sometimes if you feel it, you have to go for this place to get the entries. And this game, he was really confident and felt it, and he was ready for to what to come, you know?
Yeah. So round 10, whose Brainiac was that?
That was mine. So, I mean, yeah, I just wanted to talk about just like the opening kill Spinks got at middle. He just like runs down into the open of middle, gets his kill, somehow doesn't get traded, gets away somehow, and then what ends up happening is Flamesy's just out on the sandbags at Banana, gets a kill on one of you guys, and then he pushes through to the car, and then as soon as that happens, what are you guys thinking? Like, what is this guy doing? I forget who got the kill. Was it you that got the trade?
I'm not sure exactly what is this round. I don't remember correctly, but at this point it was like 8-1, I think, or 7, I'm not sure. It was like we were leading a lot, and I think they had to like make some solo plays, you know?
Yeah.
Or they like risk big time. So they just went for these Spinks pushing down mid, Flames going down banana, and it worked for them a little bit.
Listen, Joshi, you survived the quarterfinal. Tomorrow you go into a semifinal, and I guess the crowd was cheering for you guys today, but that's most likely going to be a little bit different tomorrow. We've been having these conversations about you guys being a young team, inexperienced team. Obviously, you're gaining more and more experience. You're sitting on the stage more often than not. How big of a task is that tomorrow, knowing that you're going to face this arena?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, I think it will be one of our craziest game of our life in front of this Rio crowd. You know, they are cheering for Furia, obviously, and I think it will be a crazy game. I think they will cheer for every kill, every run. They will be really loud, and I'm really excited for that. And
you're excited for it, but are you ready for it? Do you think the team is ready for it?
I think we're ready. Yeah.
Well, you're excited for it. I want to stay on this for a second. You have the best opening duel success rate on your team, and yet you're almost at the bottom in terms of going for those. If you want to hear that crowd, are you going to start going for more opening duels and hearing the roar for you at the start of the round?
I do what the team needs. If I need to do it, I will go for it. If I don't need to, I won't.
It's a beta, that's it, you know. Just baiting your teammates all around.
We call that a masterclass.
Exactly.
It makes sense. Hey, Torzy, I'll get you out of here as soon as I can, but before I let you go, some people probably doubted you against Vitality today. Anything you could say to the forum users, to the people watching at home about Mouz?
Not really. If they doubted us, then it's their problem, you know.
Yeah.
We're here to win. We're here to, I don't know, just play good Counter-Strike. That's what we want to give to the viewers. And today we did it, and we will do it tomorrow as well. And hopefully now you will cheer for us from home.
Hopefully. Hey, appreciate you very much. But that is not all. Of course, we do need to take a quick look at our DHL MVP candidates. Check this out.
Search.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, use those Twitch channel points to tell us who you think should be the MVP and that we should catch up with at the end of the Grand Finals on Sunday. That is Championship Sunday, not to be confused with Showmatch Sunday, which seemingly is the same exact thing. Our first candidate is going to be Jimfat.
Yeah, man on the screen had a big turnaround, didn't really show up on map number 1 at all. We had the conversation about him being a little bit afraid, you know, maybe on the big stage and experience, but hell my, did he turn up on map number 2 and map number 3.
Yeah, map 1, rough for Jimfat, but if we keep going on the list, Shuhei.
Shui was insane on that first map. He was trying to keep them alive, keeping, leading by example, keeping them in the game. He's the in-game leader. It wasn't enough. Vitality were able to come out on top, but still, if you want to set a precedent for the rest of your team, like, hey guys, energy's got to be here, calm's got to be here, follow me into battle.
Even more so the calling from Shuhei as well. Another option would be exertion, and I think Torzy was onto something when he said that he was just running around killing people. The entry fracking coming in for exertion in this game, not only on Nuke, but also in particular of Inferno on that T side, that was high-level Counter-Strike. He's a little bit hit and miss sometimes. He's a mood player. If he gets off to a good start, he will definitely continue down that trajectory, and he did that in this game.
Now again, use those Twitch channel points, cast your vote using ! DHL. Yeah, for us at least, there's just so much of a topsy-turvy thing that's just happened in front of us. One that looked like a very closed series. Not a close series, but a closed series, into now going completely opposite field.
Yeah, I think the biggest story for me here obviously is Mouz winning, heading into the semifinal, them finding their footing again, but Vitality once more getting into the playoff and then feeling a bit lackluster. We saw it in Copenhagen as well. They were in a winning position, couldn't get it done. So for Vitality right now, it must be rough.
Go ahead, Doug.
It's just so funny that the narrative was Vitality's T-side's bad, but that Inferno, it was all their T-side that was keeping them alive for a little bit there.
Yeah, it really was. Just like a couple of glimmers of perhaps hope. Yeah, and it is rough for Vitality in this moment. Obviously, they are eliminated here in Rio. That is the end of their Intel Extreme Masters run. What holds in the future for them, we don't know. But we are ready to hear from Apex in this moment.
A valiant effort and almost a comeback right at the end. And Vitality falls short this time, but I want to just get your thoughts, first of all, on how that felt, especially towards the end of Inferno, where you were having a great chance.
Well, I think we have always, we had struggle on T-side, but I think I made great calls, not gonna lie. So I don't, how can I say, just thanks myself that much, but I think this one was pretty good. But we had so much round behind, so that was really difficult. Where with 2 more rounds maybe on CT, we can do it. And but yeah, we can't blame our T side when we won 2 rounds on CT side.
And looking at what happened from the start of Mirage, right? You actually rolled over them. You dominated. Probably could have closed that out earlier as well. Into Nuke, did you notice a difference in the team?
No, not really. We had a rough start, 0-6, but we managed to win 5 rounds on T side, and then on CT, we had not like the great reaction on our CT side, and then they have the advantage. We lose one really important eco from them that put us in the shit. So that's just what happened. It's life, and that's the way it is. You need to move forward, even though it's a pretty sad one. Once again, we lose those close games.
And it is always close games. That's what I want to touch on, is how much does this one sting compared to some of the others?
Anyway, you can't blame that. When you're a great team, you win those close games. That's exactly what we did last year. And for like a month or more, except Cologne, we always lose those ones. We like a bit of mental, like also better reaction in a tough moment as well. And yeah, that's it. I think there is no like miracle, because if today we win, we do a comeback or we win a bit more round, we don't talk about that. But now we need to think about why we struggle on those moments.
And just lastly, anything you want to say to the fans out there going into the last couple of events of the season?
Well, unfortunately, we shit in the pants for the last 3 events, 2 quarters, 1 semi. We know that's not enough, but that's the way it is. We cannot go back in the past. So thank you everyone for your support. We're gonna have a few days off, not gonna lie. Even though you think we have to work, we have to take some rest first.
Yes.
And then be ready for Singapore to play with Jax as a stand-in, and then give our best for the major to do the best result possible.
How much work are you going to be able to put in with Jax just before that? That's quite an interesting one.
I don't think we're going to play that much, because otherwise we won't have that much time with Will for the RMR. So for us, it's going to be, I think, him looking more than playing with us, and practicing with William when he's home.
Thank you very much, Apex. Vitality's road does end here, but they continue to fight hard. Let's see how it goes in the future.
Yeah, rough end of the road here for Vitality. You know, having that trophy in their cabinet already, it would be nice to put a second one right next to it. But that's not what's happened today. What did you take from what Apex just told us?
I mean, very candid as always, you know, being honest about it. As he said today, the T-sides weren't necessarily the issues. I think on Nuke, they came back after it. On Inferno, it was the T-side keeping them in the game. So for himself, had a decent showing as an in-game leader. As a team, though, they continue to struggle. Can't really get over the finish line. As he said, a couple of semifinals, a quarterfinals, not good enough for the standards of Vitality. And then one thing I want to dive into just a little bit is the fact that the future for Vitality now, with coming into Singapore with a stand-in, Jax coming in instead of Messi, that's going to screw up the practice heading into the major. That's going to screw up the preparation. And Vitality right now are not in a state where they can afford that. So as much as I hate to say it, you know, it's tops and turvy right now for Vitality. It's not looking that great heading into the Arma on the major.
Yeah, but getting Jackson server, it's a good time. Let's be honest. He gets pretty aggressive with things. And that's neither here nor there when it comes to Rio. But I guess off the back of what Apex has said, what did you derive?
It was mainly surface level things. He said it's not like he's deep diving into the team's problems. And, you know, when I look at even just last Inferno game, how they were trying to assist each other, how they were always going down a man and forcing the issue constantly one by one, I feel like they need to go and spend the time looking at back and actually having a deeper conversation about how they can implement more teamwork. And for now, it could just be a reflection of overall disappointment. That's mainly what the gist of it is, right?
Until you get back into that demo, until you start cranking around with some of the ideas that may have worked or not have worked, that's what you get for Vitality here. And what you can get now is a little bit more reflection, as you so eloquently put. Let's take a quick look at the brackets to catch you up to everything that is IEM Rio up to this point. Furia and Heroic, man, they've just had a couple days here, hadn't they?
Yeah, and they've probably been excited to see how this is going to unfold today. Obviously, a Friday. I'm surprised by the turnout of the audience. You know, it's a Friday, it's a work day. People still came in here, still delivered a good show. Trust me, tomorrow. Now, when Heroic is taking on Navi, that's going to be a great first game of the day. But Furia versus Mouz, this place is going to be lit up. It's going to be fired up. And as I said to Torsi right there, you may feel excited about that, but are you ready for it? Because it's going to be a complete different experience than anything they've ever tried.
Yeah, this arena turns into something where you get tore up from the floor up almost. I mean, it is loud in here, Josh. That's so funny, huh?
It is a really good one. I do think like the match is going to be incredible, right? Because Furia, you're seeing them at a form they haven't shown in a really long time. Now they're here in front of a home crowd, semifinals, and they're against a team they already took out in the groups already.
Josh, come on, man. Spoilers, bro. Come on,
sorry,
man.
my bad.
We don't have a script, but what I can tell you is that this show for today ends here and now. The quarterfinals are done. Our semifinals are set. That's going to be coming to you tomorrow, live from Rio de Janeiro. So if you were watching today, you like what you saw, use the hashtag IEM. Other than that, folks, thank you for joining us. And guess what? We'll see you tomorrow for the semis.
You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. You wanted violence. You wanted violence. I've got nothing to lose, mistreated for a long time, sick of abuse. Stick a dynamite, roll tight, lighting the fuse. Gunpowder in a landmine, now it's a move. I'm giving you a head start, watch your back. like you're just cutting me a clear path for the attack. I was choking on a short leash till it snapped. There's a panic in your eyes, now they're fading to black. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanna violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deathly on the tip of your gun. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight. Fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. Violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. Manhunt ready to go. Cheap shots, throwing bombs. I'll be hacking the bone. Haymakers when the gloves drop, I'm gonna throw. Can't stop, cause it's all just part of the show. I'm telling you to run fast, you're gonna pay. I've been sitting for a long time, open the cage. I've been waiting for revenge, for the look on your face. Searching for a sign, I've been counting the days. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanna violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deathly on the tip of your gun. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight. Fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. Listen to this arena sing! No way! Magic! Have you ever seen something like that?
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strolix win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man were louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.